Was that Martin Luther? No, it wasn't Martin Luther King, was it, Marcus?
I'm almost positive it was.
It was Tom Cochrane, okay? All right, I'm going to slip it all in here. Canadian singer-songwriter, one of the best in the world. Life is a highway, and I'm going to drive it or ride it all night long. Anyway, I'm a horrible person. But you know who else is a horrible person? Yaron. Yaron, you're up next.
Thank you very much. Now, I was just going to say, to just carry on what Iris was saying. Israel and Lebanon or Hezbollah at a mini war right now. Call it a mini war. But they both know that they both have a certain line that they're not going to cross until that line is crossed. And we will all know when that line is crossed. We'll either all wake up in the morning or we will all hear it, blasted across social media and across the internet that war has officially broken out. I personally think that they're coming to they're pushing to it very closely, and I think it's either going to happen in the spring or once there's a new administration in the U.S.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this falls out.
All right, let's get some new voices in here. We're gonna go to Will. I am not, because he was up earlier. He was busy cooking apparently, which I don't believe. No one cooks at 12 o'clock in the UK. And then we're gonna go to Basic Inc. Not Complicated Inc., but Basic Inc. So go Will and then Basic.
Well, for the millionth time.
Can you guys
Hello,
hear me?
we can't.
We'll take
Near. I love it. I would love to have an extra moderator and a co-host, but I've got M here from Egypt. I don't need you. I'd like you, but I don't need you. Thanks. Let's go ahead, Will.
William, go ahead, bottom left corner for the millionth time. We lost you.
Yeah, sorry, I had a phone call coming in. For the millionth time, Yehuda, I am in the US, and so it's 5:42, and I am cooking. But even though I don't want to, I suppose I will, to return to a bit of what was being discussed earlier. It's important, whatever we say, everyone on the panel right now, everyone in here, we're all on the same side, right? We all oppose the extremism, the barbarity that we saw from Hamas on the 7th of October, that we've seen over decades now from Hamas and groups who share their ideology. But it's important to keep at the forefront of our minds that not everyone who's listening shares the background knowledge that we all have about this situation. So my recommendation would be that when we speak, whatever we say, imagine that the only people who are listening is someone like Yahya Sinwar and someone who's undecided, who doesn't know much. And if what we say is going to be pleasing to someone like Sinwar, is going to be something that people of his ilk would find useful, then we'd really be better off not saying it. And if it's something that's completely reliant on background knowledge that the average person wouldn't have, that can be readily misunderstood, we shouldn't say it either. I understand completely the sentiments that were expressed in Nelson's space last night, in other spaces that I've been in. People are upset, and rightly so, at the barbarism on the 7th of October and the things that we've seen from Hamas and from Hezbollah and from the raiders in Nigeria and from other militant groups elsewhere. But we cannot give those entities the soft support of saying that all Muslims as such are dangerous as they are. M is up here.
Correct.
M is a Muslim. Are we to think that he's lying?
But no, but he's dangerous. His wit is dangerous.
That is true. That is true. But he's not lying. The members of the IDF who are Muslims, who are praying before they go out and shed their blood for the sake of Israel, they are not lying. They are not spies. They are not people who have the worst intentions at heart. And even if that were the case, what is the prescription? If the diagnosis is that all Muslims are nefarious and malicious, okay, there's 1.9 billion Muslims. What do you propose we do? Because there is no proposition that you can put forward that is either practicable or morally acceptable.
Humane, or there you go. Thank you, Will. A lot of questions coming in from the audience. They've said Fusilier or Will, who has RP received pronunciation. I assume it means better or proper. So we're going to do a test. Will and Fusilier. Frankly, I'm more curious and skeptical of the Australians than I am of anyone else. So we're going to do a little test. Both of you will say father and car. So William, go ahead.
Your father was driving a car.
Okay, Fusilier, say same thing.
My father had a car.
I'm confused because
It's the same picture.
same thing. All right.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
do realise though that I was born in London, so I am actually a Pom by birth.
Pommy bastard. All right, fair enough. Who knows? It's a British thing. All right, so I hope that answers your questions. No, they don't work for MI6. They thought you were way too sophisticated, and I thought that's impossible. Maybe Will. He sounds very posh.
Mossad.
MI7. It's a new thing. All right, Fusilier, are you going to join MI7?
You know, MI7 actually existed, and it was the military intelligence branch that helped downed airmen escape from Nazi-occupied Europe.
Get out. I actually thought MI7 was the British equivalent of Space Force. I guess I was wrong. Right?
Yeah, I have to tell you, if there are any SIS people on here, I do apologise, but my experience with spooks, and for those of you that worked with them, I mean, which was limited, I have to say, I don't want to claim any special knowledge here, but for the most part, most of their operations were not designed by James Bond, but by Johnny English. And it wasn't just ours; it was everybody else's as well. So I think if you've got that bent, I think they see themselves as James Bond, but actually appear far more like Johnny English.
Well, listen, John English was quite successful at theater. All right, theater.
I just think it's interesting that Yehuda immediately went to discussions of space. That would seem to indicate that he probably works for Mossad and the Jewish space laser program.
This is a given, William. I mean, it'll probably show up on Suleiman. And okay, hold on a second. Speaking of conspiracy theorists, I have to address one question. Is that RP enough for you too? God damn you. I'm just a colonial, frankly, and that's fine. I'll wear it.
You're
I
a
mean,
coke.
No, actually, Yehuda, you wear a dress.
yeah, it's called a kilt, sir. And no undergarments are required because it's 16 ounces of Shetland pony or something wool, which is not it's not your friend if you are a male. Anyway, tunnels under New York City. Jew apocalypse, apparently. People ask me, let's take a little segue, a mild segue. Has anyone, by show of hands, or not real hands, but your yellow to darker hand emoji, could you tell me, have you heard about Jewish tunnels in New York City? I'm just curious. I want to know. All right, we've got a light brown, we've got a yellow. That's a Barge and Marge Simpson hand. Can we get any hands up that show the Jewish tunnel? I actually saw a space. I was given a space. Someone said Jew tunnel. Jew tunnel. A little insulting, maybe. All right. So, what is it, you ask? Does anyone need me to explain what the so-called tunnel in New York City, which has now been extrapolated to mean a pedophile ring tunnel under a building, a synagogue? Because I'll answer it. I think it's important, perhaps not necessary, but important. Shall I, M?
By all means.
Okay. Here goes. So, for a couple of years, so the Jewish religion is a religion. There are adherents from all over the world. There are different groups that believe in different versions of Judaism, mostly all accepting common characteristics called, in the Jewish world, we say Shomer, Torah, Mitzvot, guardians or observers of the commandments of the Bible, the Hebrew Bible. But they vary because of tradition and inclination, etc., etc. And there is one group from the Hasidic world called Lubavitch. Lubavitch, or a Hasidic group that originated in a particular town. Would you believe it was called Lubavitch? That was the name of the town. And they migrated to the United States and they set up shop in the city of New York, the city that doesn't sleep, apparently. They're insomniacs or something. Anyway, so at 770 something or other street, the Lubavitch headquarters was established. It's a large building. Within the building, they created a synagogue and what we call a Beit Midrash, or a Beis Medrash, a study hall. And for many years, 50, 60, 70 years, it's been a center of learning. Now, recently, anti-Semites, racists, uneducated people, mouth breathers, troglodytes, whatever, have been posting on the internet for about 48 hours of a secret cabal, quote unquote, Jew tunnel network. It boggles my mind, because anyone with half a brain could see its video of a basement in New York City. Some of you may become acquainted with basements. There are subterranean places under the buildings in which they're made. Often buildings have what are called foundations, and within the foundation lay the basement, or lies the basement. So apparently the Chabad Lubavitch headquarters at 770 something or other street in New York, in Brooklyn or something, I don't know where it is. Please put it in the nest. Please do retweet this space. Put it in the purple pill at the bottom right corner. Ask the question. Who knows? Who cares? And this basement is connected loosely to one of the buildings adjacent. So the Chabad Lubavitch movement purchased buildings in and around its main building, which is normal. And some young bucks, young lads, visiting to go learn and study at the pinnacle of Chabad Lubavitch learning, apparently being bored, and 15 to 20-year-olds, they found a connecting tunnel that was built not 100 years ago, from one of the basements of one of the buildings in which they resided as students at a boarding school. And as boarding schools are wont to do, WONT, that's an English thing, and Fusilier and William will understand. So if you have an old Haggadah in the Hebrew, in the English language, you'll know what it means, as they're wont to do, as they want to do, or as they're likely to do. They decided, being bored young men, is to break a hole in a wall and or see some kind of tunnel, more of a Harry Potter-esque style, and they found some kind of empty shaft, probably dug 100+ years ago. And they decided to move along it, and they realized, wait a minute, this goes to the study hall of our great rabbinical leader, his house of study, his Beis Medrash. And so what they did was they got in by breaking maybe a wall of cinder block, and they got into it, and they moved across and realized that, oh my goodness, when our main study hall was closed, we could sneak into it and pray and study, maybe joke around and smoke, who knows, and they could break into it. Now, according to the Chabad Lubavitch headquarters, this has been an ongoing problem for several years. So their press release said extremists within the Chabad community, when they say extremists, I mean, young boys who don't follow the rules, maybe, difficult boys that should be at Aldershot, perhaps, right, Fusilier, for a bit of reckoning. They broke into the basement of the nearby building, both owned by the same establishment, and they were sneaking in at night and causing a ruckus. So, according to the Chabad Lubavitch movement, they became aware of this subterranean debacle or spectacle, and they informed the students that they shall not go into the complex underneath. So basically, they were connecting two basements in the city of New York to one basement to another through a subterranean passage that was built at least 70 years ago. I would say it's even older. And they said you can't keep going in. It's a violation of the building codes, and we can get in trouble. So stop it. So this apparently had been going on for a couple of years. The city was aware, and the Chabad. And I'm not a Chabad guy. I'm not a Lubavitcher. I'm not saying I'm not a big fan. I'm a fan, but I'm not a fan. And what ended up happening is they they were read the riot act and told you can't do it. The owners of the organization that owns the synagogue and the building contacted the city of New York and said, look, our students have found connecting passage underground between two adjacent properties that we own, but we understand that's not safe, so we're going to pay to seal it up with concrete. So 2 days ago or last night or the night before, they contacted, well, this was planned months in advance, so they contacted them and said we're going to seal the openings or seal that shaft with concrete. So they ordered the concrete, they paid for it, and they had the New York Police Department on standby. And as they were going to seal it, these hooligans, who by the admission or the comments of the owners of the building called extremist students, they rebelled and fought the police and the construction crews. As a result, the New York Police Department was invited in to the building by the owners, the organization that owns it, which is a religious organization, very much like a church or a convent. And they had to eject the rabble rousers. Again, they're called extremists by Chabad Lubavitch themselves. And they removed them. And in desperation or in a fit of fanatical rage, who knows really why? Like, why do you feel you need a secret passage to go to a place that you have to learn at? One of the strangest things about our people is apparently even the craziest among us fight to go to school, right? That's really what it is. Like, they're literally fighting to go to the place where they learn. Most people would run away from it. They wanted to run to it. So the Chabad Lubavitch movement authorized the New York Police Department to eject them, and that's exactly what they did. Now the videos came out, and all the racists and weirdos online have switched or flipped the script and said that in fact the police raided it because they found pedophile tunnels. My God, you can't make this stuff up. It's literally an issue of building code violations that the owners of the building, which is a school basically, called the city of New York and the New York City Police Department and said, look, we got a bunch of wackadoodles that are in school here. They've punched through a hole in the basement. They've connected to the other. It can't be safe. We can't guarantee their safety, and we're the principals here, so we don't want it. And they fought the police. They got arrested, and that's it. So to answer the question to those in the room, that is what happened. I will take questions from anyone. I've been called by about 50 people from around the world, Jewish, not Jewish. They're like, what happened? Nothing. What happened was literal young men between the ages of 13 and not even 20, 18. That's the age of that kollel. They wanted to be funny and do a Harry Potter. Oh my gosh, secret passageway. But under a building that's 100 years old, probably not the smartest thing to do. But I think Fusilier, that sounds like something a bunch of privates and corporals might do, given the right amount of alcohol. What do you think?
Well, maybe in Canada, I've never seen.
Sorry, I thought you called
never
me.
saw my
So I
Geordies.
apologize. Here, listen, I'll put my hand back up again. I thought you called.
Yeah, let's go Fusilier, then over to Irish name. We'll go
Yeah.
Fusilier first.
Yeah, I never saw my Geordies dig when they didn't have to. In fact, they did dig, but I never saw them digging tunnels under their barrack blocks.
That's true. All right, fair enough. Our friend Pedrag. Peter.
No, it's actually
Patrick?
Podrick. It's the Irish word for Patrick.
There you
Thank
go.
you very much. Thank you very much for having me on this group chat. and very interesting listening to some of the stuff, and particularly when you talked about MI5 and MI6 and the so-called MI7. You know, it's funny here. Somebody was joking with them and joking about them earlier and saying, "No, how pathetic they were."
So, Patrick, before
ahead.
you go there, I'm sorry. We're just trying to deal with the question of the Lubavitch
Yep.
Yeshiva. If you don't have a question about that,
I'm coming to that very quickly, Sriram.
Okay. Go ahead.
So yeah, but what I would say to you is that, you know, the MI5, MI6, the British government could not, you know, Ireland has 7 million people. The north of Ireland has 1.5 million people. They couldn't defeat the IRA in this land here, a minuscule army here. Never mind anything else. So, but to move on to what you were saying in terms of, you know, the tunnels, I followed it on the news, and I thought to myself, you know, the first thought came into me was, my word, after, you know, 9/11, surely the technology and everything else and the security, you know, would have seen this thing that was going on for weeks or months, whatever the case was. And if they didn't here, and the way the news is you know, progressing it is a sense that here this has been going on. So at Thursday, the people of New York are frightened of, like, my God, this could be an ISIS or, you know, whoever, you know, and that could be the Taliban. Could have these tunnels here, and that's how pathetic it is here. You know, in terms of, no, embarrassing would be for the establishment. You know, if these tunnels were available and accessible, you know, do you not think here that they would have?
Patrick,
Go ahead.
Patrick, let me ask you a question. Do you live in a house?
Yes.
Do you have a basement?
No.
Where are you? Ireland?
Belfast, yes, in Ireland. Yeah.
That's weird.
What's weird?
So is it only North? You don't have a basement?
What's weird? No, we don't have basements in Ireland. No.
That's crazy. So in Canada, everyone has a basement. All right. Imagine my neighbor whose house is only 2 meters from my house, and there was some kind of shaft between the two.
I can understand. I lived in Australia, but there was basements. I know.
They have basements there too.
No, I understand basements. I lived in countries here that have basements.
All right. Work with me here. So what I'm saying is, if a bunch of super bored boys, 100 of them, were able to find a crack in a wall that, oh my gosh, there's something on the other side, a void, an emptiness of sorts, they would bash through it and see where it goes. That's what children do, right? So I'm not sure that the whole worrying about, you know, 9/11 and secret terror tunnels, I would actually argue that most people don't look at Orthodox Jews and think, oh my God, are they tunneling under my house to plant a bomb? I could be wrong, and I have been wrong before. I got married. No, I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? So it's not what it seems, I'm afraid. Let's go to basic. And then we have new people up on the panel. We're going to switch over. Got Dr. Khan. Do you mind my Lubavitch escapade here?
Can I just make one point before I finish?
Well, may you or can you?
I'm asking you because you're the host here. You know, I have to ask permission.
Well, that's why I said may. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Listen, maybe your English is better than mine. My first language is Irish. My second language is English.
There you go. My first language is Italian.
Well, I know you are. You've got good English. But anyway, the point I was trying to make was that the first thought came into my head was, my word, is there tunnels under New York and are they easily accessible? You know, I'm sure. Let me finish my point.
I'm asking you, is that what you thought for real?
Of course. Because.
So you thought a bunch of Lubavitcher kids?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. But
what'd you think?
So my thought was, well, first of all, if these tunnels exist, right, and they were broken into today, yesterday, last week, whatever, by these bunch of kids here, that I thought to myself, I'm sure the ISIS or Taliban or, you know, whoever, you know, are must have been looking at this going, my word, we had to get planes, whether it happened or not here is another thing here. We had to get, let me finish my point. We had to get planes.
That's a big no. Did you say whether it happened or not? Are you talking about 9/11? Is that what you just said, whether it happened or not? Patrick, unmute your mic. I'm sorry.
Sorry, you muted me straight out here. You know.
Yeah. Did you say? What did you say? What did you mean? Let's go back and forth.
Okay.
Did you just say? 1 second,
go ahead.
Sir. Did you just say whether planes, if it happened or not? Are you referencing 9/11?
No, it actually happened. we witnessed it happening here. Who's responsible for it is a different thing. But what I'm saying to you is here, if
No, sir. Who's responsible for it is not a different thing. So please do me a favor. Are you suggesting that 9/11 was an inside job? Is that what you're suggesting?
No.
So who did it? Who did 9/11?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
but the
yeah,
point
well,
the
thank
point
you.
I'm trying to make here.
Yeah. What's the point you're trying to make? Oh, you're not on the panel anymore. Yeah. I don't
Is it all right if
know.
I just jump in quickly, Hood? I was just about to start.
I certainly do mind. Do mute your mic, sirs. I'm not going to play silly games. If I want to play silly games, I've got toddlers, and I can play silly games with them. Fusilier, what was I listening to? What was he saying?
You were
I'm
listening
just
to a
taking some bad.
fuckwit. You were listening to an utter fuckwit. I mean, if Patrick's first language is Gaelic and he lives in Belfast, he's going to have a pretty limited number of people he can actually speak to. You're dealing with a group of people who, I don't know if you know this story, Yehuda, but it's actually quite entertaining. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, the Provisional IRA decided to send some of its recruits to Libya to be trained by the PLO. And some of them became so enamored with the PLO that they decided to start an organization called the IPLO, the Irish Palestine Liberation Organization. And the PLO was so delighted by that they furnished them with lots and lots of weapons. And they returned back to Northern Ireland. And they kept getting messages from, Central Command of the PLO, from Fatah, saying, what are you doing? Where are your operations? And they said, oh, well, we're planning them. And Fatah said, well, we want to see some action. We want to see you killing Jews. And they came back and said, we've got a bit of a problem there. And the PLO said, no, we've given you all these weapons. You're the Irish PLO. What's going on? And they said, well, there aren't any Jews. We can't find any. And we're not dealing with the sharpest tools in the box here. So I think you're absolutely right. Conspiracy theorists, fuckwit, whatever term you want.
Should I ask him who did 9/11? Should I do that for the audience? I don't want to bore the audience, but I might.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be amusing. I mean, it'll put a.
Please ask him. I could use a laugh.
Oh Lord. Okay, let's bring up good old Paddy Mac. I don't know what that means. Paddy, you sound silly.
Well,
Let's
first
rock
of
and
all,
roll.
it's a wee bit derogatory. You call me Paddy here, and secondly, I don't know who
Isn't Paddy Patrick? Hold on a second. I'm from Canada. All my Irish friends, they call them Paddy. Is that a rude thing?
Well, it is rude. It is very rude actually here. And secondly, here, what's
Is it? No. Listen. Well, hold on a second there. Just chill out. If it's rude, I apologize. Where I come from, all my Canadian Irish friends, if their name is Patrick, they call themselves Paddy. Is that disrespectful? And if it is, I apologize. Please let me know. Unmute your mic.
I can unmute now here. And
yeah.
What's
is it rude?
Okay, I will answer you. Let me answer you.
Yeah, please.
It is quite rude actually here.
Tell me.
I'll tell you why here. It's like
tell me why.
Okay, first of all, it's like if every American came into Ireland and we just called him Yank. Hello, Yank. Hello, Yank. We didn't give him even if you told me your first name, you didn't tell me Yank. I lived in London.
Okay, but if his name was Yankel, let's say he's a Jewish guy from Brooklyn.
Well,
Yank. Does that make the same?
Okay. Listen, now, don't be patronizing. And it's funny.
Hold on. I'm literally telling you. I have like 4 friends whose names are Patrick. They're from the East Coast. They're Irish descent, and they call themselves Paddy. And I actually loved a television show called Sharp's Rifles. And there was a guy named Stephen Harper, and they called him Paddy. I'm not sure. I actually didn't know this. I'm not speaking out. I'm not joking with you. I'm just really curious. And if I'm wrong, I'll own it. But
okay, well, if I can talk here.
But I just don't want you to mischaracterize. I'm asking you to not
mischaracterize. I can explain.
Jesus Murphy. I hope I can say Jesus Murphy, because Murphy's an Irish name. But I'm saying that that I didn't know, and I didn't mean to insult you. So if you don't mind, why don't you lay off the accusations of bigotry, because I said it out of respect. So Patrick, and I can't pronounce Padraig, or I don't know what the accent on the A means, but anyway, listen, let's skip the names, okay?
Okay, let's skip names. But
Let's
let,
skip
let me
names.
let me tell you a funny story about that, if you don't
Tell
mind.
me.
Okay, because, and the reason why that I would be a bit sharpish with you and saying, my name is Podrick, like Podrick Harrington. I don't know why you know the golfer, Podrick Harrington.
And can you tell me why Fusilier says you're not from Belfast if you say you only speak Gaelic?
Oh, I had no idea. And everything he said there was absolute bullshit. The IPLO existed of about 40 people here who lasted for about 2 months. And they were breakaway from
But they did exist?
the NLA. So everything he said is
Did they
untrue.
exist?
I'm asking you that's maybe. Let me tell you, listen, I'm trying to make things light.
Okay, let's do
And
it.
I'll tell you this story. I worked in London. Okay.
That's in England, right?
Yes, exactly. That's the capital of England. So that's yes. So I worked in London on a building site in 1990, I think it was. And it was whenever you had signs on the wall saying no blacks, no Irish, no dogs. So English people didn't like the Irish, even though we built most of London. So I was walking across the building site yard carrying some brick, and an English guy shouted across, "Hey Paddy, what time is it?" And
How did he know? How did he know you were Irish?
And I he knew I was an Irish guy because it was maybe an Irish football top. And I reflected back to him. I says, "Here, how did you know my name was Irish?" And he says, "I guessed it." And I says, "Well, guess the fucking time, mate." And it was just funny because, yes, we did get called Paddies and Mix and Murs, just because we were Irish. And it was, and that's where the hump is up. When I said, my name is Podrick, give me my place here in that sense. And I see to go back to 9/11. I had no idea who'd done 9/11.
But how do you not have any idea? Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Osama bin Laden took responsibility for 9/11. He literally said we did it. How do you not have an idea?
Okay, so, well, now listen, it's only opinion. It's only opinion. And what you have to accept is you have to accept. You should be interested in people's opinions throughout the world rather than just your own.
I'm not always.
I believe.
Hold on, sir. Good God, sir. I know a man named David Icke who said the Jews are lizard people. I don't need to respect or be interested in his opinion, sir. So when you say silly things, I need to call it out. In my mind, I'm quite aware that a man named Osama bin Laden from the bin Laden construction family of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia said that he initiated, paid for, authorized, and executed the attack on New York on 9/11. So when you come up here, an unknown man to me named Padraig MacOid, and you tell me I don't know who did it, I think that either you're sheltered or maybe, just maybe, you're telling me porky. So what is it there, Patrick?
Well, I'm not saying who actually carried out the execution. And this conversation shouldn't be about 9/11, but I will finish my point if you don't mute me here.
No, I won't mute.
That is called
I'll only
censorship.
mute you.
It is called
I
censorship.
don't censorship. I'm not the bureau here. Relax.
You are. You cut me off. You cut me off every time I speak.
You said silly things.
Every time I say something before you listen to me, you
Patrick,
cut me off.
who brought up 9/11? Who brought up 9/11?
Me.
Thank you.
Me.
So don't accuse me of bringing it up. You brought it up.
I didn't say you brought it up. I just said, yeah, you shouldn't mute me.
You said we shouldn't be talking about 9/11.
No. I said we shouldn't continue talking about 9/11.
Why is that?
Because, well, first of all, it obviously upsets you and upsets other people. It's a sensitive point in conversation here. And me living thousands of miles away, I do not have the right here to discuss something that's very sensitive to people who live in America.
Imagine I said to you, Patrick, imagine I said to you,
go ahead,
that the Irish had a great time under English rule. There was no famine. They were just hungry people who ate too much. How silly would I sound to you?
Well, you wouldn't be silly at all because there was no famine. There was what we call there was a great hunger. There was food.
What? What's hunger mean?
Yeah, listen to me. Watch a film called Black 47, made in America. Made in America. Black 47. There was food in Ireland. The British removed the food. They removed every piece of food from Ireland apart from potatoes. They poisoned the potatoes because the potatoes was the poor man's food. And that's why 6 million people died. And that's why so many people left Ireland to go to foreign lands. And your country in America welcomed us in open arms. And we welcome that massively here. That's why you have so many Irish Americans to this day, living in the country and claiming Irishness in that sense here. So listen, I'm not going to argue with you.
No, me neither.
And I don't want to be touching on sensitive subjects here. And I know you're trying to touch on sensitive subjects.
I'm trying to get inside your head so the audience can hear what you're saying, right?
Okay.
Because you're saying things to me that make no sense, and
what have I said to you that makes no sense?
Then fine, it doesn't make sense. I should communicate better. Have you considered that option?
Tell me again that what does not make sense?
You just said to me that what I said doesn't make sense, and I said to you that your comments don't make sense to me. Now maybe sir, with respect,
go ahead.
I might not be the most sophisticated or intelligent person here, or it might be you. The debate is out, right? Jury's out, rather. But when you say things that beggar belief, I have to call you out on it and say what's going on, because there are 400 people and 4 of them that are listening. So Fusilier, I want him to respond to you, and if you want to do a tete-a-tete, that's French for head-to-head.
But you haven't asked me you haven't told me what I've upset you about.
You just said you don't know who did 9/11. Do you know who doesn't know who did 9/11? Do you know who those people are?
Let me finish that very quickly.
May you, sir, answer the question. Do you know who says they did not know who did 9/11? Do you want to know the person that says that? Because I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
Racist, white supremacist bigots, and Islamofascist terrorists from the Middle East. Are you either of those?
No, I'm left wing.
Right. So if you will indulge me, kind sir, as a Jew, in my experience of 46 years on this planet, a good portion of them serving my country, I have never met an individual who was unaware of who conducted the terrorist attacks on the United States of America on the 11th of September, 2001. But now I've met you. So can you understand why I find it incredibly offensive that you speak to me like a Johnny come lately? You're not sure, you're thinking about it. If I said to you, I'm unsure of why Ireland's development for 700 years was retarded, meaning slowed down, Latin word, I have no idea what's going on, you would think that either I'm uninformed, ill-informed, or a liar. Fusilier, help us make it make sense, and we're going to go back to Patrick for a response. Fusilier.
Okay, listen, I will be very quick because I know people want to get in and talk here.
No.
It will be as quick as I can.
Sir, I want to hear what you say, but let Fusilier, who's from your neighborhood, respond. Fusilier.
Yeah, so look, I've come across individuals like Patrick many, many times. What I find interesting, and you've effectively stated it. Why don't we ask Patrick whether he feels that October the 7th was an act of resistance, whether he supports Hamas and whether he supports Sinn Féin's support of Hamas and their cause. Because, whilst we can have a joke with Patrick and we can take we can laugh at his idiocy. There's a serious point here. Sinn Féin were the political wing of the Provisional IRA. They're likely to form the next Irish government. They've been making pronouncements. They were tied before the IRA was defeated. They were, the political wing of a militant terrorist organization that had strong ties with all Palestinian factions. And those ties remain, and they have been making some very strong points, effectively exonerating Hamas from anything that it did on October the 7th on the grounds that they were legitimate acts of resistance. So I'd really like to hear what Patrick has to say about that. You can put your thumbs down, Patrick, but I've come across fuckwits like you my entire career. And quite frankly, it gets to the point where I don't find it funny anymore. I just think you're a fucking turd.
Patrick, the turd. Go ahead. Allegedly. Go ahead.
I know, and these are conversation forums here, and when I speak here, I'm only speaking about what people's that I speak to as opinion here, and I think here it's only opinion. To go back to Fusilier, first of all, the British never defeated the IRA here. Secondly, here Sinn Féin is my party, is a party that I support, and it is a party that was first to come out in Ireland on the 7th of October and criticise what happened on the 7th of October and said it was barbaric. That was the words of Mary Lou McDonald, the Sinn Féin leader. So there's no getting away from here. You know, we are pro Hamas, whatever. We are pro supportive of, you know, the state that the poor Palestinians live in, the West Bank, and then Gaza. And we believe that there's an absolute genocide going on to steamroll, you know, the Palestinian people out to finish off the last two areas here, the West Bank and the poor Gaza people here that have been, you know, bombarded with bombs and everything else. We're opposed to that. We are in support of a ceasefire. We are in support of humanitarian acts. We are not pro Hamas. And again, Sinn Féin was the first party to come out and condemn the attacks on the 7th. So Fusilier,
first party in Ireland?
Fusilier, you look back in your records, and then you come back and you apologise to me here. Go back to Mary Lou McDonald here, statements on the 8th of October, and then come back and apologise, you know, and saying that there is not a pro relationship between Hamas
Fair
and
enough.
Sinn Féin.
Patrick, let me ask you a question. Do you condemn Hamas's genocidal attack on defenseless men, women, children, and elderly?
I condemn their attack. I don't think it was genocide.
What do you mean? Hold on a second. What do you mean it's not genocide? They attacked them because they thought they were all Jews.
I know, but look up the term genocide here. But what I will say to you is here that
I know the term Patrick.
What?
Patrick, if you want sympathy for your cause, you have to extend sympathy in the same vein. You have just ignored the murder of 1,200 Jewish men, women, and children, and in that number lay 100 Muslim Israelis.
Let me answer.
And you,
It's
no,
barbaric.
I'm not done.
Horrific.
I am not done the question, sir. You cannot sit there as a person who claims to support human rights, a free Irish republic, or humanity, and equivocate on the murder of people based on the attacker's perceived identity of those people. So if you want to be taken seriously, sir, you have to either admit that it was an act of genocide, or you might as well say that there's no cause for Sinn Féin and your confreres
Okay, let me
to
answer.
act the way they do. So please do us a favor.
Let me answer.
Please demonstrate that you are able to have compassion and integrity as a human being. Can you do that for us tonight?
I can do it. Of course I can. The act of Hamas on the 7th of October was barbaric. It was horrific. It was horrible. It was murder. It was mass murder. How strong of a language do you want me to use? I will choose my own language.
I'd like you to say genocide.
You want me to use words, and I will choose my own.
Jesus Christ, man! If I was a cantankerous, evil individual who attacked an Irish village or 5 and murdered them because they're Irish people, and I said I want to kill all the Gaelic Irish speakers and Irish people in these 5 towns, then if I did that, I should be guilty of genocide. Why can't you say the same? Is your hatred for Jews so great that you cannot afford us the same consideration you'd afford yourself? Patrick, last chance. Do please respond, and then we're going to move on.
That's me free of mute now. I will respond and listen to the words that I choose. Barbaric, horrific, horrible, murder, stinking, disgraceful. The most strongest words.
I want to hear genocide.
I can use.
If you can't say
you
it,
want to put the word into my mouth. Genocide.
I don't want to put it in your mouth.
But what I will say is here.
It's your salvation at stake.
But yeah, you have to listen. I can have my opinion here.
It's your salvation at stake, not mine. Can you not say the word genocide of Jews? If it's so, if it's an acrimonious comment or word to make for you, that's fine. Show the world your bigotry. It's your stage. Go ahead.
In the Second World War, there was a genocide of Jews. Absolutely. Yes, there was.
Okay. Thank you so much, Patrick. You're not bringing anything to the conversation. We're going to go to basic. And I'm sorry for that. We humored it too long. You made me bring him up, Fusilier. Shame on you. And Giacomo and Will. You're horrible people. Basic. Let's
Thank
go.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, I have no idea how to follow this, but other than going back to the tunnels, actually, is it okay, Yehud, if I just bring up something in regards? It's actually regards to Israel, and
Go ahead.
yeah, I don't know where to start. So, it's actually a question for both you, Yehuda, or anyone that's kind of in the realm of professionals. I wanted to get your opinion on just I guess Indian Navy now has sent out a fleet of like 10 warships towards the Red Sea, specifically combating the Houthi rebels. They sent in their naval commandos, Marcos. I mean, they sent in quite. I mean, it for the Indians. This is really, really impressive. I just wanted to get your guys' take on like what's the angle. I did know that the reason why they did it was because 15 of the crewmen of one of the hijacked ships were Indian citizens, and I guess 5 Israelis. But I mean, this is a pretty big involvement from them that we've never really seen before. I mean, they sent in a drone. They sent in multiple attack, aircraft. I mean, this is something that we've never seen the Indians do. So, does anyone have a take on that, or could speak on that with authority? That's from, I guess, a non-professional military aspect or other.
Yeah, Em, are you still there? All right, so we're going to get some other co-hosts up. I don't know who can answer that question. But tired here. All right. Go ahead, Yaron.
Well, I just wanted to go back to the tunnels. As just from and thank you, first of all, thank you for actually updating us. I was unaware of the nuances, and it actually you enlightened us on a lot of the details that I was unaware of. But I did hear about the story this morning across my feed. But as a person who used to live in New York, and at one point even worked construction, I can tell you all that there are some very interesting tunnels and basements throughout New York, Brooklyn, Long Island, Staten Island, and some that date all the way back to slavery, some that date back to the bootlegging age, and they're finding them all the time. And some people don't even know that they have these amazing tunnels down there. So it's kind of now that you told and filled in all of the a little bit more of what was going on, and I can now understand it, because earlier today when I read this, I was like, this is really weird, because I'm thinking of all the basements and tunnels that I've seen doing construction in New York, and now that you filled in the story, I'm like, now it makes more sense. So thank you very much.
Well, I'm glad, because there's a lot of misinformation out there, right? Because people think that the Jews built tunnels. There's one thing that we're not accused of doing.
I've heard of Jews in space.
Yeah, but there's one thing we're not accused of. It's manual labor. Frankly, I hate to say it. No, it's horrible. That's an anti-Semitic comment. I shouldn't say that. No, they're not building tunnels. I mean, there was videos of people walking downstairs to a basement. Extensive tunnel network. It's a basement, for God's sake. You think these 14-year-olds figured out how to lay concrete and build a friggin' basement? Like, what's wrong with you? It's a basement. It's a goddamn basement. It's a basement. And a bunch of kids punched a hole through like a 15-centimeter wall, less than that, and they found a shaft. And they went in there being dumb and realized it connected to the building adjacent. Wow, you figured us out. Anyway, very bizarre, very strange, and frankly, I'm not interested in having that discussion. All right, M, co-host, please remove M. He's fallen asleep. He's in the pyramid. He's laying down in a sarcophagus. I think he's right beside King Tut IV, and in between Nefertiti and Queen Hatshepsut. It's a female pharaoh. So he's gone for the night, down for the count. Good for him. Brian, welcome to the stage. Former CIA. Central Ice Cream Agency, knows everything about nuts for you and nuts for me. It's an actual ice cream, Ben and Jerry. It's their inclusive ice cream. Thanks, Brian.
I think it's with the Z. I think it's nuts.
It's with
the
the Z. It's with the Z,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah,
Z, because it's English, not American. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey. Not to belabor the point, but can I give the Irish gentleman some homework?
I don't know. May you?
May I? Yes. I can. Thank you, Dad. There is a 900-page report with about 2,000 footnotes by a
That's almost
bipartisan
1,000.
commission.
900 is almost that. Where is that from?
What?
Where is that? It said 900 is almost 1,000. Are you sitting on the fence going, who did it? Who done it? Like, I mean, I've never heard that before. Who did 9/11?
Well, obviously, this gentleman doesn't want to be informed of the truth, but if he does, we did a whole space on it, and there's a 900-page bipartisan report on it as well.
I think the reason why I'm making a joke about Brian, you may have had something to do with a certain report, and I think you should tell the audience, because I think that we've earned our accolades, and if our guests and friends and members should be able to share that. No.
Well, look, yeah, after 9/11, 2001, just as there will be in Israel sooner or later, there was a massive commission that was put together with the power to compel testimony and subpoena records. And the National Security Advisor testified under oath in front of the Senate for the first time in American history. And we turned over hundreds of presidential daily briefs. I was the White House representative to the 9/11 Commission. So part of my job was reviewing and turning over all the records from Clinton and Bush 43 about Al Qaeda and 9/11 and bin Laden. And on top of bin Laden publicly and repeatedly and vociferously confessing proudly to causing 9/11, there's this massive report. It actually won a bunch of awards. It's considered the gold standard in commissions in American history. And it most certainly did not implicate the Jews. They implicated bin Laden and the 18 people who did it and all of bin Laden's cronies.
So are you saying I can't take credit for it, Brian? Is that what you're really saying here?
Well, I didn't say Canadians were off the hook. That's a
Wow.
whole different story. I'm kidding, everyone. Kidding. That's a joke.
Yeah. Well, you got to be careful. They might parse it. All right.
As far as I know, the RCMP, who's a very nice fellow, was not involved.
Yeah. Well, we've been fighting Boris and Natasha with Rocky Bullwinkle for a long time, so I don't think you can.
That is fair.
You can't attack us. Speaking of Rocky and Bullwinkle, the American closest to Canada who prays every night and regrets he wasn't born a Canadian, Alan, the big Al Brewer. Welcome to the stage, Alan. He's from a country or a province of Canada that was occupied by the evil Americans called Maine. And as everyone knows, it rarely rains in the plains of Spain of Maine. Alan Brewer, welcome to the panel. Thank you so much for being here.
Boris is moose and squirrel.
Moose and squirrel. I like it very much, Alan. I want to give a shout out to near and far Celine Dion. We've got Will. We've got Giacomo, my least favorite Jewish person. Fusilier. Just kidding there.
Can I speak? Can I speak a second?
Can I speak a second? May you speak once I go through the audience here? Fusilier.
Yes,
one
but
second.
I don't have long. Sorry.
Okay, 1 second. We're gonna go to Fusilier. We're gonna go to Basic. Yaron. We've got Yossi, who's very Yofi Tofi. We're gonna go to Giacomo because he doesn't have long. Giacomo. I wish I'd love to say I want to hear what you have to say, but I don't. No, I'm just kidding. Giacomo.
I know. Thank you. And the good news is that I have to go back to work, so don't worry, you won't have to stand me for long. But the reason I wanted to speak is because those years, the training of the PLO, of the Irish IRA people in Libya, and the ties of the Irish and the PLO. I was living in England, and I was making frequent trips to Ireland. And also Belfast, Northern Ireland, female interest, you see, at the time. I shouldn't tell you more. But one thing I know, and it hasn't, the Irish cannot stand us. Most of them, they don't like Jews. I'm sorry to say. And it comes from the fact that...
a sweeping statement, I think, Giacomo.
Yes, it is a sweeping statement. It's my experience, nevertheless. And I don't want to enter into the details, why not, too much. But if you look today, you look at the Irish Republic, and many are complaining that it's very, very anti-Semitic. the only one in Europe. Why is that, my friends? Well, because those days they all mostly sympathized with the IRA and with Sinn Féin and so on and so forth. And they were enamored, like Fusilier said, literally enamored by the PLO. And they trained together, they killed together, they bombed together. Okay. And all these people now, the ones who survived, the ones who we think that they rehabilitated themselves, they are in government, they are industry captains, they are working in various factions of society and government and so on and so forth. It continues to this very day, my friends. So please don't teach me what the Irish
Thank you
are.
so
I
much.
know that all too well. I know that all too well. You can bullshit
No one's
everybody,
teaching
but
you.
you cannot
We
bullshit
can't
me.
teach you.
I know you all too well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Giacomo. Fusilier for a follow-up, and then we're going to go to Yossi.
I'll be really quick as well, Yehuda. Look, I just want to apologise to everybody. I lost my call there, but it's just simply that I've heard that sort of mealy-mouthed. I mean, IRA Sinn Féin invented gaslighting before it was called gaslighting. They followed the sort of Soviet playbook, and Brian can, go into detail with that. They were fellow travellers. They'll be mealy-mouthed about, the terrorist acts they carried out, about terrorist acts that their compadres in other originally Soviet-inspired groups carried out. There are people, some of them on this site, who are much better informed about the links between these organisations than I am. But listening to that sort of mealy-mouthed nonsense, I'm afraid, flicks my switch. So I have to apologise for my
You
language.
don't have to apologize. You said, I think you said.
I just wanted to go back. I just very quickly wanted to go back. I think it was Basic Ink asked about the Indian government. Look, my knowledge is only from Indian colleagues I've worked with and trained with over the years. But be under no illusions. And Brian, I think maybe you'll have a view on this. The Indian state, the Indian military is extremely professional. It might not be the most modern military in the world, although it is getting better. But in terms of its professionalism, it is excellent. And as their economy develops and as their military develops, my personal opinion is they are the perfect counterweight to the Chinese military build-up. But certainly it is a good sign to see India starting to exert its influence. It is the largest functioning democracy on the planet, and it is good to see it counterbalancing, in that region, starting to act as the regional power, if not the world power it should be. But they are a very professional military. They are yet to match that professionalism with state-of-the-art equipment. But as we've discussed before, in terms of Ukraine and other places, if one measures fighting power as the conceptual, the moral, and the physical, the moral always takes, and that's the human element, always takes priority. Good question.
Fair enough. Brian, would you?
Yeah,
like to
I
respond?
don't have a huge amount of expertise in the Indian Navy, but I would say I think they're seeing a little bit of a vacuum. I think this is overstated by some people that want to score points in the American election, but there is a little bit of a vacuum, I think, in leadership in that region. And I think more importantly, they want to be taken seriously on the world stage for having the capabilities that they do. And more power to them. From an American standpoint, as long as they don't align themselves with China, which seems highly unlikely, then more power to them. I will say something interesting. Just call this Brian's Book Review Corner. There is a novel called 2034 by a former NATO Supreme Commander and a ghostwriter. And it predicts a world war between the West and China in 2034. And interestingly enough, it's the newly revitalized Indian Navy that winds up in this fictional novel, keeping the previous Cold War powers from destroying the world. It's a pretty good read, too.
Without names, we'll never know. Thanks, Brian. All right, listen, Alan, it looks like I've run my course. What do you think?
Yehuda, you've never run your course.
Thank you. That's the right answer. Jeez Louise. Alan, why are you so good? You're just so good. I love it. All right. Listen, as always, when we wrap up our Middle East um, wrap up, our wrap up. God, I'm so ignorant. I think what's happened is we need to call out Russian disinformation, Kremlin talking points. It's like if you were to listen to us, you'd have to accept and believe and understand that all things lead not to Rome in this case, not to good food and wine and pasta, but rather to disinformation, evil, and genocide. That would be Moscow. All roads lead to Moscow here, right? So here we are discussing what seemingly may be the end of the world, but I don't believe that because I'm an optimist, frankly. However, we need to keep speaking truth to power. We need to keep sharing with our audience what's going on, right, Alan?
Always, Yehuda. And there's no one better at getting through Russian disinformation than you and M and so many others.
And you,
who are,
come on, Alan.
It's true, Yehuda.
You're a professional.
With us. No,
Alan, for those who don't know, Alan was made for this. I'm a Johnny come lately, even though my name's not Johnny. It could be because I'm coming lately. Alan, you got to listen to this guy. Follow Alan, frankly. One of the most stalwart allies in the fight for freedom. He doesn't have to be here. He doesn't even, and because of me, he doesn't even want to be here. But the reality is he is here because it's the right thing to do. We keep fighting disinformation. And you know what? We can all disagree on a lot of things. Alan thinks the moon is not real and made of Swiss cheese. And I accept it and I tolerate it because I like it. No, I'm just kidding. He doesn't think that. But there are some people that do. We're here fighting the good fight. It's not a joke as much as you know what they say, if you don't laugh you'll cry, so I'd rather laugh at my own horrible jokes. But Alan, you have been a great friend for 2 years. My God, I don't even think I like people for 2 years unless they're related to me. So you've passed the litmus test. Fusiliers close. William, you got a year and a half. Bottom line is that we need to keep fighting the fight here. And Brian, I barely like you. I'm just kidding. Year and a half for you too. We have to keep talking about it because this is World War III, frankly. The Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022 was the Russians saying, I don't think you're ready. I think that we could take you on. And in fact, we're like the bad guys on with The Walking Dead, and we're going to win. But this is where the survivors, the good people.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, they win. They're the good people. They're not the bad people. We need to keep speaking truth to power. If we don't, we risk and this is why people say, why do you do what you do? You're being paid by the Mossad. Oh, Jesus, Murphy, I wish the Mossad paid me. I wish I didn't have to look at my bank account every day or every week because I'm afraid. I do it because it's the right thing to do. I do it because I really believe that the future of our children is at stake. So we need to keep fighting the good fight. We need to keep sharing with the world. And we need to keep saying, look, no, enough's enough. We cannot keep providing succor to terrorists. We can't do it. It's just not going to work. We need to speak the truth. We need to yell it from our soapboxes, from the highest hilltops, the tallest mountains. We're winning that fight. We really are. Because MriyaReport has been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, going on 2 years. We've had news publications, people reach out and say, are you guys legit? Yeah, trust me, we're legit. We're here. We have volunteers at the ready coming through to speak truth to power. And I'm a very, very inconsequential, tiny cog in that wheel. People like Alan and sadly Will, who's from Australia originally. No, he's from America. I mean, we got Will, we got Alan, we got Chuck Farr, we got We got too many smart people here. I don't even know their names anymore. There are too many of them, and I like half of them. And they keep coming on every day in spite of me. Even Will. Will hates me. Alan tolerates me. It's a gong show. But we're here every day talking to people, sharing with people. We believe in the future of our children. I do this because of my kids. Certainly not my. If I could hand up my mother-in-law for the sake of peace, I'd do it in a heartbeat, literally, and it'd be an easy go. But we're doing it, all jokes aside, for our future. The dictator of Russia, Mr. Vladimir Putin, thought that he could roll over Ukraine. Who really cares about Ukraine, you might say, because it doesn't affect you. But guess what? It does affect you. Just like when the Americans said, it's not our fight in World War II. We'll sit it out until Japan bombed Pearl Harbor, until the bombs fell on American servicemen and women, and the whole world descended into chaos. Don't let it descend today. Help Ukraine. Help Israel. Fight terror, whatever its name is, whatever fancy title they dress it in. Forget the college students who dance around college campuses because they should be studying for their organic chemistry tests, but they're silly and unsophisticated and they're going to fail anyway. So let's go to a riot instead. Don't fall for it. Keep fighting. Fight the good fight. We are better than that. And frankly, we should not ever, ever condone terrorism, murder. We should never obfuscate the rape and the genital mutilation of hundreds and over 1,000, 1,200 Israelis, 600 of them women, raped, murdered. We shouldn't do that. We betray ourselves when we forget that. You might hate Israel, you might not like the government, that's fine. I'm not a big fan either. But I'm not a big fan of sexual violence, gender-based violence against women. It's a big thing for me. It should be a big thing for you. If you thought before you listened today that maybe the Hamas folks, they're on the side of right, they're just freedom fighters. They're not. They're genocidal mass murderers. We're better than that as a society. We can criticize the policies of the state of Israel and not support the rape of women. For the love of God, sort yourselves out. Give your heads a shake. Okay? Israel has the firepower to annihilate and decimate all of Gaza. They don't. They could have finished this off in a day. We need to support them, like, more importantly, we support Ukraine. Russia faces Ukraine. Russia is a supreme power, a shadow of a former superpower, and all they do is attack, murder, rape, commit genocide against Ukrainians. Thankfully, their disgusting terrorist soldiers cannot rape and murder Ukrainian women and children anymore because they're not there. But they still occupy parts of Ukraine. They still want to. And given the opportunity, they will. So whoever you believe in, whatever party you believe in, contact your congressman or woman, your state representative, your local priest, rabbi, sheikh, imam, priest, whatever, I don't care. Let them know you need to support Ukraine. They need to win. I personally believe the war in the Middle East will end once Russia loses in Ukraine because the impetus, the fuel to the fire is gone. So on that note, Alan, I'm sorry for pontificating. I do that occasionally. I've been accused of that. Alan, Brian, William, Will from Australia, Marcus, Basic, Yaron, Yossi, U.S. dead guy ambassador who's already dead. It's not really you. I get it. Maybe it's his grandson. No one knows. I'm going to get off the internet. And Alan, lots of hugs and kisses from Ukraine, said War Doggo once. And I bid you adieu. Alan, that's French. You would know that if your traitorous, treasonous little colony didn't leave the United States. Shame on you.
A bientôt, Yehuda. I'm
bientôt.
only here because of you.
You're only here because of Ukraine, brother. Love you.
I'm only here because of Ukraine, but I'm only here because somehow Yehuda convinced me.
Well, that's it. I'll take that. That's something I'll accept that one, brother. All right. A bientôt. Bonne nuit. Bonsoir. Buona serata. Buonanotte. Ciao. From the center of Canada, the best place in Canada, Toronto. Good night.
Good night, Yehuda. From the center where the center holds, because the center must hold. In just 10 minutes' time, Chuck Farrer will join us for Tuesday night bullet points here on MriyaReport. I'll get some maps up in the nest, some articles up in the nest, change the title. But meanwhile, take the last couple of hands. And I am not the kind of expert on the Middle East that Yehuda and M are. So I'll try to take your questions, beginning with Yossi and then with Basic. Yossi.
So I was actually just jumping in to talk about the tunnels in the Chabad center. So I'm actually a Chabadnik, so like that's my movement, and I just wanted to shed a tiny bit of light on it. I don't think it's worth focusing on really. In fact, I heard about it like a week and a half ago, and it didn't surprise me at all, to be honest. I was just like, oh yeah, like when you know what's like the reality on the ground, so to speak, is like it didn't shock me in the slightest. Basically, it's the way it started was actually COVID time. These guys that come from overseas to spend a year in the headquarters of their movement, and when COVID hit, the place got shut down. So obviously they were, teenagers, like 18-year-olds to 22-year-olds or whatever around there. They were obviously feeling frustrated and feeling they're going to do something about it. So they found a way in, and that's really all it is to it. And then it turned into sort of like a bit of a hangout, and they're just, that's pretty much it, to be honest. So if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But to suggest it's connected to anything larger is comical to me. And in fact, it actually points out how comical the whole false news is, because knowing this case quite well, it's so clear how silly it is, and to try and use that as a anti-Israel narrative is just, as I said, comical.
Well, it sounds comical to me. I don't know a lot about these tunnels, not a spelunker. A Basic, go ahead.
Yeah, in regards for, I guess, referring to the tunnels, by the way, Alan, thank you for hosting. You're an amazing host. You are professional. MriyaReport is really lucky to have you. Just your work. I know like what you do, and I really respect that. So I just want to kind of repeat what Huda was saying, because Alan, you deserve praise, man. Once in a while,
Is this a
you're dedicated. But anyway, going back to Yossi, yeah, it's kind of crazy. I don't know why tunnels are such a hot thing, with especially, whether it's Gaza, whether now it's New York or NAFO. NAFO fellows get the reference for tunnels. But yeah, it's kind of weird because I remember so many critics of, the IDF in regards for, I guess, the Gaza Strip, that there weren't these tunnels, or they weren't these, these underground, terrorist tunnel networks. And then, all of a sudden we start seeing video evidence of it, and it's clear that there were, and the IDF's taking care of that. And it's hypocrisy to me, because I see the conspiracy theorists from the other side, where if it's pro-Israel, it can't be true, right? If it supports their argument and if it's actually true. But if it's somehow this crazy network of pedophiles and a cabal, oh, it's definitely the Jews. I just see it. It's so clearly anti-Semitic and untrue, but everyone jumps on it because it's somehow anti-Israel, which is the hot thing now. Which, by the way, I don't agree with. I don't, I think that's all crazy, and it's a conspiracy theory, and I actually definitely stand with Israel. But I do see the hypocrisy, Yossi, of what Jews have to deal with, and it's ridiculous. Speaking as a non-Jew myself. So, anyways, just wanted to refer that back to you.
Yeah, thanks. No, like as I said, they do their own work for us. Like arguing against this is futile because they make themselves sound so foolish that you don't actually have to invest any energy into it whatsoever. They just, the reality is so far from where they stand that it's hard to even connect the dots for them, and they make themselves look stupid on a daily basis, and we embrace that.
Indeed, we do. The stupidity of a lot of disinformation is what unmasks it and makes it easy for us to further unmask and to express the truth, to get to the facts, to arrive at some clarity. Nancy, welcome up. You know what, Nancy? I'm going to leave it to you to change the title in the nest. What do you think about that?
That sounds fair. I can do.
And then Nancy and I will carry on in the next few hours with Chuck Farrer for Tuesday night bullet points here on MriyaReport. We have a lot to look at. We have maps, of course, from Kupiansk, from Avdiivka. We will take a look at Kherson and the south bank of the Dnipro. But we're also going to take a look at air defense needs of Ukraine. We will look at Russian tactics in their latest missile barrages against Ukraine. And we're going to talk a little bit about the 35,000 Rosguardia troops that Russia has deployed to occupied Ukraine. For what reason? We are going to examine that. Maybe they're worried about Ukrainian partisans in occupied Ukraine. We'll find out. We'll talk to Chuck about that. First to Marcus, then to Will, and then Chuck will be with us in a few minutes' time. Marcus.
Thanks, Alan. I just wanted to say you've lived an incredible life, and I think you're really cool, and I like your picture in Greece or Rome or Italy of some sort. I like your classic picture there, classical.
I'm not dead yet, Marcus.
Okay, sorry.
Save it.
Okay, sorry. Okay. I'm with Basic. I do think that Taylor Swift is really cool. And obviously, it is, we live in a crazy world where Jews have to justify everything they do at a level no one else does. And even when they do that, there's still like 1,000 bigots lining up to say dumb shit. And it's really, really sad. Really, all we can do is teach our children not to be that person. And if we all teach our kids not to be that person, then the next generation won't be bigots, right? So I'm sorry to my Jewish brothers and sisters. I'm not a Jew, but I would have, been happy to be one, just difference of birth. So yeah. Also, we heard earlier, Alan, that Brian, the speaker, did 9/11 testimony. And very cool. Very cool. Yeah. I hope no one cut off.
Marcus, you have to be a little bit more clear about that. He didn't do 9/11. Others committed that terrible crime.
Yeah, he did testimony. Yeah, he was involved in the collation of the report and the testimony. Yeah, I can confirm it wasn't him. It was a guy named Osama who's surprisingly tall.
Oh, there you go.
And one thing I'll chime in on there, Marcus, is unfortunately anti-Semitism, racism, bigotry is something that can improve in a generation, and we definitely need to teach our kids. But it is something that needs to be watched for and fought against for generations, just like the fight for democracy has to continue for generations. We can never take it for granted. And the fight against racism and bigotry and anti-Semitism is exactly the same way. I wish it were as simple as teaching one gen of kids and then boom, we're done. But constant vigilance is required.
I couldn't agree more.
and I agree with you, of course, Nancy. No one is born into this world hating any other human being. Every person who hates is taught to hate. And every person who understands what it means to love is taught to love. Every person who understands what it means to accept what tolerance is about and how important it is to see what we all share in common. Those are all teaching moments that parents and grandparents, teachers, friends, just people who know better can teach the next generation. It's worth doing. It is worth seeing the reward as you go through life.
And I will just, sorry, Alan, I will just add to that too. On Friday nights, we have been doing an Understanding Genocide in Ukraine session. And I think it was our second week that we had a genocide expert from Ukraine. She's actually Canadian Ukrainian, but she's working in Ukraine. We had her as a guest speaker. And one of the questions that we had for her is, what can we as individual people do to make a difference? And her answer was, be kind, because that is the foundation where everything else grows from. And that is the key foundation we've got to instill in our children, our family, our friends, and as many people as possible.
I heard Yehuda say it first. In a world where you can be anything, be kind. Will, welcome. Go ahead.
Good morning, Alan. Just a little observation after listening while I was on leave, and then this morning in particular, and Marcus gave us an excellent example right there. That Brian Cunningham did 9/11 testimony. You would be. I am amazed at how much there is parsing out and sampling and bad faith arguments and things. What this is a sign to me, Alan and Nancy, as we move closer and closer to a milestone in victory, right? The National Defense Authorization Act was passed before Christmas. Now the continuing resolution is going to get passed to fund that act so that things can finally get moving, and the supplemental funding is likely to hit the floor relatively soon, and it's doing. Alan, you would remember what those bills often do when they hit the floor of the House. They actually go up, not down. So everybody's district, they've all got to get their stuff built in their district so the thing will go up. So we're relatively close to. I don't want to be too optimistic because I get accused of that. Woo! But we're relatively close to a victory here. We're relatively close to breaking the log jam in Europe with Orban. And as we get closer to fixing the fundamental things that we're arguing with amongst ourselves in liberal democracies, the level of disinformation and non-genuine actors, and I mean the pros are coming out of the woodwork, Alan. We've had people in the space that really did the slow burn up to their bad faith arguments, and I just wanted to make everybody aware that I'm observing that that's happening. Real pros like Brian Cunningham, who definitely did do 9/11 testimony. Those guys will I'm sure agree. The misinformation, disinformation, the 5 pillars are functioning overtime right now because essentially it's all they've got, and they're working with all their actors, everyone. Hamas, North Korea, China, Russia, they're all pumping it up a couple of notches, because if they don't win this fight, to cut off support for Ukraine, they'll be done everywhere. That's my prediction. Thanks.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Sorry, Will, I've got to agree with you completely on the crap that is coming out of the woodwork and from all places. I know that a few weeks ago I had seen a retweet of one of our Understanding Genocide sessions, and the implication from the person who reposted it was that we were effectively being war tourists and voyeuristic because we're trying to teach people about the Genocide Convention and demonstrate and explain reports that are provided to international organizations and prepared by international organizations and scholars. You know, timely data and critical information was being castigated as voyeurism effectively, and it's just
That's exactly
absolutely amazing what people will come up with, and
that's
we've just got to
exactly
fight
the
through it.
that's exactly the example I was one of the examples I was referring to, and I'll note that that stuff doesn't get up in the nest, but regularly we're now getting responses to the space and things down in the purple pill comments, which are exactly that. Take things out of context, make bad samples, all that sort of stuff. That's exactly what I was talking about.
Well, Will, talk to me on Friday about whether or not there's going to be a deal in the U.S. Congress that finally gives all the aid to Ukraine in the supplemental appropriations bill that we know Ukraine urgently needs. I don't see it happening. I don't see supplemental appropriations for Ukraine happening this week or even next week. I see another, I don't know what to call it. It's a word that begins with cluster. It doesn't end with munitions. Ukraine also needs cluster munitions, but that's not what we're going to see on the floor of the House this week and next week. But I'm a pessimist. I'm becoming more and more of a pessimist. I rely on Chuck Ferrer to save me from my pessimism, and he's going to have one tough job doing that tonight. Chuck, welcome.
Good to hear you, Alan. And you know what? I am optimistic because when there's something in it for somebody, people will do it. So, we're entering that time where the bills come to the floor, and just as Will said, what's in it for my district? What's in it for me? And there will be hundreds, if not 1,000, ridiculous riders that are attached to this bill, but I'm willing to pay the freight. Ukraine needs what it needs, and but remember these particular bozos in Washington. If you don't like someone in the House, folks, you've got 24 months to send them packing. And in fact, the way the elections are staggered, most of these guys have only got 12 months hanging out. Remind them that they can go back to running the slushy machine in Bodunk, Mississippi, which, by the way, kind of where I hang out. But send those rascals packing. This was their chance to stand up and do the business of the nation. Way, way above their pay grade, right? Geopolitical importance. This is what they did with it. They finally got their number called in the huddle. They went out for a pass, and they kept running out of the stadium and went on winter vacation. So just remember it. But we are here, Alan, and we fight the good fight. We are in the information warfare fight. And as Will was saying, look, they are getting more and more sophisticated. And I've got a good bit of advice for everybody. You get a clown in your timeline and they're saying the most ridiculous things. I generally draw the line at when they threaten to. One guy put me in a basement and torture me, and I was thinking, in your dreams, pal. But you don't do that to me unless I'm paying for it.
Threatens a real Navy SEAL on the internet with that.
Well, everyone could threaten me on the internet. It's great. Most people would be very polite to me in public, but always look if these guys have got like one billionth of your number of followers. I mean, even if you've got 20 followers, if this guy has one, don't give him a hand up, right? Do what I do. If a chihuahua relieves itself in your front lawn, it doesn't bother me. Just put them on mute. If they come back, block them. That's it. Because we've had other people on the show here, and they have been very patient, and they get into the conversational loop. They appear to be rational, and they turn this slow argument, and pretty soon they have blurted out their talking points. Sometimes it's taken people weeks to do that. It shows you. Think of the effort that takes for a bad actor and their organization to do that to us. It takes a long time. Why would they do it? Because we're effective. And by we, I mean everybody listening. All of us here together on both sides of the microphone. That's what we're doing to them. Don't forget that we are a stone in their shoe. They're not digging it. And they are fighting this battle, wedging themselves into American politics because they know, if just as was just said, they get their butt kicked in Ukraine and their whole expansive model of tyranny is going to fall apart, Alan.
Well, it sure is going to fall apart. I'm going to say two things. The first thing is silly. The second thing is a way to get bullet points going. If someone says to me that they're going to take me into a cellar and torture me, my first question is it a beer cellar? And if the answer is yes, I'm going to say, okay, let's go. You're buying, right?
Yeah. Listen, this particular guy, and I'm not going to even do him a favor by saying his name, but he was eventually arrested by the SBU, and Lord knows where he is right now. But I think that what he was promising to do to me is probably being done to him, which is karma. But I also save the emails, bud. So good luck to you.
And it probably ain't a beer cellar. So, Chuck, it strikes me that we could actually do every single bullet points just by running down a list of what Ukraine needs to defeat Russia. And that's why I put the first tweet up in the nest. Chuck, it's your article that's appeared or appearing in the Kyiv Post. Take back the sky. One thing Ukraine needs still, here 690 odd days into this war, is more air defense. So I have to confess, I haven't had time to read this article yet, but I have a notion about Russian tactics with their latest missile and Shahed drone barrages across Ukraine. Is Russia looking for the seams between Ukrainian air defense? And are they finding those seams?
They really are. This article that I just got into the Kyiv Post, it started out, this was the article I promised last week. It turned into this 2,500 word essay about air defense, how it works, how it is sort of the linchpin of even offensive ground operations. And where it wound up in the Kyiv Post, look, you got 500 words. You've got to get to the point. And I'm a novelist. I'm a screenwriter. No one has ever paid me to get to the point. So a lot had to come out of that article. But when you're editing, we call it drowning your puppies is what I call that. You get these beautiful sentences, these metaphors, these great paragraphs, and they got to come out because you got to get to the point. One of the paragraphs in there that is no more, it described the air defense situation as, imagine two opponents sitting at a very large chessboard, and you've got pieces that you, of course, can maneuver on the chessboard, and they move the way chessmen move, and you want to knock off as many other of your opponent's chess players as possible and maneuver them into checkmate. But in our special game here, you not only get to move your pieces, you get a pea shooter. And what you can do is move pieces, but you can also use your pea shooter to shoot beans at the other guy's chess pieces. Well, he gets air defense, and that amounts to a series of sort of large bowls, small bowls, glasses, and even shot glasses that you can put over your pieces. If you've got a Patriot system, you've got a big bowl, right? You can put that over a whole section of the chessboard. If you've got like a Gepard, which is a radar-guided automatic cannon, you've got a shot glass, and you can put that over a pawn, a point target. If you've got one of the 25,000 Stinger missiles that are in Ukraine, you've got a shot glass, and you put that over a squad of infantry. And Stingers are great, but they were never intended to be a substitute for an integrated, large-scale, dynamic air defense system, which is what Ukraine desperately needs. So the Patriot system is going to be the tentpole. It's going to be the keystone. It is the one thing that is going to be able to defend all of Ukraine. But what Ukraine has to do, it only has a few of those systems. It doesn't have an unlimited supply of Patriot missiles. So it needs to use its other air defense assets. For example, the NASAM system, which is a Norwegian national standard. It uses AMRAAM air-to-air missiles. So the same missile that Goose and Maverick used to rule the sky gets fired out of a ground launcher and goes and finds bad guy airplanes. Then there's the Iris-T. Like the NASAMs, it comes out of the box ready to network, right? It plays best with 4, 5, or 6 other Iris-T batteries and launchers. It can be controlled by a control vehicle that's 20 kilometers away from the launch point. So you can move these systems around, which you want to do, because a patient and far-reaching enemy is looking for your air defense systems. One of the things that's going on here is that Ukraine does not have enough air defense. And so it has to prioritize what it defends. And as we saw yesterday with another massive onslaught of Russian missiles of all types, cruise missiles, Kenzal, aeroballistic missiles, Iskander ballistic missiles, S-300 anti-aircraft missiles, which are half the size of a bus that they just squirt at Ukrainian cities. Ukraine has had to decide who it's going to defend. Its frontline soldiers or its civilians. And for the most part, Ukraine has said, we're going to defend the civilians. And the point that are made trying to make in the Kyiv Post article is, without air defense, without frontline mobile air defense, there can be no maneuver warfare, right? Unless you've got mobile air defense systems, precisely like the Gepard, right? That tracked Terminator 225 millimeter autocannons, radar guided. You can throw a switch in a Gepard and make it shoot anti-armor shells. So this thing is absolutely designed to be on the front lines and defend itself against enemy tanks. But almost every one of those Gepards is on a street corner in a Ukrainian city as a last-ditch weapon, and a pretty good weapon, against shaheeds. So the point made in the article is, a lot of people, and certainly our detractors, and certainly the Putin stooge, witting and unwitting information warriors that are allied against us. What the hell has Ukraine done with all this military aid that the United States has given? Right? Well, I can tell you right now, Ukraine's ability to wage offensive, combined arms, ground maneuver warfare has been impinged by that lack of frontline air defense. And there is only one nation that can remedy that deficiency, Alan, and we all know who it is. Furthermore, we know the 300 clowns that are in the way of history and in the way of Ukraine's ground warfare capabilities. We need to get on those congressmen and give Ukraine the defensive net weapons it needs to wage offensive warfare.
Yeah, it's the United States. Let's not make any bones about it. It's the United States that can provide air defense to Ukraine in the quantity needed. It can do it in any number of ways by sending Ukraine air defense systems that we have here in storage, or it could lean on some allies like Spain. Spain has Patriot systems. Not sure exactly why they need them, but maybe we'll find out in the next 100 years. I can tell you in the next 100 hours, we will find out why Ukraine needs additional Patriot air defense systems. So, Chuck, what strikes me also as interesting about how Ukraine has used the Patriot systems, they've carved one out from time to time in order to take out Russian jet fighters over the Black Sea, and to take out, I guess, a couple of Russian jet fighters a while back inside Russia. In other words, if Ukraine had Patriot systems to spare, there would be no airspace safe for any Russian jet fighter or bomber.
That is it, essentially, in a nutshell. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but not really. If there were a network of, let's say, 15 Patriot batteries in Ukraine, the Russian Air Force would make like zero contribution to this war, with the exception of flying Tu-95 strategic bombers over the Caspian Sea. And you break out your globe and you can see how far away that is, and firing their missiles from there, which is essentially what the Tu-95s are doing right now. Anyway, but those aerial ambushes that we have seen a couple of times, they involve all sorts of skullduggery and deception and covered movement and in placing sensors and not activating them and hiding launchers and a great deal of electronic intelligence that can tell Ukraine when Russia is sortieing these aircraft, what their likely targets are going to be, what their weapons loadout is, what their flight areas are, where their staging points are. And basically, in every one of these cases, there's been 3 or 4 of these aerial ambushes. They have lulled the Russians into a sense of operational security. They're carrying out their raids by rote. Ukraine watching their operations very carefully, discerning the patterns, looking for places where Russia is going to, do things like in a predictable manner. And Ukraine really rolling the dice because you expose these patriots, very valuable assets during their movement, during their setup, turning those sensors on, launching those missiles. You have to time everything because once you squirt one of those missiles, the Russians know it. You don't want to catch them ready for this. You don't want to be on the receiving end of a Russian radar guided missile. You want to preserve the Patriot, you know, and a weapon system like that is so important. It almost becomes, in the Navy, we always say the fleet in being. So preserving the weapon, even if you have to avoid combat with it, to maintain that capability is often more important than actually getting the kill. If there were more of these, look, it would be one of those necessary preconditions, because we talked about no air defense, no offensive, and it's even more complex than that. Ukraine has no place, almost no place contiguous to its battle lines where it has anything like air superiority. Nowhere. It doesn't really have air-to-air parity anywhere. So Russia controls almost all the airspace over its occupied territories, right? That's bad guy country. At the zero line, we're just talking about that as well. There are some strong positions for Ukrainian air defense, but these are isolated, right? And it is not the whole line of contact. Make the point in the article in the Kyiv Post as well. The United States Army could not operate under those conditions. It couldn't do it, right? You send the 82nd Airborne, the 101st, the Big Red One, the 7th Cavalry. You send them all in there. They couldn't get the job done. They couldn't fly their helicopters. They couldn't move their logistics networks. Their infantry would be unsupported. Their armor would be at risk. Everything. So we place these we are made, and there are people in the information space convincing you of this, or even just tainting the argument. Well, what's Ukraine done with everything we've given to them? Well, they need some key important things. And this Kyiv Post article is going to be one of the first of about 5. I want to go through all of the tools that Ukraine needs to do this job. Air defense just being one of them. Then there is armor, then there is artillery, then there is electronic warfare, then there is all of the support components, combat engineering, mine clearing, river crossing, special operations forces, air mobility, meaning helicopters. There's so much that it needs. And I want to just also say this. Ukraine has done so much with the little we have given it. It has done so much. And what was accomplished in 2023 was it has now forced Russia into offensive impotence, right? Look at what Russia is trying to do around Avdiivka. They've lost tens of thousands of people, thousands of vehicles. They haven't taken Avdiivka. They haven't moved out of Bakhmut. They haven't closed off the Orhiv salient. They have not pushed the Ukrainians off the south bank of the Dnipro around Kherson. Ukraine has pushed the Russians into futility, and they're not going to get any better, right? There isn't going to be a Valentine's Day offensive launched by the Russians because they can't do it, even though they have air superiority, even though they have artillery superiority. They have superior forces at every single point of contact. They have air defense dominance and air superiority, air-to-air air superiority. What have they done? Nothing, Alan, because the Ukrainians are kicking their butts.
Every single day. I want to point out, by the way, that not one Patriot air defense system has been destroyed or damaged by the Russians. Ukraine might have 3. They might have 4. We don't know exactly how many Patriot systems Ukraine has. We only know they need more and more and more. But one thing worries me, Chuck. The massive missile barrages that Russia has launched against Ukraine could, it seems to me, exhaust Ukraine's supply of Patriot missiles and of air defense munitions. Is this what Russia is trying to do?
There's no question that that's what it's trying to do. There's also, it's too bad we don't have this information. But you could take, for example, yesterday's missile barrages, and I think I can get people to sort of envision what a tactical air operations center would look like. You've got a map of Ukraine, and all of a sudden okay, so imagine it this way. There's this map of Ukraine. You're a Ukrainian commander, and around the map, you see some of those little bowls, shot glasses, mushroom-shaped symbology dotted around your map. And these are the air defense weapons envelopes of these various systems. Remember, I talked about some of them are the size of a shot glass. Some of them are the size of a soup bowl. Some of them are cylinders, like the Patriot. They go all the way up into the, to 200,000 feet. So Russia will launch its attacks, and there'll be these little red dotted lines coming in. You will be able to discern on your map what sort of weapons these are. This can be told by their flight characteristics, how high they're flying, how fast they're flying, whether or not they change course, and some of the more sophisticated Russian missiles can do that. You've got a Russian cruise missile coming in at high transonic speed, almost, but not quite the speed of sound, and you see it maneuvering around your soup bowls and your mushrooms and your shot glasses, because the Russians have discerned where some of these weapons envelopes are, and they are routing their cruise missiles around them. Other things you will see are dotted lines that go up in a big parabola, and they are coming down on targets unknown. But as you see this thing make its turn at the top and start coming down, you have a projected radius of impact. And you're looking at your assets in this ever narrowing circle where this missile is going. In our last couple of attacks, there have been Korean KN-23 and KN-25 missiles fired. They're aiming at Ukrainian cities, right? One more point of outrage I'd like you to all sort of chew on. There are North Korean soldiers firing those missiles, right? Putin traded technology for these missiles. These Korean missile launchers came with North Korean crews. They are in combat against Ukraine. Now, let's stick with the Korean ballistic missiles for a second. They've got a circular error probable, CEP, of about 100 or 200 meters, meaning they fire this thing from about 280 miles away, and it will hit in the space of about 2 football fields, right? That's the radius that they'll come in. Pretty kind of a big area. So you're looking at an area target. If you concerned yourself as a North Korean that you want to fire at Ukrainian military targets, well, they're hard to find. If you've got that much of a circular error, you'd need a big facility, a fuel farm, some sort of giant ammunition manufacturing area, something like that. But since you're in the business of killing Ukrainian civilians, the center of Kyiv will do. That's fine. That's where we're going to aim. What's happening is Russians will direct missiles onto certain courses so that they will overwhelm certain air defense systems, right? So electronic intelligence, signals intelligence, Russia has a pretty good idea of where the sensors are, what kind of radars they are, what sort of air defense systems they are associated with, what are the missile capabilities of that system, how many missiles are in a battery. They keep score, how many have been fired in the last 24 hours. Does it look like logistically this battery's been resupplied? Was it moved? So they're trying to overwhelm the air defense in certain areas. And by that mechanism, they get through to their primary targets. On a given night, Ukraine will intercept about 70% of all incoming threats. But the 30% that get through, they're being aimed at hospitals, apartment buildings, the centers of cities. So even if there are systems, certain weapons platforms, for example, the Shaheed, which basically gets slayed, they're still sucking up air defense capability. And interestingly enough, it's the Gepard who is the prisoner of its own success, because this thing knocks down just about every single Shaheed that comes into its weapon envelope. And therefore, this frontline system designed to protect grunts at the front is now way in the rear playing goalie against sleeping Ukrainian children. And what's happening now, unfortunately, we are seeing that those Ukrainian commanders have got to make some really tough decisions. And that is because of a limited number of missiles, limited capacity. They have to let some of those things go. And by that, I mean, they have to sustain some hits. And when the enemy, your opponent, is deliberately aiming at your civilians, that's got to be the toughest decision that anyone could imagine, Alan.
It's an unbelievably tough decision, Chuck. You know, we're going to keep talking about air defense here for a little while. We want to talk about Hawk systems next. I dissed Spain a little bit. They have Patriot systems. They're sending Hawk systems, but Hawk systems also make a difference. I want to remind everyone, especially American listeners who might be watching, what Congress is doing and whether or not the United States will keep its promise to send everything Ukraine needs to defend itself. Ukraine is David with a slingshot. It needs stones for that slingshot, and we're only sending pebbles. It needs stones. There are plenty of stones to send.
I'm sorry, Alan. Please go ahead.
No, Chuck, go ahead.
Well, in particular, with the Hawk missile, it had a really long service life, almost 40 years. And like the B-52, it lasted that long because it was really good at its job. I mean, it finally got kind of long in the tooth, but it was upgraded constantly during that period. Here's a little nugget to drop on your congressperson. There were more than 40,000 Hawk missiles produced, and the United States fired 0, none, not one in combat. Not one. So there are tens of thousands of Hawk missiles in storage. Are they the latest and greatest? No way. Would you want to fly your first aviation strike mission against 5 hidden Hawk missile batteries, no, you still wouldn't want to do that. The great thing about those Hawk missile batteries are they're small. If you got a big garage, you could put one battery in there. They're highly mobile, right? And they still get the job done. And there are thousands of launch systems, related components, the generators, the trailers, the antennas, the transmitters, the radar system, everything. They're ready to go, Alan. And it's going to be no skin off the United States' nose if we take some of those things that we're going to wind up parked in front of a VFW in New Hampshire. Let's put them in the fight in Ukraine.
And those Hawk systems are frontline systems. We'll come back to the Hawk systems. We'll keep talking a little bit about air defense. Then we're going to go down the list of what Ukraine needs, what Ukraine urgently needs. Next on my list, we're going to look at artillery munitions. By the way, Chuck, I think your idea for this series in the Kyiv Post, going article by article by article, down this list of what Ukraine needs to be victorious, is a great idea. You must have a good editor. Ruth.
I do have a great editor. I'm getting an eye rolled at me right now.
Bruce and then Beneficial, please. Bruce.
Yes. Well, I'm talking when we're talking about air defense. I'm pretty sure that when the F-16s arrive, we're not going to see much of them. They're going to be the airborne raiders for the air defense systems.
Bruce, I'm having a little trouble making out your audio. Nancy, are you having the same trouble?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Let's try
So
this. Is this
Ruth,
better? Is this better?
oh my God, it's
Much better.
It's much better.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that when the F-16s arrive, if they haven't already, we're not going to see much of them because they're going to be used as airborne raiders for the air defense systems. Finally getting raiders that can move around and at a different angle, it will help.
You know, Bruce, one of the things in the article was that it's going to take months to get those squadrons of F-16s sort of into the fight. In sort of and not in lieu of Ukrainians' air force, but in the meantime, before we can really count on Ukraine carrying out aviation strike missions, right? We can do almost the same thing with ATACMS. We could do almost the same thing with HIMARS within its range constrictions, right? So, and instead of shooting down in air-to-air combat Russian strike aircraft, we can shoot them down with surface-to-air missiles. If, and that's the biggest word in any language, if we give Ukraine the tools, right? We give them those Hawk batteries, and I'm serious, folks. They're no longer in frontline use for the United States, and I wasn't joking about them being parked in front of VFWs. I've seen them myself. So, as an intermediate step, and eventually, when Ukraine gets its air force back as a complementary measure, boy, it's something we really need to do. But great points, Bruce.
Thanks, Bruce. I'd like to go on to Beneficial, please.
Hi, thanks, Alan. Chuck, first of all, I think that your series of articles has been a long time coming. I think it's a really fantastic and important thing that you're doing because for the people who are in the space now, forgive me, but for the people who haven't been in the space, I was shocked. It was a year ago when I was in Bakhmut with the 24th Brigade that I've told this story before, that I wanted to film the latest and greatest that the brigade got from the US and UK, and hear the guys talk about how great it was and what a game changer it was for them. And the press officer said, and I'm down there in Bakhmut, said, we didn't get anything. All they got was a Barrett sniper rifle. And what I ended up doing, and it was just totally shocking to me, they had like a couple of HIMARS in another brigade. And that's how Bakhmut was fought, with some drones and some manpads. And I think that what you're doing, Chuck, is so important, because it's been this dollar discussion and send airplanes, and not really strategic in terms of how do you fight. So my hat's off to you, Chuck, because you may be the only guy who's talking this way right now, but I hope it catches on. The other thing about the Gebhards, as last line of defense, I've seen, and I'm not a military guy, so if I look at it like a certain size weapon, I don't know exactly what it is, but it's a big gun that looks like a 50 cal to me, literally on a tripod, with 3 guys standing around it in a city, looking at the sky as the last line of defense. That happens, and I've seen it. And so what you're talking about is much needed, but not really understood, and the solutions aren't there. And I really wish you success with this.
Well, I'm definitely too old to operate, so gotta sling the pen. But one of the things you just said really caught my ear, and actually made me angry. And that was, saying you were there and you saw the Ukrainians delighted that they had received one Barrett 50 caliber rifle, which is a kind of a mega sniper rifle. It shoots a bullet that is a half an inch across, 50, therefore 50 caliber. It's classified as an anti-materiel rifle, but it has terrific range, very often used as an anti-sniper rifle because of its range. But if you want to get even more angry tonight, you can go into a sporting goods store and buy a Barrett 50 caliber rifle. And
I know Elon has one.
Right. And you know what? And these are frontline soldiers who need it, and they've only got one. And I have seen it too. There's guys standing on a street corner, 3 guys, a gunner, a loader, and a spotter, with an M2 50 caliber machine gun. They are the last line of defense. One guy with a pair of binoculars, one guy to carry the ammunition, and one guy to fire the gun. And if you want to get even more angry, although the 50 cal is still, it's one of those perennial weapons, but it is more than 100 years old, the 50 caliber machine gun. It still works, and you don't want to get hit with a bullet. And it's called the Maud Deuce, and it'll probably be around for the next 100 years as well. But Ukraine is a nation at war. I mean, we're giving it the table scraps. We're not even putting it on the training table with the varsity players. They're getting what's left over. And it just, everyone wants this war to be over. Let's let it.
Keep going, Chuck.
Well, there's there's the other things that it needs, Ukraine needs. Some of its needs are so fundamental. We talk about the United States Army not being able to operate without air superiority, and the United States Army, the last time it operated without air superiority was probably Gettysburg, and I'm not, and I'm not really exaggerating there. In modern combined arms warfare, you need everything, right? You need all of the combat arms, and you might have deficiencies in one or another, but the way you win battles is having superiority in every one of them, right? So here's the simplest one: infantry, right? You want better trained and more infantry at the point of attack than your enemy. Absolutely fundamental. You need artillery superiority at the point of attack. You want your artillery to thunder down on your opponent's defensive positions, but more importantly, you want your artillery to knock out every one of his artillery pieces. Of course, that requires reconnaissance on your part. Well, that goes back to having an air force and or drones and or the information infrastructure that can get timely information from the battlefield to the commanders who can delegate the artillery to strike those targets. So you seeing the moving parts here now, right? You need counter battery radar. You need communications that work. You need forward fire control observers so you can observe the fall of shot and adjust fire onto the targets. You need to be able to move your infantry quicker than the enemy, so you have cavalry units, which now these days armored cavalry, what the Russians call motor rifle troops, mechanized infantry. You want to be able to put them, not like the Russians, they put them into little death boxes. You want to put them into something that actually can protect them while they move and fight in support of them, and that means Bradleys. And you don't want to put the Bradleys completely forward. You need to protect them as well, and you need what? Armor. Okay, everything I just named, you want to have more than the enemy does wherever you hit him. You don't have to be strong everywhere, but you have to overwhelm him where you're going to hit him. And we are just touching on the visible part of the iceberg here in terms of combined arms maneuver warfare, because you've got all these vehicles, all these people, all this ammunition, all this stuff, and you got to be able to move it to the battlefield. And in order to do that, you've got to protect it. You've got to protect it from the Russian Air Force, right? So I think we're talking air defense once more. And that counter battery radar we were talking about. Once the Russians start shooting at your trucks, you want to know where their artillery pieces are, and you want to grease them with your artillery pieces. All of these things have got to work together. And if you're lacking one or two or three of these critical components, nothing's going to work, right? Just your logistics. You don't have fuel for your vehicles. This isn't going to work. You've got a drone circling over the headquarters with Gerasimov in it. You don't have the artillery shells. You don't have the weapons in position. You can't take the shot. So there are, I don't know how many articles we're going to be able to, put up in the Kyiv Post, but look, 5 or 6, half a dozen easily discussing just these critical things that Ukraine is going to need. And it needs so much. It's much easier to talk about what they don't need than what they do, Alan.
Yeah, we're going to talk about artillery next. And then we'll go to some maps. But right now we're going to go to some hands. We'll go back to Rus, to another Alex Ferguson fella, and then to Doc Bites. Rus, please.
Yes. Did you guys see the segment on Ukrainian television news about the archers and the soldiers operating them that were interviewed. It was amazing. This show really shows that we don't only have to give them weapons, we also have to give them modern ones. These guys, they told the Ukrainian people and the rest of the world how they operate these and how it is to fight in them. And basically, they kill Russians by putting in coordinates, and they move away before the grenades lands on the Russians. And they said it's kind of boring, but effective. And that's how it's supposed to be. If you have enough weapons and they are modern, war should be boring.
If you've got the stuff, you want to make the enemy dance. And there is so much that Russia has in its favor, right? It has more troops. It has the ability to mobilize more troops. It still has tens of thousands of armored vehicles in depots. It's got artillery pieces. It has all of this stuff. But I'm still telling you, Russia has lost this war. They're no longer in a position where they can win it. We see those attacks characterized by what's going on in Avdiivka, attacks across the same ground, the same attacks axes, often at the same time of day. One platoon, one company at a time, incinerated, one after another. They can't win. They're not going to win. They don't have General Grant on the bench. They don't have the sort of system for the last 25 years that has cultivated and nurtured and promoted military talent. They don't have anybody. If you are a major or up in the Russian army, you're in on the grift, man. You got your position by suction. You've exploited every material that's ever been in your charge. You've been selling off. You belong to a clique. You rotate around Putin, and it doesn't matter if you have no military talent. That doesn't matter. You can be Minister of Defense. Shoigu, 20 years ago, he was a furniture salesman. He's never been in the military. He's never been to the command and staff college. He's never been to officer candidate school. He doesn't know what he's doing. But Putin's married to him because after the mutiny, Putin had to put his arms around someone, right? We don't even know where General Gerasimov is. No one knows if he's even alive. We know Shoigu's alive because we can see the way his troops are fighting. So we'll get to the Kherson map here in a little bit, but Russian sources, Russian military bloggers, people right at the front, here was their assessment of what's going on at Krinky, which is one of the focal points of the battle space on the South Bank. Russian sources saying they are losing 90% of the armor and armored vehicles that even approach the town of Krinky. 90%. This mill blogger also pointed out, calling his superiors a couple of adjectives that I don't want to pay for in the swear jar, but also underscoring the absolute futility, epic stupidity, and carelessness of his commanders, because not only are they sustaining these high rates, but they continue to attempt maneuver warfare against Ukrainian positions in broad freaking daylight, where they eat first-person drones, Javelin missiles, NLAWs, Carl Gustavs, you name it. Every anti-armor weapon you can think of. Things aren't going to get better under leadership like that. You know, Alan and I talked last week saying the best thing Russia could do is pull back to the M14 highway, fortify it, and just leave the Ukrainians on the South Bank alone. But instead, they are wasting. And they continue to do that. And they are going to continue to do that until they're not going to run out of people to send to the front, but they're going to run out of army, Alan.
They may already have run out of army in a way. I want to take two more hands, and then we will get to Kherson to begin the maps tonight. A couple of other general areas we might want to address before we go to Kherson. But first, not the Alex Ferguson fella, and then Doc Bites. Alex Ferguson.
Hey, thanks for having me up. Hey, Chuck. Yeah, just had a question. So it seems painful that not just your military, but the British military is, or the British MOD is paying to dispose stuff rather than potentially refurbish it or and supply it to Ukraine. But I was wondering, on top of like the Halo stuff, well, it's not Halo, unfortunately, it's scraps. But in terms of the Halo that they asked for, which is air defense, can you think of anything which is maybe less sexy, but also other things that are useful? So, for example, over in Britain, a bunch of British fellas are trying to get hundreds of ribs that are due to be cut up and burnt or buried, given to Ukraine. Unfortunately, our government is saying they have no military utility because they're not military ribs. I mean, I would have thought they'd be useful for basic training or at least decoys like we did before D-Day in World War II. But is there any other stuff that is potentially just due to American regulations or British regulations, which maybe isn't as sexy as air defense, which maybe with a little bit of thought can be like, actually, maybe we can do like extend the service life and be like, yeah, okay, we can write this down as a book value of 0 because that's the way the standards work in our military. But we all know perfectly well they have military utility. And if the Ukrainians say it has military utility, is there stuff that we can have a look at which is quite big and significant, where rather than paying to dispose of it, we can just give it to them? So for some British guys, that's ribs. So we confiscate hundreds of ribs per year. Some of them are Chinese rubbish, but some of them are European-made boats with Japanese engines. Yeah, they're not black and stealthy, but I don't know, maybe good for training or at least ferrying stuff across a river. But I was just wondering if you had any ideas for maybe something which could not be perceived as escalatory, so maybe an easy win for smaller groups of us to go at. I mean, obviously we'll all write letters to our politicians, but I just wonder if you had any ideas. I don't know, do the soft bits of the plate carriers, do they have a shelf life which actually is probably fine, or are there other things which are probably fine but which the US military or the British military would just scrap due to process, but which the Ukrainians would probably be like, nah, it's fine, we'll take it? It's sad because it is like scraps, but just wondering if you had any ideas of maybe less. I don't think anyone's going to argue that ribs are a escalatory weapons platform. I don't know. Are there other things that are scrapped or going to be scrapped on large scale, but maybe still have utility that groups of us can bundle together and dogpile onto our politicians for?
Good points. And I'd also read some articles about the ribs, and not knowing what exactly the number and the seaworthiness and the types of craft that are actually might be of some utility. Just on the, on the face of it, I would think that these guys who are, this is a, as a sailing captain and as a naval officer, this has always just really bugged the hell out of me. I think we should, I'm not even a capital punishment guy, but I think the world should start severely punishing the masters of these vessels who put to sea with a load of people, desperate people, who they put in jeopardy, right? So just imagine for a minute if you had some tattooed Russian thug who somehow got his hands on an airplane and figured out he's going to stuff it with people and, training be damned. He's just going to get whatever, right? You put to sea with those people and you're responsible for them. Look, if you charter a sailboat in the Caribbean, you're responsible for the friends you take with you. So it drives me nuts. But
sorry, I'm a kite surfer, and I used to be a dinghy sailor. But the thing that frustrates me is they keep telling us none of these have utility, but most of the crappy boats, which are not fit for the British Channel, might be fine for the Med. But what they do is they go to the local harbors and they look for brand names like Yamaha, and they steal those outboards. So the inflatable may be rubbish, but I would have thought a Yamaha outboard would at least be good for something, even if it's just for training for the Ukrainians.
It absolutely would. I mean, that's the thing. Those Yamaha engines are great, and when you've got a rubber raiding craft, combat rubber raiding craft, and we still call them rubber raiding craft, even though they're made out of Kevlar. You're putting a lot of service on the engine, right? So Ukraine could definitely use those. I would think that people smugglers are probably trying to use the worst boat they possibly can, but I encourage you guys to keep writing the letters because there's got to be some pearls in there somewhere. And black spray paint can turn something into a more combat capable piece of equipment. But right off, please go ahead.
Maybe even just as a decoy, because the cheap Chinese ones are normally black or olive drab. But there's some guys down there who'd be like taking photos through telephoto lenses, and maybe like 10 to 15% European-made ribs, which are designed, as proper tenders for boats. But unfortunately, they look pretty. But even if they're not fit for combat because they're not, armored, if you're, I don't know, I'm also a whitewater kayaker and I watch rafters flail around. But even if you're going to do basic commando stuff, surely you're doing flat water drills under supervision or like level 1, level 2.
Yeah.
Maybe it's good for that and frees up an actual boat.
Well, a lot of those Zodiacs and Avons and Steiners, they're made out of Kevlar. So believe it or not, an F470 Zodiac is actually bulletproof to 9mm, which is really hard to believe, but it's like this giant tire and it's made out of, carbon fiber, Kevlar, and bullets bounce off it. I actually know that to be true. And any one of those things would, right, they should be. So, you guys get out there and you see some of these good ones, here's a good place to put the needle, ask where these things are going. And if you say, well, we take them out and bury them, say all of them. You're burying all of them. Are you sure there's not an auction? Hold their feet to the fire. And
I'm
that's
pretty
the question
certain
of
there's
just,
an element of them ending up on eBay. I think we need some
I'm
investigative journalists on that.
yes, what I'm thinking too. But they would all have utility. River work. The other thing is you've got a rubber raiding craft. You don't want to get in contact with the enemy. And if you are a naval special warfare operator, you don't want combat, right? I want combat when I absolutely control all of the variables.
Nancy, did you lose Chuck's audio there?
Yes, I have.
And Chuck, we just lost you after you said you wanted control of all of the variables. Who doesn't?
Hang on here.
You're back, I think.
Oh, okay. I just got to push a button here, believe it or not. And hang on.
Well, it's not a launch button, right, Chuck?
Yeah, it is. Hang on. Something is. Things may sound good, Alan, but they're really going sideways here on this end. I might even have to reboot here.
You sound good now.
Okay, hang on. Let me. Well, and so anyway, I'll try to fix it here in the background. But you know, in any special operations force mission, you want to get in and out. You want to absolutely use the smallest amount of force possible, and you want to inflict the maximum damage on the enemy. The deeper you go into the enemy's rear, the less expected you are. And a great rule of thumb for special operations forces is we can strike and seize anywhere. We can seize targets and we can strike targets almost anywhere, but we cannot hold on to them, right? So you want to get in there, do your damage, and then get out. And but some of these cross-channel craft that have been seized, they might really have some utility. So let's see what we can do with that.
Thanks for your questions, Mr. Ferguson. And on to Doc Bites, please.
Thank you, Alan. Hello, shipmate.
Shipmate, how are you?
I'm wonderful, thanks. I had a couple of headlines that reached out at me today, but I wanted to address something that Mr. Ferguson said. I've got a 20-foot center console I've had about 20 years. I've had to replace the transom, the deck, number of fittings, but the Yamaha engine that I bought on that sucker still runs really, really well. So
get it over there, Doc.
that. So a couple headlines stuck out at me today, and I wanted to kind of mention. And one is the ridiculousness of politics in this country, and the other, more importantly, was a Kiev independent young newlywed and widow in the same sentence, right? Two words apart. Talking about a woman named Alicia, I believe. I'm terrible on my Ukrainian pronunciations, and I apologize. But, she married her husband in June and buried him in December. And that's one of these horrors, these things that we shouldn't have to see, that are reminiscent of the Great War of time past. And just wanted to call everybody's attention to that hadn't saw that, and think about, how personal and the impact of all this stuff, because that really, really, really struck me. And no wife and mother should have to say something like that. The second one was Nikki Haley, who is the presumptive, when Trump crashes and burns, which is going to happen sooner rather than later, nominee for the Republican Party, who's married to a serviceman, says no more money for Ukraine, but yes, let's send weapons. This is just so friggin' stupid, right? We know that 90+% of that money that's allocated, because Congress allocates money, not weapons, is spent here in the United States for weapons so that they can go over there and fight for Europe. So just the lunacy of these arguments that are coming out, we still need to keep fighting all of those. But is there a strong argument to be made that while I believe we should be deploying overseas and we should be fighting the battles there before they come here, that Europe really does need to step up in terms of creating their own defense force outside of NATO? I don't know. I just keep thinking, hey, why doesn't the EU have an army? They're a confederation of states, the same as we are in this country, with differences, obviously. But Is this a good thing that we might see some action on them to actually start doing it? We know they're contributing more to NATO as a result of this war. So is some of the stupidity that happens here have a silver lining that Europeans will do more to protect their own backyard?
Doc, it's strategic thought, from the peanut gallery. I completely agree with you. But I think that, the my hunch is to make NATO work the way it was supposed to work. Uh, Never get tired of saying this. I was one of those guys that thought Putin will not invade. He's achieving all of his diplomatic goals by rattling his saber and moving his forces up to the Ukrainian frontier. And I was one of those guys that said he won't pull the trigger because he will revitalize NATO. And the invasion of Ukraine put the defibrillators on NATO, which for political reasons, I won't name a particular president, had done their best to make NATO irrelevant. Um, you know, I'm one of those guys that think NATO won the Cold War, and in the later stages of the Cold War, I think a lot of our allies, Germany, they got a little, they weren't paying the freight really, right? They a couple of our allies sort of took advantage of Uncle Sugar doing not just the heavy lifting, but of course mailing in the money. And I think that there are some NATO allies. Oh, go ahead, Doc.
CNN lately, getting some attention for what you bring to the table, and I appreciate that you're out there fighting for all of us and fighting for Ukraine. So love you, brother.
Oh, back at you, shipmate. Absolutely. Back at you. There are NATO countries, look like Estonia in the Baltics, Poland, that are doing a lot. And countries like Norway that are doing much more than anyone knows. Finland as well. Uh, if the Norwegians and the Finns landed on the moon, they wouldn't tell anybody. So, but everyone's got to come together here. Look, there is no negotiated settlement. It isn't going to happen. I could remind everybody, here's the way the first Chechen war went. 600 days into it, Russia negotiated a settlement. 2 years later, they came back and they left not one stone standing upon another, right? People saying we should negotiate with Russia. Who are we going to negotiate with? Lavrov? He had the foreign minister of the UK fly to Moscow 10 days before the invasion and told her to her face Russia had no plans to invade Ukraine. Are we going to talk to Lavrov? Really? Look, there isn't a negotiated settlement. This war started in 2014 when Russia kicked the back door in and just started making itself at home in Donbass, Luhansk. It built a bridge to Crimea and then just said, hey, it's ours, right? Where did he go negotiate? Land for peace? What would a peace treaty signed by Lavrov and Putin, what would that mean? Right? Well, the Chechen War was in the distant past. No, it wasn't. That distant past was under the presidency and the prime ministership of guess who. So this is a war that's got to be won. And Doc, you're right. If Ukraine doesn't win it, we're going to have to win it. Right? We're going to have to win it. So let's get in there and just give Ukraine what it needs.
And not only that, Chuck, we're going to have to fight it with boots on the ground. If Ukraine doesn't win this war, EU boots on the ground, American, Canadian boots on the ground, allies from all around the world, boots on the ground. And that is the definition of the next world war. We don't want that. We don't ever want that. Doc, that's a big, big question you just asked. Why not an EU army? That would take 10 or 20 years for the EU nations to negotiate and create. That's just a guess of mine.
No,
But
I agree with you 100%, Alan. But the UN is also crippled, but they're crippled with poor decisions like having Russia on the Security Council, the same way the EU is crippled by having Turkey and Hungary as a part of the European Union, right? Turkey, I don't know, mixed feelings, right? Good and bad from those guys, but it's just ridiculous.
yeah, but the EU is taking care of Hungary. Hungary is going to face a decision here in the next week. Do they want to continue to have a vote in the EU, or are they going to be banned from voting? Pardon that, in the EU. So the EU is playing tough with Hungary, as it should. And the EU has played tough with Turkey. After all, Turkey has now agreed to allow minesweepers through the Bosphorus Strait. Turkey actually needs those minesweepers. Turkey wants to have freedom of navigation in the Black Sea. It's important to the Turkish economy, and it's important for Turkish security. So, you know, there are ways to play tough with the outliers in the EU, be it Turkey, be it Hungary, be it Slovenia. There are ways to play tough, and the EU has found those ways.
Great point, Alan. Thank you.
Just back to Alex Ferguson, then on to the next item on the list, Chuck, of what Ukraine needs. That next item is going to be artillery munitions. Alex?
Yeah, sorry if this is a bit specific to the EU fellas. I'm a Brit, so I don't really count. Obviously, a lot of Americans in space, but there's a politician called Petri Savama, who's just drafted a form letter for other MEPs, that's members of the European Parliament, to sign. And this is related to Article 7 of the EU Treaty, which is essentially to remove Orban's ability to block stuff. So if there are any EU citizens in this space, maybe go and have a look at Petri Savama's Twitter page. And I mean, I've posted a link below his one, which is it's a link to a page where European citizens can find out who their local representative is in the European Parliament, not their local parliament. So I just suggest maybe if there are any European fellows in here, you know, maybe think about writing a letter to your representative in the European Parliament, and dropping that off, because yeah, British fellas are going for boats because we just had a massive success, or it looks like we're getting a massive success, and thousands of free trucks and 4x4s to Ukraine. So a bunch of us are fired up, but unfortunately, British people tend to be terrible at foreign languages. So they're British fellas who are happy to draft stuff. But yeah, maybe some of European fellas can like translate that into their local languages and just basically fill up the postal boxes of your MEPs at the European Parliament. Said if you want evidence that it does work, just search UK, ULEZ, Ukraine, U-turn. So that was essentially a result of a relentless shit posting campaign. Kudos has to go to Nell the Weaver as the one person who managed to turn around a politician and basically get that driven through. But it feels like you're bashing your head against the wall, but if enough people bash your head, eventually a brick seems to fall out of place. And yeah, it can be done. So yeah, sorry if it's not the general audience, but lobby your politicians wherever you are. But Hungary might be really important this week. So if you write your MEP if you can.
Completely relevant. Absolutely. You know, the MR family is worldwide 24/7. We're operating in all 24 time zones, and everybody's fight is our fight. And, you know, you look at these people, look, we live in representative democracies. For a lot of these cats, look, it's good to be king. Man, it's good to be, you know, it's good to be on low intensity, high per diem operations in Brussels. And you know what? Hold their feet to the fire, right? The only person who's immune to that mail bombing and schlitzlinging is Putin, right? Everyone else has got to pay attention to it. And you see those people walking by the microphones with the flash bulbs going off. Look, Alan can tell you, every one of them has a chief of staff. And that chief of staff, one of his jobs is to keep his antenna up in the wind and see what the temperature of the constituents are. Make some noise. Show them your canine teeth. Let them know what you think. And at the very least, right, make them uncomfortable. You know, make them uncomfortable. And unfortunately, in some cases, in the United States, there are conflicting interests impinging on some of our representatives, right? And I'm not going to start getting into U.S. politics, right? But there are lobbyists and there are principalities and forces that swirl around our representatives. Make sure that they remember that their constituencies should come first, right? And also the interest of the nation. And frankly, although most politicians don't think about this, how about freaking right and wrong, right? So let's get on that side of the righteous, Alan.
Let's get on that side of the righteous. You need a hard head to do it. You know, Alexander Ferguson, all of us here at MriyaReport have hard heads. We've bashed many a wall and we've broken some down.
And I have a pointed hard head. So we can put that to use too.
If your hard head is pointed, Chuck, it means you've been bashing too much.
It's a weapon, my pointed head. Exactly. I think we call that a sagittal crest. Look, I took physical anthropology. I know what that is.
Alex, go ahead then to Peter Hederle. Alex.
Yeah, I'm just saying I posted the form letter that Petra has written, and then in the comments, and I'll also post a link for any European fellas to like a quick search page to find their MEP, just in case there are other European fellas here who feel like writing a letter.
And I will get that around as well, Alex. Peter Hederle, welcome. My God, it's late where you are.
It is 1:28 in the morning. Don't worry about that, though. A couple of things quickly. Yeah, the guy who came up, I think he's just now dropped. The guy who was talking about European army and Turkey. You mentioned Turkey and Hungary are holding up the EU. That's not correct. Turkey's not in the EU. Turkey is in NATO and is holding up Sweden's accession to NATO by not ratifying it, together with Hungary. So they're playing games with NATO. Hungary, of course, playing games with the EU. My understanding is before Christmas, Hungary was served with a 30-day Article 7 notice. Under the EU constitution, nobody can be ejected from the EU, but you can have your voting rights suspended if you don't comply with certain things like democratic values and a whole list of things. And before Christmas, Hungary was served with a 30-day notice to get its act in order within 30 days. Otherwise, it will have its voting rights suspended. may be subject to another vote, but I think that'll happen. That'll go through, they cannot comply with all the things they've been asked to do because it requires changes of the law and stuff like that, and it's not possible for them to do it within 30 days. So my understanding is within about a week's time, when that 30 days expires, basically the rest of the EU will move ahead and suspend Hungary's voting rights. So they will remain a member of the EU, but they won't have any voting rights on anything, so they won't be able to veto progress on the funding to package to Ukraine. So my understanding, if it's correct, and it may not be, is that we don't need to write to MEPs because that process is already underway. I could be wrong on that, but anyway, there we go. Thanks.
Well, that's a good update, and I would say keep throwing hand grenades in that hole anyway. See what comes out, and maybe we can get it out with a ladle later. That I'm just all for let everybody know what we think. There's a certain point at which, as Winston Churchill pointed out, the Americans will do the right thing, Alan, after they've done what? Everything else.
After they have tried everything else.
Oh, it's so true. The history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes, right? We've got 1930. We've got the Spanish Civil War here. This is like 1936, 1937, 1938. We have got a dictatorial tyrant, expansionist, doing what he can to claw back what was remaining of the Soviet Empire. Try to imagine for 1 second what life would be like in a defeated Ukraine. We've seen what Russian forces are capable of. We saw Izium, we saw Bucha, we saw Mariupol. There's only one way this can end, right? There's only one way this can end, and the good guys have got to win. And this is not a case with a faint-hearted ally of the West who wants someone else to do their fighting. They don't. They just need the tools to do the job, right? They're trying to build a house, and we've handed them a rock instead of a hammer. So, man, let's get to it. It's so simple. I'm going to bang out that series of articles. Just make everybody conversant, and in these sort of basic military commodities, assets, weapon systems. That's the whole purpose of bullet points. Everybody's a civilian. You've had no reason to have any reason at all to want to need to understand military matters or fundamental tactics or geopolitics beyond a passing interest. But this is one of the fundamental reasons that MriyaReport exists. To inform everyone, to make it much easier for you to refute Russia's very well crafted counter arguments, and that tincture of doubt, prejudice, anti-Semitism, fake accusations that they just introduce into the information space, right? That stench just lingers in there, right? And imagine, you think of the stalking, the patience with which some of their information operators have inveigled their way into the MriyaReport space just for the one opportunity to get in there and put their point across. Think of the effort that took, the time that took, the linguistic capability, the the cultural knowledge, the patience, the operational planning. When you start to think of it that way, you start to realize just how serious the bad guys took it, right? Just how patient they were in order to to do that. And look, we're getting flack because we're over the target. We are over the target, and we're never going away. And I always joke about the Russian listening guests. Believe me, they're there right now. They're there right now, pencils in hand right now. So let's make sure they're out of a job soon, Alan.
And with anonymous listening, Russian listening guests are listening anonymously. It also cuts our numbers in about half. What a great idea Elon had with anonymous listening. All you anonymous Russian listening guests, don't run out of ink. We have a lot more to talk about tonight.
And just keep listening. I'm going to tell you how to win the war. Turn on your officers, put their heads on pikes, reverse your arms, take the magazine out of your weapon, and walk towards the Ukrainian side and keep your hands over your head. That's how you're going to get to go home. And other than that, I don't think so.
And when you're taken captive by the Ukrainians, you will be treated well. You will be treated better than you would be treated in Russia. In fact, you might have your best life ever as a Ukrainian, as a POW in a Ukrainian POW camp. It might be your best life ever.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, you're going to get medical care. You're going to get 3 hots and a cot. And should you have English language capability, you're listening, you're operating in the Krinky area, 90% of your attacking forces are being destroyed. You get that order to go to the front, you got a 10% chance of walking home. And ask yourself, what's your commander doing? Is he going towards the front? Right? What's the closest you've ever seen him to the zero line? Ask yourself those questions. Keep listening.
Keep listening and thinking. To Alex Ferguson, then to Marcus, then we're going to move to Kherson via General Teplinsky. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to push back on if you're a European, you don't need to write a letter to your MEP. Well, once again, sounded like a British accent. We're no longer part of the EU, so we don't count. But actually, if you search, if you look at the article I posted, if you look at Petrie's article and you search specifically for Article 7.2 TEU, you'll find a bunch of Politico publications about it. I'm not professing to be an expert in European politics and procedure. I absolutely am not. But there are journalists who are, and they have laid out the various procedural steps that need to happen. So there does need to be at least one other series of events, which requires a 2/3 majority of MEPs. That has not happened yet. So if you have the ability to advocate such that if and when that vote comes around, your MEP knows that your voice is clear, I would suggest that it's not a wasted letter. I would push back on the previous speaker saying you don't need to write your MEP; it's a waste. So that's it. Once again, I'm not an expert in the procedures of the European Parliament. There are journalists who are. Just I put it in the comments. Have a look at the guy's name. Look at the specific articles he's citing. Google those articles he's citing together with his name. Look at the couple of articles that have come up in political, focused, think tanks, news outlets, etc. make your own decision as to whether you think it's worth a stamp or not. If I were a European citizen, I would be writing and posting a letter. I'm not, so I'm just going to be writing a form letter, putting it up and just going, by the way, if you don't have the time to write it, maybe just do Google Translate this into your language. And by the way, find your local MEP here. So that's just my personal take on it. I think the cost of a stamp and an envelope is I don't know. I think it's worth it, but obviously that's up to everyone else. But even if it doesn't affect, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe the letter right now, maybe I'm misinterpreting these Politico's articles. But it seems to me there's at least one upcoming vote, if not some other procedural issues beforehand. Yeah, maybe it's not a wasted, maybe it's not a wasted stamp, and maybe it's not a wasted envelope. And even if it doesn't affect the next round of votes, at least it puts your MEPs on notice as to where their voters stand.
And you have taken action, so you can feel good about what you're doing. You are in the mix. Peter Hederley, and then Marcus.
Yeah, very quickly on this, Alex, you may be right. Beefeater fella who is listening in, but not putting his hand up, has just sent me a back message in the background. He's produced a couple of tweets, one of them dating 6 months ago. Basically says a summary of the assessment of Hungary's compliance with the conditions to access the European Union. And it says breaches were identified 2 years ago. Remedies agreed with Hungary. They've missed several milestone deadlines. Notice was served on Hungary on December the 13th, 2023, giving them 30 days. The next step is for the Council to decide on the level of sanctions and measures. Article 7 application does not automatically result in veto of voting, but that is the aspiration. It has a high bar. The veto of rights is at the top end of measures. Anyway, the point it is not a foregone conclusion as a measure just yet. That's a very good point. And Beefeater has got a couple of posts, one of them dating back to June the 30th, 2023, titled "It's Time to Suspend Hungarian Membership Rights for Serious and Persistent Breaches of the Principles of the European Union." Da-di-da-di-da. So yeah, and the mechanics of Article 7, but yeah. Anyway, that's enough to give you the idea, and thank you very much for Beefeater for alerting to me to that. It's quite a complicated sort of procedure. Sorry to take time away from Chuck.
Not at all, Peter.
Not at all. That's where we're in it. And if you are not following Beefeater, folks, get on it. He will monitor the Russian traffic, so you don't have to. He is spot on in his geopolitics. I get a lot of my stuff from him, so give him a follow.
I get a lot of my stuff from Beefeater too. Without Beefeater, I'd need ice cubes or something like that.
We'd have to make this stuff up.
Indeed, we would. Without Beefeater, I'd need more tonic. To Marcus and Will, please.
Thanks, guys. I just wanted to congratulate everybody for the excellent advocacy I'm hearing here. Amazing work. The community spirit towards helping Ukraine is incredible stuff. Just thank you so much, everybody. The bombing, the trauma of these constant bombings is really grinding down on people. Regardless of the actual casualties, like the psychological trauma is affecting the whole country. So as Ukraine's partners, we have to keep pushing hard to get them what they need to stop these terror bombings. Thanks.
Yeah, let's not forget that 95% of Russian precision strike munitions are aimed at civilian targets. Staggering, right? If they've got something that has a radar altimeter, that has thermal imaging, if it has inertial navigation, if it has ground matching, high definition video, they're aiming it at a civilian. That's the way they're fighting the war. That's something to remember, right? This is not an look. Russia had no casus belli, right? Ukraine did nothing to Russia. There were no freaking Nazis taking over the place. But that word is still wafting around, right? Even Zelensky is a Nazi. It is insane, right? That people still need to have that refuted. Who are the Nazis? Really? Who had the 72-hour blitzkrieg operation going? Right. So we're fighting the information fight. And God, what you can do with just an email, just a phone message, just licking a stamp. I mean, make that your hobby. The persistence pays. It just pays. Let them know, make them squirm, and imagine every one of those congressmen, right? They're running out of altitude. If they want to stay in Washington, right, they've got 24 months maximum. So let's ride them. Let's ride them, Alan.
We will. They have less than 24 months. Here it is in January, election in November. They could be out of office if they're not doing the right thing and turning over their congressional couch in December. Marcus, with a very quick follow-up, and I do mean very quick, then on to Will.
I just want to say, in regards to the precision munitions, we know they didn't run out because they managed to strike a teeny tiny little house that was a museum dedicated to a Ukrainian nationalist from the World War II era. They struck that little tiny house with the precision munition, showing us they didn't run out and resort to dumb bombs. They were picking every target. It's just disgusting, and they showed it. They don't care.
Well, there you go, Marcus. Will, please go ahead.
And like my comment earlier on about the disinformation war, I'll note that we're facing an analogous situation regardless of where we are in the world. And you essentially need to maintain your resolve. I speak to a lot of people here in Australia who note that through all the calls and emails and things that we've been trying to tell people to make here, that they're not getting any feedback. And that's what, so part of your job, part of your hobby is to stay with something in a thankless task. We're writing, calling, doing whatever we can, and we get no response. You've got to keep doing it as your hobby, regardless of the fact that you're not going to get any response. You aren't. I'm telling you, I've been doing it for a long time, and you've just got to keep at it, because eventually we'll hold the feet to the fire. We have less than 24 months before an election here in Australia, and the resolve goes to this: don't believe the bullshit. If Orban now is making noises because he knows that he's under the hammer and the 30-day notice that Peter identified, he's now making notice that, maybe he'll take over Orban or take over the head of the EU position that's coming open, and maybe he's willing to do a year-by-year approval of stuff. Don't believe it. He was given that 30-day notice for egregious violations of the EU Charter for years. Don't let him off the hook. He should have his voting rights eliminated because of his past actions, not because of what he's currently holding up. Don't sell out Ukraine on a short-term notice because he's going to approve some tiny little morsel. He's been a bad actor for a long time, and he needs to have his voting rights banned until such time as he fixes up the things that are in the notice that are egregious. Don't let our politicians off the hook for one positive act or one positive statement when they have a history of stonewalling here in Australia. You're seeing it in America too. We're getting stonewalling over valid questions in our liberal democracies that we cannot stand for. We have to have answers and openness and frankness. If the answer is no, I'm happy to live with the no, but the no better have a justification beyond some lie, some zombie argument that's come back up, and don't let people off the hook. In America, precision strike munitions that that Russia is firing at Ukrainian civilians is a fact. But what is to me even more egregious is that they are firing S-300s day by day by day for 600 days into Kharkiv, Sumy, and Poltava, where they can reach them with those S-300 missiles in ground attack mode. And those are incredibly egregious and indiscriminate killers of civilians. Those are terror weapons. And those terror weapons could be 100% eliminated with 300-kilometer range ATACMS missiles. He is done. Russia is done firing S-300s into civilian areas the day that the 1,049 300-kilometer ATACMS show up in Ukraine. And those are 100% surplus, folks. Don't let the American government deflect or lie about that. They have 1138 that they're currently upgrading to be a different type of missile. Fine, but they also have 1,049 that are 100% surplus, cannot be used by the United States, cannot be upgraded, and must be disposed of. And those could be in Ukraine a year and a half ago, eliminating this indiscriminate threat on civilian populations of S-300 missiles. That's the truth, folks, or prove me wrong, American pop. The American generals are saying, "Oh, there are no surplus ones." They're playing shell games here, folks. The 1138 that they're upgrading are not surplus, and we never said they were, but they do have, because they provided them. The Block 1A, the 157 Block 1 missiles, the 80-kilometer or the 80-mile missiles that could be provided, 20 of which reportedly were provided to Ukraine, they were done flying helicopters out of those bases in Bryansk, and the day after those were available, right? That same thing needs to happen to all the air bases in Crimea, and that same thing needs to happen to all the S-300s that are being fired into civilian areas. Those things, and people are calling these long-range missiles. They're not long-range missiles. They're SBMs. They're short-range ballistic missiles, and Ukraine has needed those since day one, and Russia has been using short-range ballistic missiles, SBM Iskander missiles, since day one. They have a 500-kilometer range, and these North Korean ones are also longer range. Why is a 300-kilometer missile being denied from Ukraine when a 500-kilometer missile has been being used on them since day one? And now we have North Korean missiles operated by North Koreans being fired at Ukrainian cities. And now we have, as of probably March, Iranian 500-kilometer range, short-range ballistic missiles. We need SBMs for Ukraine a year and a half ago, and they are on the shelf, cannot be used, will be wasted and dismantled in America, just like they're dismantling the Taipan helicopters here in Australia that Ukraine asked for, just like the F-18s that are in storage that Ukraine asked for, just like the Bushmasters that are in production, but we could run faster and make more. All of these things have been asked for. The government and the Australian Defence Force are failing to answer our questions, and I find that unacceptable. I was told today, oh, you got to quit beating this dead horse. I don't have to quit beating any dead horse. It's my hobby. I pity the fucking dead horses around the world because they're going to get the shit whipped out of them by me for a year and a half more, 2 years more, 4 years more, till it's over, or until we get some actual answers. I will accept no with justification, but I won't accept no answer. Sorry, got a bit going there, Alan.
No, that's okay, Will.
It was magnificent.
Thank God the horses are dead. No animals were hurt in this space tonight. But Will, one thing I want to say to you is, first of all, you're 100% right. But secondly, I simply don't understand. When you look around the world, you can look to Australia, you can look to Germany, you can even look to France, the United Kingdom, and both France and the United Kingdom have done extraordinarily well in helping Ukraine. France, I believe, will be sending 85 more Scalp missiles to Ukraine. Ukraine needs those missiles. You can look to the United States. These are nations that have always stepped up, but now they are shy to cross the threshold. I don't understand it. Are they talking to one another and reinforcing every of these nations' reluctance to give Ukraine what it needs?
Well, if the politicians can't figure it out, Will sure as hell has figured it out. And we've figured it out. And look, let's take them by the nose and make them do it. Will, I would have paid money to hear you say that again. I agree with you 100%. And that persistence is what it takes. You think about the things that have that it's been necessary for the people to leave the politicians to. I read a study somewhere that said, and Alan, you have been on the Hill. I have not, but at least 70% of a representative's time is revolves around getting reelected or fundraising or contiguous operations. So let's make them do the nation's business here. And it isn't a good look here for the United States. I'm never ashamed of being an American, but I sure as hell am ashamed of our leadership. I really am.
I'm ashamed too, Chuck. And I'm ashamed more and more every single day, because every single day we see Ukrainians killed. Aside from some of the massive Russian missile strikes into Ukraine, especially into Kiev, I think there were 30 Ukrainian civilians in Kiev killed in the last Russian missile strike. It struck me the other day, Chuck, that the 150 odd towns and villages on the front line that are under artillery fire, mortar fire, and in Kharkiv, I saw today, actually under fire of Russian tanks. About the same number of civilians are killed and wounded in these 150 villages and town cities. This is Kherson to Kupiansk. As are killed and wounded under the Russian missile assault. I think this is meaningful because we need to remember all the Ukrainian civilians within fire on the ground of Russians, as well as acknowledging the Ukrainian civilians threatened by Russian missiles, Shahed drones, etc. This is a total war that Russia is waging against Ukraine.
And there is one of those situations right there. You wake up as a Ukrainian commander along your sector of the zero line, and here come any of the 1,000 incoming artillery rounds that are going to fall on your sector every single day. If you look at places like Malatomchatka, they're in the Velika Novosilka area. This little town on the highway gets plastered almost every single day. One of the reasons that keeps happening is you, as a local Ukrainian commander, you have got to count out your own artillery shells like they were made out of freaking platinum. You don't have the luxury of doing what any American military commander would do. Put your greasy thumb on the map and tell them your counter battery forces, you want those Russian guns eliminated, and you want them all shut down by 9:30 in the morning. And Ukraine simply can't do that because we're not giving them the assets to do it, right? You've got a 155 millimeter Excalibur shell. You can put it in the front part of your automobile, in your driveway, or it can go into the trunk. That's how accurate it is. War winner, right? Ukraine doesn't have enough of them. So that if it's a target that is worthy of that Excalibur, it's got to be pretty high up on the food chain. We'll hit it right on the head. Russia has got the multi-100-mile range surface-to-surface missiles. They're even getting them from North Korea. 2 systems now. The KN-22 and the KN-25. Ukraine doesn't have one. And again, I don't want to point to any particular office holder, but there are tools within the executive branch of our government, constitutional, legal, codified. Presidential decision directives can be made. Executive orders can be made. Executive decisions can be made. Policy statements can be made by the executive branch of the United States, and some of these problems can be alleviated right now. Okay, a little less on the ice cream cone and a little bit more on the foreign policy.
So the other thing that really worries me, Chuck, the Wall Street Journal presented a series of charts about the Ukrainian war just this week. One chart caught my eye. It is the difference of artillery rounds being fired. Over the summer, Ukraine was able to fire 7,000 rounds a day. It is down to 2,000 rounds a day now. Meanwhile, Russia is outfiring Ukraine on the line of contact 3.5 times or more. At some points during the summer, Chuck, locally, Ukraine had artillery superiority. I think it had artillery superiority in Orkiv. I think it had artillery superiority possibly around Bakhmut. But now it has no such superiority anywhere on the line of contact. Ukraine is being starved for 155 millimeter artillery munitions. It is a tragedy in the making.
And there is no reason that we can't provide them with those shells. There just isn't. And in terms of, we finally said yes to the F-16s, right? I'm no genius. I'm no air war expert, but I pointed out quite rationally, we're looking at 24 months to get those aircraft, those squadrons, those pilots operational. That's just what it takes. No matter how talented and combat experienced the pilots or candidate pilots entering the pipeline, it's just how long it takes, right? And there's at least 20 technicians, at least, to put one pilot into the air. Avionics guys, ordnance guys, radar guys, specialists of all sorts and types to get that airplane into the sky. Today was pretty much a routine day in terms of aviation strike missions carried out by the Russians. They flew 40 airstrikes today. We didn't, right? I could tell, I found out that there could be more, but I discovered 5 airstrikes today flown by Ukraine. And 3 of those were helicopter strikes. We, you know, what NATO, the EU, and frankly, it's the United States that guided this process. I'm so tired of hearing politicians or anyone really, saying it'll be escalatory. Really? But more than what? More than any one of the last 4 or 5 nights or any one of the routine nights since Christmas, where Russia has basically thrown every single thing it has, every single sort of precision strike munition it has, from short range ballistic missiles to aero ballistic missiles to its air quotes hypersonic missiles to anti-aircraft missiles, every cruise missiles, every single type of weapon it has been squirted at Ukrainian cities. Escalation, it's insane. Let's quit worrying about what Putin thinks. Let's just make him worry. Let's just get him on. Come on. Let's do it. Let's get this going.
Every escalation has been an escalation by Russia. Make no mistake about that. Dryfly, go ahead, please, and welcome.
Hi, guys. Yeah, I kind of share the same belief. I really, really like Will's rant because that's kind of been my rant for almost a year and a half now. That I don't mind if, I shouldn't say I don't mind, I wouldn't be happy about it, but I can understand if there were reasons why some of this stuff isn't given, and share it with us. I mean, they told us about the invasion before February 2022, so they're perfectly willing to open up the secrets box when it suits them. And if there are real concerns, then I think it's time that they let us know. And those concerns could be a number of things, but tell us, or at least tell us what you can tell us, and then come with a corrective action on how to fix it. For example, what they may tell us that, we don't have the weapon stockpiles that we need to fight the wars we think we're going to have to fight because of intel we're intercepting, because of the Russians are not going to escalate necessarily in Ukraine. They'll escalate other places in the world, and we have to respond to that. Okay, if that's for real, then you better go to Congress and cut some bills that are going to be giving us a whole lot more ammunition and maybe really ramping up the call-ups for reserves and training and all the things you do for war preparation. Because if they're really thinking of doing that stuff and Ukraine doesn't back down and surrender, they're going to do it anyway. So you better be ready for it. It's stuff like that that drives me crazy. It drives that. I mean, I get that we may not be able to give them everything they want. I get that there's things, there may be constraints, there may be issues, but share it with us then. Explain it to us. I don't live in Missouri, but a lot of times I have that Missouri attitude. Show me, and that's the thing that's probably driving me crazier than anything in the last 6 months has been the absolute silence out of the White House and the DOD. It makes me think that there are much bigger reasons that they absolutely don't want to tell us, but they got to tell us. They really absolutely have to. If they want us to approve this stuff and support them and vote for them and do all the things that they're counting on, they got to tell us. They got to open up the conversation with the American people. And I don't mean a rah-rah pitch where Biden goes out and gets on the bully pulpit and says, yep, this is a great thing. I mean, absolutely, some of the wonks that they got in there that are not doing their job, tell us why this stuff can't be done. And if it can be done, what are they going to do about it? And if they can be done and they're not doing it, that's going to be kind of embarrassing. That's going to be kind of ugly. I really think that there's stuff they're not telling us, and I don't think it's necessarily very good. It could reflect on multiple administrations of mismanagement. That's possible, but then fix it. I mean, in World War II, like I said before, my father joined the military in 1940, in the fall in 1940. He said the military he joined was terrible, a bunch of drunkards, and nobody was ready for anything. And he thought that the whole military was completely flat-footed. It wasn't until he was in college and studied economics and history later that he realized, no, FDR had started ramping up the military in 1938. It was just that far behind where it needed to be for that kind of a war. And so, I mean, it's possible that there has been some things going on. I think they need to share a lot more with us, or tell us why, at least, that things are going slow. And if they don't, I think the pushback is going to be really, really significant. I mean, I think it's going to increase, not decrease, because eventually these budget items are going to come to the floor of the Congress, and people are going to start asking those questions. And the average person on the street is going to be like, well, should we give them these weapons or shouldn't we? What the hell is going on? Doing nothing, saying nothing, isn't a recipe to either solve the problems, win the war, or win elections. So I think that it'll get solved, but I'm not 100% sure, because they really are not communicating. Listen.
Yeah, dry fly.
Dryfly, I think we got to
They're not
we have
going
to
to
run.
tell you. Go ahead, Chuck.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dryfly. We got to run you for Congress. Yeah, Alan, you have been to the show and seen it right at first hand. What I'd love to hear what you think.
The only thing I think, Chuck, is that dry fly's questions are never going to be answered. They're not going to tell you why supplies are not going to Ukraine. They're just not going to tell you.
Well, and there is that point also. Well, a couple different points. I will tell everybody this. The last 680 days have changed the way wars are going to be fought forever after. And there is no military in the West that is prepared right now to fight the kind of war that Ukraine is fighting. And that should give everybody pause. I'll also say this. With every passing day that Russia fights Ukraine and its adept technological development, its tactical development, Russia gets smarter on how to fight this kind of war. There's been an opportunity for one of the West's most implacable and psychopathic enemies, North Korea, to now test their weapons in combat, something they have never been able to do. North Korea is now seeing how its ballistic missiles function against NATO air defense systems. That should give you some pause. Circle back to what I said earlier, and you can take this to the bank. There are North Korean officers and enlisted men, missile troops in combat right now in Ukraine. They are on the ground. They are launching these North Korean missiles, not Russians, North Koreans. This war is expanding, and we've got to do something about it. And what bugs me, and Dryfly hit on this, you should be hearing this from Washington, not from me, not to some old SEAL team guy who just reads the news, the same news you read. Maybe I just know a little bit more where to turn over rocks and get some information sources, and maybe how to triangulate them a little bit. And even in terms of that North Korean thing, let's just say you absolutely don't believe me. I'm just totally off. And you think, instead of what I just told you, which is okay. I mean, you absolutely have the right to disagree with me. There is no way those North Korean missiles, with their controls, manuals, technical specifications, wiring diagrams, everything written in Korean,
There is no way they were put on a train, sent to Russia, and Kim said, good luck with the North Korean missiles. Have a blast. That didn't happen, right? There was no training cycle. There was no exchange of people who got to go to 6-month North Korean ballistic missile school. It didn't happen. These missiles, these launchers, these transport vehicles, these reload facilities, these radars, these gyroscopes, they came with North Korean operators. Same thing. Ever wonder about those Shahed drones? There are Iranian troops in Crimea right now. They're running the Shahed program. So we're already fighting the axis of evil, except we're not doing it. Ukraine is. This is something we got to win.
Yeah, the North Koreans did not say 1,000 ballistic missiles on the way and 1,000 big lighters. You know what to do with the lighters. Chuck is right.
Well, Alan, you said that's something I don't hear very often.
Big lighters is Iranian
Big
troops
lighters.
are on the ground in Russia launching these missiles. Stop and think about that. At the end of Bullet Points tonight, we're going to talk about whether or not Putin launched a world war. I believe he has, and the world war is underway. With this, we're going to go to Peter Hedderly, to Forever Child, to Terry and Andre.
Sorry, I put my hand up just wanting to do a thumbs up. So my mistake. Carry on to the next. Sorry.
I wish I could say that. You're up though, brother. Ask, you got one. You have the mic. Make a statement.
Still up at 216. 0216. How's that for dedication?
You are dedicated.
I hope you have a good logger with you, Peter, to stay with us for the next couple of hours. To Forever Child, please.
Good evening, Alan and Nancy. Thank you so much for being willing to be co-host. I absolutely appreciate what you're doing, and I know that it's not my gig, but I am doing what I can, and I'm just so delighted for everyone that's here and for everyone that's doing what they can, which is each person here. I am of an age where most of the people here could be my children or my grandchildren, if not brothers or sisters. So that makes us all family, right? I am so proud of the work that's being done. However, I have a bone to pick. I agree wholeheartedly with parts of everything that's been said. And I'm hearing bits and pieces that democracy is a conversation, as I have been thinking of it for a bit now. I hadn't been able to put my finger on what was rubbing me the wrong way and causing me to tear up so bad and having me pace the floor without the direction I wanted. But New Year's, I decided that I was going to take some time for clarity, and I've really made some progress in how I want to conduct myself in the coming weeks. The the fact that democracy is a conversation means to me that it's not what the president says, it's not what the Congress says, it's not what the press writes. They have their part of the conversation. I am not carrying my part of the I am not carrying my part of the conversation if all I do is talk about what they're saying to me. My part of the conversation is to be heard by them. And they simply do not have access to the information that we already know. I'm sorry, but I've been reading Samantha Power's book, and I'm well aware from the just the first 200, 300 pages there that Congress simply did not know the things they needed to know as soon as they needed to know it. And that's absolutely the same truth about the press. The budgets have been slashed for the press to the point where they don't even have the ability to gather the information they had 10 or 20 years ago. The point here is they have their job to do in carrying on this conversation. And we listened, but we're not carrying on a conversation if we only repeat what we've heard. We're just repeating what we've heard. And that goes for what we say and write and do. If we're repeating each other over and over again, we are not carrying on the conversation that's required for democracy. We have our voices that must be heard individually, and they can't be rubber stamps of each other. Um, we're here for Ukraine, and because in this country, in the United States, where I am, my voice has a right to be heard. I'm using my voice to enable Ukraine to be heard. I'm boosting every Ukrainian voice I can find as high as I can, and then I'm turning loose with my own torrent and my own expression. But I'm using my place. I'm using my agency, my position, my constituency as a voter to say, I'm listening to this and I'm supporting this, and I want you to hear their voices and I want you to know what I think about their voices. Slava Ukraine.
Herom Slava. Just a quick pickup on a couple of your points for Everchild, or for every child. First, you are in contact with your members of Congress. That's what you do. So you are raising your voice. Secondly, you talked about international coverage tangentially. You know, there was a great small newspaper in the middle of America, the Des Moines Register. It's in Iowa. It had an international correspondence team. Okay, the Des Moines Register, to survive, cut every single one of its correspondents who reported from abroad. That is just one example of one small American newspaper. The Baltimore Sun, foreign correspondence. Another relatively small, although metropolitan newspaper. Uh, a lot of American international correspondents have disappeared because of budget cuts. And this means that the United States receives less news internationally than it has ever received before. It means that the news we obtain here in the United States comes from fewer and fewer sources, more concentrated. And that is a loss of journalism. It's a loss of information of each and every American who cares about being informed. We have a lot of hands up here, Chuck. We have a long way to go tonight. I've taken a leisurely conversation here tonight. We have maps that are important. We still have to talk about Ukraine's list of urgently needed munitions. I think I'm going to go to Terry, to Andre, to Alexander Ferguson, and to James. Terry, please.
Oh, hi, Ellen and Nancy, and also Chuck, and thanks again for everything you do. And before I ask my questions, I did want to say I just echo the thing about the loss of the local newspapers, and not so much for the world news, but the local news, and that's where amazingly a lot of decisions are made in the towns and things for your local government. But like I subscribe to Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, and New York Times, and I get alerts, and they're all the same, but they're very consistent, I'll have to say. And I just feel like by subscribing to them, I'm supporting democracy. And I think by coming here, I didn't know anything about military or war. Especially being a woman, you really not, it's not going to be your thing. There's not as many women in the military and so forth. And I don't know, I just feel like the negativity towards newspapers in general, I'm not so negative on it. I find it serves a purpose. While it's not great, but people have to support it, or they will have to have budget cuts. So it's a spiraling sort of problem. But Timothy Snyder says, he kind of laughs at people. Why do you spend so much time on the internet? Why don't you just buy a newspaper? But I really find the combination of coming here and reading a newspaper to be extraordinarily powerful. And also now you can even participate in like investigative sites like Task and Purpose, or reports on the military, or Defense One, or ProPublica. So I think it's just a matter of taking the time and also paying the money, like the $4 a month for each newspaper. That's all it costs. But I wanted to get to the point, back to the F-16s, and this is part about me reading and asking the questions. Because Chuck, when you say it takes 2 years to train a pilot, like that, it kind of makes sense to me that the F-16s aren't there yet, because that means they would have to start training back in May 2022, which is, I kind of thought that might be happening at the time, because certain congressmen who squawked very loudly about not having F-16s haven't said a word since May 2022. And then I was on a call with Alexander Vindman. Of course, I'm just like one of thousands of participants. And he said he expects F-16s to be there in the summer, and possibly even 3 months from now. So I just wonder, like, is it possible that actually it's right on time? Or are you saying that we should have had contractors and like paid people in there early on?
Well, those really, really good points. There was a time, the 1st of March, when this war started, so a week after the Russian invasion, there was almost no Ukrainian Air Force left. There was a very precise series of strikes carried out by the Russians on everything that they could find. And the vast majority of Ukrainian aircraft losses were destroyed on the ground. Then and there, that was the moment that the F-16 project should have completely been embraced, but it wasn't. And it just takes that long to make a fighter pilot. And behind that fighter pilot, every aircraft has a crew of about 10 to 15 people, technicians, young sergeants, petty officers, men and women who prepare that aircraft to fly and to fight. And it takes a long time to train them too. And then there is, what pilots call currency. And that means, can you fly the airplane? And there's a whole nother level of expertise. Can you fight the airplane? And are you the kind of fighter in that airplane that's going to live to see the end of the war? That's how long it takes to make a SEAL, coincidentally, at least 2 years. and then you're current, right? You're current in all the dive platforms and all the weapons and the demolition and the skydiving and the undersea navigation and the surface navigation and the land navigation and even the aerial navigation, because we jump out of aircraft at 40,000 feet and then we fly GPS in our canopies to reach the site. But how long does it take you to become a really good SEAL? Well, it takes another 2 years. So there's 4 years. And the same thing goes for those fighter pilots. 4 years to be a guy who's, really goose and maverick. And so many things that the United States slowed down on. It just didn't do it. And to circle back for a moment about the newspapers, and there are less and less. And I lived in the Midwest for a while, and I know the Des Moines paper. This is going to sound almost laughable and quaint at this point, but my uncle wrote for the Milwaukee Journal for most of his life, and he traveled the world. He was an international correspondent. I ran into him in Beirut when I was in a peacekeeping force there. And one of the problems with the constriction of those newspapers, and you hit right on it, you're reading them all, you're reading all the stories, and you've noticed what scares me is the news is becoming homogenized. It's all getting to be kind of the same. And as a hippie libertarian surfer, that bothers me, because that means that the media is on message, right? And I don't like that. I want to hear conflicting views. I want to turn over all those rocks, and I want to look at all those inconvenient stories, like nobody writing about the North Koreans and the Iranians in combat in Ukraine. Inconvenient, right? But true. As Alan pointed out, and as Will pointed out today, inconvenient that we won't give them ATACMS, but we're going to let them suck up and eat North Korean missiles that have a range of 400 miles. We're just going to let Ukraine take it, but we're not going to give them the means to shoot back. And to make this even more abhorrent, we're not even going to give them the defensive weapons, the air defense systems that they need to protect their civilians. And we're not going to give them mobile systems to put on the zero line. And then we're going to have the audacity to complain about how Ukraine is not taking an offensive fight to the Russians, when we don't give them just the basic munitions and the weapon systems that are preconditions to offensive operations. And I'm flattered and delighted to hear you say that you can read the newspapers and come here and get sort of more specialist coverage of this. And Alan and I and all the co-hosts, on bullet points, we work really hard to try to get this down to the civilian level. Take the war college talk and bring it down so regular citizens can understand. And I like dropping in the war college words, because this way you're going to know their meaning, and you're not going to get flim-flammed by anyone going on about combined arms maneuver warfare, because you heard it explained here. And everyone who listens, I think you've got a pretty good idea what it takes. And frankly, the burdens that Ukraine is laboring under right now, and more, it's the United States that isn't allowing this, this supply chain to happen. So it's and I am so delighted to work with Alan, who understands the politics, who was a journalist all his life, who's made his living reading news stories, becoming informed, writing about them, broadcasting about them, I mean, we are damn lucky to have you, Alan, and I appreciate it so much. I am the luckiest, I'm the luckiest talking frogman in the world because I've got you for a radio partner.
Actually, I'm the luckiest guy, Chuck, because I have you every Tuesday and Thursday. Uh, I'm the luckiest guy on the face of the earth. That's the way it comes down to. Uh, so, so Chuck, one thing I wanted to talk about a little bit before going to hands. It strikes me that Russia has complete dependence, and in other words, everything it wants, it can get from North Korea, China, and Iran. And this is remarkable to me. There are Shahed drones that were shot down that have uh, been identified with jet engines in them, supplied by Iran. It's a new Iranian design. There are Russian missiles shot down with Chinese components. We know that North Korea has sent ballistic missiles to Russia, and these have already been fired into Ukraine. Russia is negotiating with Iran for additional ballistic missiles. In other words, Russia has a very secure supply chain for its war, but Ukraine does not. It's because Ukraine depends on the world's democracies for supply, especially Germany, the United States, EU democracies. This is, it is absolutely shameful. It frightens me, and it puts Ukraine at a significant disadvantage. It's a statement, not a question. I know what we can do about it. Contact our members of Congress. But how do you see this? This is a race that both Russia and Ukraine are running. Will Ukraine win, or will Russia win?
Well, my money is still on Ukraine, and I my assessment is much more firm than just my money's on Ukraine. I don't see Russia as capable of winning this war. They don't have the leadership. They are reactive in every dimension of their fight here. Uh, we'll get to the map of Kherson here in a minute, but what we're hearing about the fight in Krinky, it pretty much puts its finger right on the way Russia is fighting and losing all over Ukraine. Uh, in the face of first-person drones, and then these are drones. These are racing drones configured with about a pound or 2 pounds of plastic explosive. They fly at about 100 miles an hour, and you crash them right into your target. Generally, they don't miss. Well, they do miss sometimes. Actually, about 40 or 50% of them actually make the kill, but that's pretty good. In the face of that, in the face of those high casualties from the first person drones and also from drone directed artillery, 90% kill rates, and Russia is still trying to maneuver against Krinky in armored vehicles in broad daylight. And their soldiers are complaining about it. If you are that invincibly stupid, that militarily you are inflexible, and you are receiving orders every day from that great self-appointed military genius, the Minister of Defense of the Russian Federation, who has assigned to you a quota of attacks that you have to carry out every day and you kill your men in the hundreds every day in your sector, contributing to 1,000 killed, wounded, and missing every day, you're not going to win this war. You just can't win it. You don't have the right army. You don't have the right tactical mindset. You don't have the right leadership. Another great superpower that got its ass kicked was the United States in Vietnam. They didn't have the army to win that war. They didn't have the leadership. They didn't have the tactical adaptability to win that war. But post-Vietnam, the United States came away with a really great appreciation and a great capability to fight small unit special operations forces in counterinsurgency roles. The United States lost that war, but they came out of it a better armed force, right? Russia's learning. They're learning. They've gotten into the first-person drone business. They've gotten into the drone-directed artillery business. But here's the big but. Every time you go up one order of magnitude, Russia starts to blow it, right? Russian artillery and artillerymen complain bitterly that they don't get any counter battery work done. And that if you're a Russian artilleryman, you can be damn sure that the Ukrainian artillery is going to find you and try to kill you. I can tell you, because I report on this war every day. I look at almost every point of contact every day, 7 days a week in this war. I do see incremental gains made by Russia at unsustainable cost, right? For you to gain, for Russia, and it has made some gains of a couple hundred meters, to destroy 200 or 300 armored vehicles and 4,000 or 5,000 guys just in that one area to gain 400 meters? No, I mean, it isn't working. And then I look back up the pipeline, right? I'm waiting for the next guy who gets drunk outside a bar in St. Petersburg. He's going to get knocked on the head. He's going to get thrown into the army. And 2 weeks later, he's going to be in combat in Ukraine. What's to be expected of that sort of soldier? I've talked about takes 2 years to make a fighter pilot, 2 years to make a SEAL. It takes at least a year to make it a good infantryman. In extremis, the British determined it takes 22 weeks just to train a soldier in basic soldiering skills, right? And that's not making him one of the band of brothers, right? He's not going to be a paratrooper. He's not going to be a special operations guy. He's going to be a rifleman in a straight leg rifle platoon. But Russia can't even deliver those soldiers, right? Nobody's getting 22 weeks of training back in Russia. They're just getting poured into the war. I don't lose sight of this benchmark either. More than 300,000 Russian dead in 600 days. So when this war hits 1,200 days, there'll be 600,000 Russian dead. 3 to 1 wounded to killed. So that's 1.8 million casualties. 1.8 million casualties. And 2 years from now, Russia isn't going to win this war. But how bad Ukraine has to suffer, that's something that's in our hands right now. We can do something about it, right? We can do something about it. Man, just hit that phone call tonight when you get off. If just 10% of our listeners do that, we will have done it. Like I said, it's painless. You're just going to get the recorded voice. It's going to go beep and you can leave a message. It's going to be that easy. And you know what? I think a great thing, let's record Will's next rant and play that for him because, Will, you were magnificent.
I think that is a great idea. We record Will's rant and we send it to every member of Congress. Wouldn't cost a dime. You know, Chuck, Putin is still preparing for a very long war. He's all but said that he's in it for years and years and years. This is because he believes that he has the manpower from Russia to pour into Ukraine, but he may not have that for very long because eventually, even the Russians, I think one of the most brainwashed and repressed populations on the face of the earth, even the Russians will stop and think, this man is killing our children, killing us, and killing our future. And they are going to do something about it. Maybe not this year, maybe not next year, because no one endures suffering like a Russian.
And they do. And the same for their soldiers who expect nothing but misery and sort of resolutely accept their own death. But there is a point that we just look through history. You can't treat your army like this. You just can't do it. And we see and report on the mutinies, on the uprisings, on the colonels that get beaten to death by their men. And we're preventing Ukraine from doing the one thing that will break apart the Russian army. Once Ukraine is empowered to put together a large-scale combined arms maneuver operation against the Russians, it is one thing to give your guys their 2 magazines, fix a bayonet, poke them in the butt, and point them towards the Ukrainians. That's easy. To get those clowns with 2 weeks of training, expect those guys to absorb a well-aimed Ukrainian offensive operation, give ground, regroup, and counterattack. Those Russian soldiers are not able to do that. They will not pull that operation off. They won't. The numbers don't lie. Russia is still losing 38% of the vehicles it puts into combat because they're abandoned by their crew. Right? I'm not talking about the 90% kill rate around Krinky. No, I'm talking in addition to the 90% of the vehicles that get smoked by the Ukrainians, there's an additional 38 of those who ran out of gas, transmission broke, they're found with all their hatches open and the crew is gone. That's the tell, right? That's the tell. Soldiers, they're sick of dying fruitlessly, right? If you lead your army from victory to victory, they will do anything for you. They will conquer the world for you. But when you treat them like crap, when you put them forward on the 0 line, and they are never going to get rotated back. If they get wounded and they're not an officer, they're not going to get medevaced. They don't get hot food. More than 100 Russian soldiers have surrendered just around Avdiivka in the last 3 weeks because they were freezing to death. Right? They came over and they said, this is why we're surrendering, right? We're freezing to death. We're going to see more of that. The winter is just getting colder, Alan, and this week especially, it's going to be going down into the low digits Fahrenheit to 3 degrees, which is what, -10, -20 centigrade. That's cold.
It's
Zero
cold.
F's given.
It's
Zero F's given by Russian leadership. Cold? Yep. I hear some Canadians saying that's not cold.
No, it's cold, Chuck, especially if there's a wind. And there's wind in Ukraine. We all know the wind just makes you a whole lot colder. Let's go to James, to Near, back to Alexander Ferguson. And Chuck, we will get to some maps tonight. I have a lot of bigger questions, but we will get to maps. James, Near, Alexander Ferguson. James.
Hello, everybody. Hope everyone is well wherever you are. There's so much tonight to say, but I finally have military topic questions for you. But before that, allow me a few comments. Anne, for every child, thank you very much for getting up and speaking and talking about your deep felt need to reflect for a while. And I've had that, and I'm reminded of the politics of corporeal politics, as Snyder says, the need to feel like I need to get out and be seen and do stuff to interfere with what's going on. I don't mean in a bad way, but I mean to put myself out there in a different way. So I appreciate that. I've almost finished that process, I think, but more reflection's good. So first comment, not this is a military comment, Chuck, not a question. Scrabble. So the search for the best results remind me of the process that targeting is based on. You go through all the combinations that you've got, and you say, okay, okay, this is the highest score I can get. So you do it, right? So that's a Scrabble comment. And so just by way of thinking about it, because I played last night and I got whiff. Do you know, if people know Scrabble, I got whiff on a triple word score. And I got cardamom on the other opposite triple word score. So it was like, whoo, it's like a 65 or whatever it was. I forget. Big number. So that was just a comment. So anyways, I was so happy. And I still lost because the friend I was playing with, he plays a lot more. And he plays guitar really well while I'm playing. So anyways, I had a great time. But I digress. I'm sure you've read the 2023 threat analysis that came out of the intelligence community. Chuck, I would expect that would be one of the things that you would definitely do. It's probably a little bit like a primer for you because you know a lot more than that already. But for me, it's like this vision into the world at a glance, if you like. It's 39 pages. It's tight reading, but it isn't that many pages. So it is not like a Timothy Snyder chapter or anything like that in terms of difficulty to read. It's simple to read, actually. And so a couple thoughts I had. One was just on this is a document, and this is related to Anne. This is when you read the whole thing, it's like, yeah, China is catching up on nukes, and on it goes. Anyway, so there's that. And the questions really were about that particular thing in terms of the Russian use of, interference in elections, and the I forget the title of the section just at this moment. But with that, I also wanted to say that there's been a real huge, not unprecedented, precedented, but we haven't had political violence like this for a long time in the United States and so it's scary because
And
they're
so,
swatting,
James, you're referring to political violence,
swatting on both sides, and
the
it's probably
swatting.
some third party. Yeah, it's some third party
Okay.
aggravating both sides. I'm
So,
sure it is.
do you have a military question for
I
Chuck?
do. That is yes. So it's related to all this. It's about General Antofiev and Igor Girkin and their specialties. Girkin was really good at getting the Ukrainians to shoot at each other, and they had somebody came up with a song about how to get Ukrainians to shoot each other. And I know you talked about that concept where you get between two military groups of your enemy and you do this, right? You get them to shoot at each other, and that's a good thing. What they do is they use this to attack civilians. And so this stuff, it's a horrible thing to do, but that's what he specialized in. And then this, anyways, the Antofiev guy or whatever his name is, he was like a frozen conflict specialist who came in after that. And I just wondered, had you run into these tactics before in the enemy? I mean, not when you do it, but like, have you known? That's
This
the
is kind
question.
of this is in Luhansk and Donetsk, occupied Ukraine, right, James?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Well, there is, there is the kinetic side of that, right? Getting between two of your opponents and getting them to shoot at each other, right? So that just the physical maneuvering necessary to do that. But it isn't usually just a physical maneuver. Just within the last 48 hours, I saw some video of Russian forces who were advancing against a Ukrainian position, and all of a sudden, Russian artillery started falling on them. Okay, well, there's Occam's razor, and you think, okay, Russian artillery was called in against the Ukrainian position, but just fell short. So I took some time and I geolocated it and I got the topographic maps out, and that really didn't seem like the most likely uh, way this unfolded. We have seen this before. Ukraine, because it has a great deal of linguistic overlap with Russia, a great bit of transparency, more so than most military opponents. There almost always, not always, but almost always is a language difference between the opponents. In this case, there isn't much of one. The technical term for this is gingerbreading. That's where you join an enemy's radio net and you pretend to be part of it. And just like our sort of MriyaReport stalkers, you want to just sort of develop this. You want to make sure you make a nice soft entry. And what you do if you gingerbread their fire support networks is you make a couple of calls of fire, and they respond. Nothing out of the usual. You want to save that card to play, for example, when here come 25, in this case, 15 or so Russian soldiers advancing in broad daylight. I get on the net and I call in Russian artillery and I target Russian troops moving forward. That's how you get a red on red engagement. Okay, that's all on the battlefield. And you're circling back to the intelligence estimate. I've got a really great friend that I've worked with in the intelligence and counterterrorism and unconventional warfare sphere for, God, I hate to say it, at least 20 years we've worked together. He's one of the world's experts on gray zone operations. especially in the information zone. And Russia absolutely excels at what Che Guevara called politically leaning on the schisms, right? Finding the disagreements that will exist in any participatory democracy and exacerbating the differences and setting parties against each other. And unfortunately, that, I've been around a long time. The country is more divided now than it's ever been in my lifetime. And I saw the divisions during the Vietnam War. I mean, I was alive at that time. And it's worse now. It's worse now. No question that third party bad actors is the term of art. And that generally means Russians are working the information space in the United States diligently. And they're responsible for a lot of this. The polarization, the identity politics. And I know that's kind of a charged word, but there's nothing better for the Russians to do to point out our differences, right? Don't mean to get on the Jimmy Stewart soapbox, but when I was a kid, I was taught that the alloy of different people, different cultures brought to the United States, that's what made us stronger, right? I was taught that we're mutts, and that made us stronger and better and more welcoming. And I just wonder where that all went, right? We get back to Che Guevara here. He was, of course, a great guerrilla leader, but he was a political leader as well. He was an orthodox communist, and he knew very well. I've read as much Marx as he has, and I wrote a book on him. He knows the preconditions that were necessary to destabilize a society. Those political preconditions, what the Marxists call political development, right, were critical in destabilizing a society to prepare it for revolution. Now, I'm not saying the Russians are trying to form a revolution in the United States, but they are definitely trying to divert us, set us against each other, and add that tincture of doubt, of frustration, of anti-Semitism, of bigotry, of racism, whatever they can do to poison our dialogue, right? To turn us against each other, they're doing. And we're concentrated on Ukraine here. But you see all of these things that are working. And look, in addition to being a frogman and a special warfare operator and an unconventional warrior, hey, I think you'd all be surprised that I actually went to political warfare school. That's one of the tools in the toolbox, right? Everything that Russia is doing to us, I got taught to do to them. But we are nowhere near their level of mastery. We just aren't, Alan.
No, we're not near their level of mastery. It is an area of asymmetric warfare we still have to master. Chuck, we have several
Thank you,
more.
Chuck. Sorry. Thank you,
Yeah,
Chuck.
thank you, James. We have several more hands here. I also want to ask you, how much time do you have tonight?
Alan, I came with you and I'm going home with you after the dance. Not really, folks, but you know, I'm here, brother. Let's slay this tonight. We missed the maps last couple of nights, but let's get them tonight.
Okay, let's slay this tonight. And at the end of this show, maybe I'll have some good news for you in the back channel. Let's go to the hands, then to the maps, and through General Toplinsky, we'll get to the map of Kherson, to Nir, to Will, to Robin, to Alexander Ferguson, then onto the maps. Nir, please.
Thank you. I'm not going to take a long time because I'm in the middle of a war. But I do want to say one thing that Chuck, I admire, and I listen to you, and I listen to this space for a long time till we started the war in my area. I just want to bring some. It's not easy to live in a war. I lived in Los Angeles for 40 years. I'm 6 years in the Middle East. And we have a lot of Ukrainian people that live here right now. My mom, I just want you to just for 1 second to remember when I was listening to Chuck and the number of how many people get killed in wars, and we had about a year, about a week ago, we say Happy New Year, and here we are, and it's the same thing. We're going over and over, and I think what really the bottom line is we have to remember that in this war, first of all, women are part of war. I know the women said before, but as far as pilots, we have a lot of pilots that do go to and fight. But I just want one request as people, that we must remember that we are all living in one world, and every Ukrainian and every American and every whatever country, we have 30 war in the war. We need to really remember that the people are suffering, and not just people are suffering during the war, they're suffering after the war, and we see the results right now, when we have so many injured soldiers in our country. So I want to say thank you, because I listened to you for so many months, and I just had to step up and say, when Chuck said, what's happened to us? Why are we in America in 2024, just started a new year, and we are so divided, and we see so much hate, and we see so much people protesting? And I'm sorry, I'm an older guy, and I grew up of talking about peace and not talking about hate. I think that war necessary sometimes to have peace, and I salute every soldiers. But I do want you to remember children, and we really need to be worried about what's going to be to United States, because we are not in a good situation right now, not with Russia, not with the other war that we are dealing with. And I don't want to, and I'm not taking sides. I'm just saying, just please, let's just hope for the children tomorrow, because we all have children and grandchildren, and what are we doing today? It's going to affect them. And I want to say thank you to Chuck, because I'm speechless, because the number and the way you were speaking, and and somebody that knows some about army, it does take much longer than 2 years to be a good pilot. Yes, you can go and fly a plane, but if you look at some wars, the best pilots are those that have the most flight hours. And this is why you see, for example, in some armies, I mean, I'm going to say yes. I am from Israel. I'm Jewish. I believe that a lot of people in Palestine, when I see them, I suffer, and I'm sorry I mentioned them. But I will tell you, to be an IDF pilot, the people that are fighting right now, those are not those that just 2 years. They are 10, 15 years flying planes. And I do want just to wish everybody a quiet, happy. It's very hard for me to say happy, but a quiet, and I hope not too many people get killed. Thank you.
Well, God bless you, brother. Look, I do say this every now and then. War sucks, everybody. It sucks. It's miserable. It's almost always pointless. It's ugly. And sometimes it's absolutely necessary. Right? This war started because the neighbor kicked the back door in and started taking the furniture out and the plumbing. That's why this war started. And boil it down to what everybody learned in kindergarten. Bullies only understand one thing. They only stop for one reason, because they get punched in the nose. And we have allies that we need to stand by, or we can stop talking the talk, right? The United States, like it or not, has got responsibilities internationally. We have allies who depend on us. I am all for making sure our allies know we stand behind them. I know it is corny as hell. I know it's corny as hell, but freedom isn't free. It's so precious, it is never given away. It has to be earned, right? There are no free people who don't have to fight for that freedom. So you're here, you're spending the night with us. I thank you. And I'm preaching to the choir. I know it.
And I'm going to tell you, you guys are so special because I heard you. I remember that when we used to go in Israel, and it was Ukraine flag in every house. And now we have to go to the shelter. And I'm not blaming the Palestinian people. I'm blaming the people that the leaders that they want money and more money and more money. And they don't even sit in Palestine and they're sending their own people to die. They don't even care. And they're sitting in hotels in Qatar and we have to suffer and to be old-maned and go to the shelter with a little dog. It's crazy. So we need to remember that war is a horrible thing. It's horrible things.
Well, this too is going to pass, right? This too is going to pass. And brave men and women are going to go into the breach and they're going to fight on behalf of the nations who are on the right side of history. That is simply the way it is. But listen, I want you to know I hear the pain in your voice. Look, I've been in the fight. Okay, I've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes, and I understand what you're going through. But I can also tell you, look, it's the sun's going to come up. The night's going to be long, but the sun's going to come up.
Chuck, I love
And God
you. I
bless you.
don't know you. I love you. I love you. I love you so much because America is the only hope we have in the world. You're an amazing person, and thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Listen, God bless you, brother. You are a strong person, and you have a very strong nation around you. So don't feel alone. Don't feel alone.
And near every survivor builds a new life. They might not know how. They might not know if they have the strength to build that life. But I'm only here because survivors built a new life. And there are so many millions, and I do mean millions, of people who survived World War II, for example, or in my family, the Vietnam War. They built new lives filled with hope and love and family and children, and with the children, new generations that will build new lives. This is the aftermath of war. It's a burned field, and from that burned field, new flowers bloom always, 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 always. Nir, thank you so much.
I just want to say thank you because it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning and I cannot sleep, but I'm gonna go sleep. But I want to know that my father is 91 years old. He's a Holocaust survivor, and being 91 years old and listening to my father every day in the hospital tell me I don't want to live anymore. He kills me because he survived the Holocaust and now we have to see another Holocaust. It's crazy. This is 2024. This is not Second World War II. And we have 30 wars all over the world. And please pray for peace for every child. I don't care if they're in Palestine or in Israel or anywhere. We have to love people. We have to love. It's not a bad word. Peace, it's not a bad word anymore. We need to bring it back.
I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. And you know what? We're going to make that happen. We're going to make that happen.
Thank you guys so much. I'm sorry I'm crying. I didn't mean to cry. I just cannot help myself anymore.
Brother,
So
it's
thank you,
okay.
and I'm not going to talk anymore. Thank you so much.
Well, listen, it's okay. Give your dad a hug for us. God bless you, brother.
Thank you.
Nir, my father was lucky enough to live to 98. One of his best friends was a Holocaust survivor who outlived him to 101. And together, they were a great team. They played chess together. They talked about their lives together. That is actually, I think, one of the great blessings of a long, long life. Even when all of your friends and loved ones are gone, you can find new friends, new loved ones who have gone through what you've been through. And you share your experiences with them. Your life grows richer. Nir, thank you so much for your time tonight. Even at the end of a life, your life can be enriched. It's an amazing thing, I guess. Every breath can bring a new day and new meaning. I want to go to Will, to Robin, to Alex Ferguson, then on to some more discussion with Chuck. Will.
Thanks, Alan. I kind of feel that I really don't necessarily want to ask this question right now because I don't mean to upset you, Nir, but the subject I want to talk about is going to be probably difficult for you. Chuck, what I wanted to ask you about is that you would have read, as I did, the long paper written by Zaluzhny on positional warfare that they've moved to in October, and there was some recent commentary about what is called active defense recently, and I want to ask your position on whether or not you think this is right going through this winter, or whether or not the approach should be modified for any reason, I guess humanitarian or whatever reason. But to summarize, the positional warfare discussion has to do with making sure that, as we've seen Ukraine do since the stalling of the counteroffensive due to the defensive fortifications they ran into and the heavy attrition they were facing, Zaluzhny laid out that they've moved to a positional warfare approach, which is both positional and attritional. And we've seen multiple pieces of evidence of this where they take advantageous ground for them. For instance, the Klishivka down to Andriivka area, high ground along that railway, and then just do what we know that they do. Take good tactical positions and then fight Russia there as long as they're willing to throw a massive amount of attrition, a massive amount of bodies at. So go where the Russians are willing to show up every day and die. And I think that has been incredibly effective at attriting Russian forces. And the plan is now the other portions of positional warfare is you are potentially giving up small bits of territory or positions that are not advantageous, and when the attrition rate on your side becomes not as favorable. And we've seen that happen down in the Marinka area recently. And so I think that strategy is working. But the other stuff behind the scenes of positional warfare is you do all that so that you have time to reconstitute your army, the 500,000 additional troops that they need to make to break the logjam behind all of the support that needs to come through, and continue doing active defense. The other portion that is active defense. Now, the active defense approach I wanted to ask you if you think is a good idea, of course, is the behind the line strikes on logistics and command and control, and that they're doing effectively now. But the other thing that's involved in active defense is finding areas of brittleness. So as I said a couple of months ago, and I want to pursue this now on whether it's a good idea, is the taking advantage of brittleness where it's occurring. We see a lot, even more every day. We see, multiple suicides on the Russian side rather than be captured or return to their lines. We see trench foot. We see hypothermia leading to people stripping off their clothes, being found dead. We see retreats. So morale is clearly, and I had said at the time that I believe that the Russian forces will suffer more from being in the field in the winter than the Ukrainian forces are because of supply and rotation. And do you believe it is wise to use active defense, meaning once Russia finishes an assault in an area like Sinkivka, to pursue those folks back home, if you will, as they retreat? In a short term, the 30th Mechanized has done some of this, and I thought it looked quite brilliant. But it's a cruel calculation of when they spend themselves on our defenses, then pursue them back home and make sure you wipe out the positions, and the folks who were not fit enough to fight stayed in reserve, whatever, and then not capture and hold those positions, but return to your own positions, but only after pursuing the Russian forces, staying in contact and maximizing the attrition of them to take advantage of the low morale, the cold weather, the lack of food, the lack of supplies. And I mean, it's cruel and a callous. Some people would consider it a cruel and callous approach, but given the lack of overall supply that Ukraine has, that seems like a good idea to me. Do you agree, or do you think that Ukraine would be better served by just following the positional work that they're doing, but not pursuing Russia where they show signs of brittleness?
Will, if that was a paper at the Command and Staff College, I would have you read it to the class, because that is absolutely right on. And Zaluzhny, there couldn't be two more polar opposite military leaders, tacticians, master practitioner on one side, and bumbling brass hat buffoon on the other, which is Shoigu. Zaluzhny has resorted to these tactics, and they're absolutely sound. They are absolutely appropriate for the difficulties, U.S.-induced difficulties that Ukraine finds itself under. Tonight we've been banging the air defense drum. It'll take me a week or so, or 4 or 5 days to write the next article. We'll talk about probably artillery. But in these circumstances, what General Zaluzhny has done in this active defense is absolutely appropriate. And we talk about this a lot too. And Russian listening guests, please write this down and put it in the suggestion box at battalion headquarters. General Zaluzhny has the luxury of doing this because the Russians are so invincibly stupid, because they keep attacking in the same places time and time and time again, across the same ground at the same time of day, along the same threat axes. You can only do this, sort of what he is calling active defense. You can only do this when you face an enemy who's this stupid, right? Who has no other idea, who is following political orders from buffoons like Shoigu, who I get on my knees every night and pray that Shoigu lives to be 105. Because as long as he is Minister of Defense, Russia is going to fight like this. And to take it down to the California hippie point of understanding, think of active defenses this way. You're looking at a map and you see those big red arrows, and they're going this way and they're crossing the zero line and driving the Russians back. Now just take those arrows and put them on the Ukrainian side of the zero line, so that there is still maneuver warfare. There are still Ukrainian forces maneuvering, but what they are doing is they are taking advantage of the predictable actions of the Russian forces. Ukraine doesn't miss a pattern. It understands very well where the Russian forces are being compelled to fight. For example, Krinky, right? It whenever on the battlefield, whenever you know what the enemy is going to do, because you forced him, because he's compelled to, because this is the only option open to him, or in this case, because he's being told from above, I mean, it's on you to get to that position and meet him, and to do so on terms that are most disadvantageous to your opponent. And Ukraine doesn't miss an opportunity to do that. And Will, you hit it right on the head. It is absolutely attritional. You're showing up to kill the Russians because they keep showing up here every morning. But here's the thing that I worry about. The Russian forces are getting brittle, but there have already been 3 or 4 or 5 battles in this war where Ukraine was not in the position to follow up on what would have been, or was, an incredible victory. The big battles of Vuhledar 1 and 2, where the 151st Russian Naval Infantry Brigade was annihilated over 2 days in about 13 hours of combat over
By the
2
brilliant
days.
72nd Mechanized.
Exactly. In any other situation, a victorious opponent in that battle would have shoved it right down the enemy's throat and followed them all the way to the Sea of Azov. But Ukraine still lacked those necessary preconditions to do that. They couldn't follow up on that victory and turn that Russian defeat into a territorial gain. And we're just swinging the hook right now on air defense. But and I know you understand, and everyone else, think about air defense as that bowl that you clamp over a spot on the battlefield. Ukraine didn't have the air defense assets to move forward and cover their advance against this vanquished enemy. And although it was disappointing for all of us, it was the prudent thing to do, because had it followed up on that victory and run over what was left of those Russian scattered forces, the Russian Air Force would have torn them to pieces. And that's the thing that offends me, right? Ukraine is capable of these victories. They are wounding Russia everywhere that Russia comes into contact, but they still don't have the tools, Will, in my estimation, to follow up on these things. And Will and Alan, you guys you called it in the fall that this was going to be a long, cold, tough, miserable winter for the Russian soldiers. And it is. And to our Russian listening guests, it's going to be like this. The suck is going to be turned up to maximum until March. And you are going to freeze. You are going to starve. You are going to die of exposure, frostbite, gangrene. You're just going to get smoked. So, long fight.
So it's a perfect time to surrender, as many Russian troops have been doing. Will, with a very quick follow-up, then to Robin, then to not the other Alexander Ferguson, even though I know you are Alexander Ferguson. So Will, Robin, and Alexander.
Yeah, just to reinforce, and I hate to do this, what I said before, that little mini rant about the attackums, Chuck. This is why folks need to be talking to their representatives about releasing all the aid that Ukraine needs, because as we've spoken about before, you've got to have those tools in your back pocket ready to be used once a target of opportunity shows up, is what you were just talking about, Chuck. And we've got to equip Ukraine to win by taking advantage of those things, not just survive. Now, the good news is they have approved the NDAA, so the bullets every month will keep coming from America, I believe, which is very good news. But the truth is, I don't want Ukraine just survive this winter. I want them to be able to thrive this winter and take advantage of opportunities that are absolutely going to be available to them as conditions get worse for both sides. There is an urgency to this, is there not, Chuck?
Yeah, there is. And you know what? 4 or 5 weeks ago, I was saying I expected a Ukrainian coordinated offensive operations between, January and Valentine's Day, but I don't see that as being in the cards anymore, unfortunately. And the major reason is, look, were I General Zaluzhny, I might not say this in Washington, but I'd certainly say it to my staff. We can't depend on the United States to make sure we've got adequate supplies, and heaven forbid things don't go well for us. So, consulting the crystal ball, which has already failed me once, I see the Ukraine remaining in this sort of defensive posture and fighting an attritional fight, frankly, until next summer. Look, I'd love to be wrong, but this is, I don't know, Will. That's kind of the way I'm seeing it right now. I don't know if you agree, but I don't think that's a popular thing to say, but that's kind of the way I see it right now.
I certainly see it that way, Chuck. Not that I have any expertise to see anything anyway, but what I worry about is whether Ukrainian forces will drop back to new defensive lines and how that will be played in the press. It could make all the military sense in the world, but the press won't understand that sense whatsoever. And the headlines will be about Ukraine dropping back to new and better defensive lines. I think, especially because of the disparity of artillery ammunition, this could happen somewhere on the line of contact. I don't know where.
But there are places, and we'll get to the Avdiivka map here. There are places where it makes absolute sense for Ukraine to constrict its own, consolidate its own defensive lines. There are places to give. For example, up in Bakhmut at Klishvika, which, to refresh everyone's memory, there's a flat plain. It goes up to a little mesa. There's a railroad track there. Then about 300 or 400 meters later, it goes up to a hill of about 100 feet. And Klishvika has gone back and forth between the Russians and the Ukrainians. Actually, that's not precisely the way it sounds. Ukraine will take advantage of every senseless, costly, and futile Russian attack up to hills at Klishvika, where Ukraine is positioned to put plunging fire down on the Russians. And there are ways you can aim your machine guns so that the bullets don't come horizontally at your enemy. They plunge down from the sky. And naturally, that's called a plunging fire. And where you can put that down is called a beaten zone. And Russia keeps sending troops in their hundreds into a beaten zone. When you've got an enemy like that, that's the fight you should be in, that attritional fight. Ukraine is not in a great hurry to attack through Klishvika and put itself into a position where it's in the beaten zone. And if there were a Russian local commander worth his salt, he would say,
Robin.
Hi, Alan. Thank you. Hi, Chuck. Thank you for everything tonight. It's really been interesting.
Hi, Robin.
Hi. I just wanted to go back to a second. You know my obsession with language, so here we are. I'm going to go back to that. Did you call it gingerbreading? Was that the term?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gingerbreading. Yep.
Okay. Well, I just think it's interesting. It's I think to point out that this only goes one way between Russia and Ukraine. I just heard a lecture actually today with Yuri Shevchuk, who's a professor of Ukrainian at Columbia, and he pointed out that while almost every Ukrainian understands and speaks Russian, very, very few Russians understand Ukrainian. So Ukrainians are able to break into Russian communications to spoof them, to, as you were saying, give orders that will be followed by people who think they're talking to their own side. But there was a very funny clip I saw of a Ukrainian soldier who was running a captured Russian tank, and he called up the factory that made it because they were having problems with it. And he called up to get advice about how to run this tank. It was very funny. But anyway, I only bring this up because there's an element of karma in this. Why do Ukrainians mostly speak Russian while Russians don't speak Ukrainian? Because over the last couple hundred years, the Russians have been on a genocidal attempt to destroy Ukrainian language. There was aggressive Russification to the point of even what they call the executed renaissance of killing Ukrainian writers, sending them to the gulag, trying to do their level best to introduce as much Russian into Ukrainian language as they could. And it was a thought out genocidal project. It did not work, but as a result, they have laid the groundwork for Ukrainians to be able to really have a leg up on them in this war. So I just sort of think it's a very delicious irony, and I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
That's great, Robin. That is, it's really karmic. And that there's the other thing that it is at stake here. in the last 100 years, Russia, the Soviets, and now the Russians are they have done everything they could to crush Ukraine, to starve it, to smother it culturally. That's what's at stake here. That is what's at stake. And if you haven't read Annie Applebaum's book on the Ukrainian famine, please do. It's harrowing. It is harrowing. Deliberate, induced, economically maneuvered, politically dictated famine as a weapon released against the Ukrainian people. And there's some informational aspects in it as well. The New York Times sent a guy over to cover the famine. He stayed in Moscow at the Metropole Hotel, boozing it up with prostitutes shipped to him nightly, and he reported there was no famine, greatly exaggerated by Ukrainian nationalists. Boy, some things never change, Robin, do they?
And that reporter, Walter Duranty, won a Pulitzer Prize that the New York Times should return. Never has.
The New York Times, yeah. I'm digging that.
Alexander, go ahead. Then Chuck and I are going to move to Kherson.
Sure. So I initially put my hand up to give like a virtual high five for every child, and then follow up with an observation and a question for Chuck, and actually probably for every child just as much, if that's okay. So something I've seems to be I'm an enthusiast of history. I love reading books about history. But one thing that seems different to me, please correct me, Chuck, if I'm wrong, or state why. But in previous major wars, it seems that the ability to fight was often limited by the military-industrial complex, but also, most importantly, the logistics. Whereas in this case, it seems like if you look at the GDP of the West, it's not the military-industrial complex. It seems to be we're not limited by then logistics, we're now limited by political will. So that's just my observation. Please push back and tell me if my assumptions are wrong. But if that is true, that the limitation of Ukraine getting essentially ammo and platforms to front is political will, then I guess political warfare is actually maybe pretty critical, or more critical in this war than others. And another observation I'd have, which is why I gave the shout out for every child, is I'm a cartoon dog. Let's be honest. I'm a pro-Ukraine propagandist. I need to go to bed, but there are some people who are retirees who have time. Also, they have life experience. They've probably been through a lot more, CRAP, avoid the swear jar, than most of us. They have, I would suspect, more mental resilience than so many younger people. Also, younger generations may look up to them. In the absence of local community journalism, and you're looking for a voice of authority who has experience and understands things. Maybe it's our grayer-haired fellows that we should be potentially looking at targeting. So it's an observation that maybe political warfare is actually as important as logistics and the defense industrial base for this specific case. In terms of generating the political will, if political warfare is important, well, you've got resources there. Now, I can, literally, if I'm on the toilet, I'm sorry for the potty humor. I'm literally on my phone onto Twitter and, posting as a fella, but then I'm going back into a meeting, or then I'm going back into, my day job. But some of the most outsized, hard-hitting accounts for cartoon dogs have been retirees. I'm sure many of the people in the space will remember people like Regina, who actually did a lot more behind the scenes as an emotional counselor, probably more probably more effective as an emotional counselor than anything else. But yeah, the question I'm posing is this a political war? Is politics as important as logistics? And if that is the case, what is the resource we need to fight back against it? Another observation: retirees. This is not about how fast you can run a 10K. This is about how many posts, how many emails, how many letters you can send. So maybe this is a case of, we have some people in here, like For Every Child, who has clearly worked out how to advocate for Ukraine. So maybe there could be a push amongst other generations to educate their peers. I mean, you said it takes 2 years to train a SEAL and then another 2 years to be effective, 4 years for an F-16 pilot. I don't know how long it takes to generate an effective counter disinformation, misinformation retiree who has the time.
So, Alexander, if you're For Every Child, it takes only 2 weeks. If I hear your question to Chuck, it is about the political war that's being fought versus a logistical war. Are they equally important? Of course, there are many different kinds of wars going on right now. Chuck, what do you think about that?
I say, on the political warfare side, are we missing out a resource? Are we missing out the retirees? They could mean.
Okay, I hear you, Alexander. Let's see.
Well, you know what? In terms of offensive political warfare, well, what is politics? It is collective action, right? Everyone who's listening here already knows the importance of the information space. I think people might need to be reminded that they are not merely consumers of information, right? They are purveyors of information. I'm not all for trolling. I don't necessarily do it myself. I'm more of a mute you and block you as a last resort guy. But you have occasions to push back, especially in the Twittersphere, when preposterous things are said. You can negatively inflect that information, right? You can affect the algorithm. And here politically, there seems to be a little bit of a problem of political will in Washington. But we have a lever, right? Built into our brilliant Constitution. I always like to say this: we are the longest standing revolutionary government in history, put together by people who are much smarter than any politician we will ever have again. We can influence the House of Representatives. You can do that now, right? The guy's only got 24 months. Senators got a longer time, more responsible, perhaps with a broader vision. As we can see, the Senate has been more responsible in this case. But, in terms of political warfare, we're all political warriors in our respective democracies. So let's get on that. And I think your point is very well taken. If you've got more time, do a little more if you can. And even if you don't have a lot of time, look, those tweets count. The fellas stuff counts. Look, that was one of the most brilliant psychological operations that ever happened. Utterly desensitized, utterly decentralized. And believe me, it stings the Russians. There's one thing tyrants cannot stand, and it's ridicule. So keep it up.
I like your points about retirees, Alexander. I'm retired, never worked harder in my life or enjoyed it more. So, if you can retire, if you're only 20, think about retiring. You will enjoy your life much more over the next 80 years.
And you're going to work harder. Alan, I'm with you. I'm supposed to be retired, and I am working harder than than ever. And yeah, you know what? I like it because I'm doing something I like, and it's important.
Exactly how I feel, Chuck, for every child. And then, Chuck, you and I are going to take uh, Tuesday night bullet points out, maybe with the map, maybe with a big question, uh, because we always have Thursday night bullet points coming up for every child. Go ahead.
I'll be brief though, Alan. And I didn't do this with 2 weeks preparation. I've been on Twitter for 15 years, but I would say um, Twitter is about building relationships online, just as you would build relationships offline. And with the community that I work with online, it's a minimum of 5 years to develop any basis of trust. Um, and so that's not 4 years as a pilot. That's 5 years as a beginner trust, and it's taken me 15 years to see how Twitter got broken, and how MriyaReport Spaces is working to unbreak it. As far as older people having more time, of course, but we also work harder, every single one of us. And as far as there being another arena to work with in politics, I'm saying, again, democracy is a conversation. It's not just about us repeating what somebody else says to us that we've gotten angry about. It's about us listening and then speaking, so with our own voice and not a rubber stamp voice that 6 other people used. So what I'm trying to say is democracy is a conversation, and we are the body politic. Slava Ukraine.
Aram Slava. Democracy is a conversation. The point is to keep a conversation going year after year after year. Democracy is also an experiment, and the experiment changes generation to generation. And the point is to keep that experiment going. Chuck, I think we have just enough time to hit the Kherson map and one big question. But I want to get to the Kherson map through General Teplinsky, who was deployed to Kherson, a replacement commander of the Russian forces on the south bank of the Dnipro. He's in a pretty tough spot. He was a friend of Prigozhin. He was sent to one of the hottest places in Ukraine, also far from reinforcement. And he's not doing so well, is he?
He really is not, and he's got a couple things going against him. Of all of the flag or general officers presently in Russian service, he is probably the one most respected by his troops. He is a real soldier. Remarkable that he should develop into a real soldier, coming up and coming of age and earning his stars uh, under Putin's leadership, where military merit was not necessary for promotion. But what Teplinsky has going against him right now are the perfect trifecta of uh, things that will arise jealousy in a dictatorship. He's young. He's 52 years old. He was friends with Prigozhin. He embraced what Prigozhin stood for. He embraced that anger against the buffoons at the top, Gerashimov, who God knows if he's even alive. At the very least, he's under like house arrest or he can't go outside without a wig and sunglasses on. Nobody knows where he is. And General Chaplinsky, as the commander of the airborne forces, he gets sent to, in a military dictatorship, you want to send him to a place where basically he can't win. But what's going on for this poor general? And Anton Gerashenko reported on this today. I gave him a retweet. It's a thread that he's posted, very much worth the 90 seconds it'll take you to read it. But because Putin and Shoigu are absolutely jealous of this guy and frankly fear him, right? This is a Caesar in the ranks, loved by his troops. Now, it doesn't make him a great officer. Uh, he is the guy ordering those suicidal attacks on Krinky. However, his men see in him a general who is on their side, who cares about them. So, talk about information warfare. Uh, the Kremlin has launched an astroturfed, totally fake social media campaign against General Toplinsky, right? Posting all these posts like he's a crap general, he never comes out of the dugout. All of this effort to stir up what they hope will be resistance against this guy, character assassination. They fear him, right? They have reason to fear popular military commanders. They've already seen one mutiny and turn his forces against Moscow. So I'm making a prediction here. I don't think General Toplinsky will be with us very much longer. I'll be very surprised if he is not relieved for cause or killed or disappears in the next 60 days. But we'll have to see. But this is exactly the kind of stuff that makes the Russian forces brittle, right? They'll make an example of Toplinsky. And the other clowns that Putin has promoted, they're just going to do what they're told. And so long as Shoigu is prosecuting this war, they're going to do stupid things. So keep your eye on General Toplinsky. And like I said, to Russian listening guests, I don't expect him to be around for more than the next 60 days. And I don't know if the next week. We'll see.
And if anyone thinks Putin is not going through a purge right now in Russia, not just a purge of oligarchs falling out of windows, but now a purge of propagandists apparently not saying the right thing or not saying the right thing forcefully enough. Or for that matter, a purge of the military. People may have forgotten Surovkin, famous for constructing the Surovkin defensive line, but we haven't heard from General Surovkin in months and months and months. He was under house arrest. He took a walk one spring day in Moscow, hasn't been seen since. He's also part of the purge. Toplinsky could join it. Of course, Prigozhin was part of the purge, as well as Prigozhin's lieutenants. Prigozhin wasn't the only he wasn't the only rebel on that plane when it was destroyed. So, Chuck, we have Thursday night bullet points coming up. I think that's when we're going to get to all of the maps. I want to ask you one big question as we come to the end of bullet points. Has Putin launched a world war?
You know, I don't I don't think that he has. He has enlisted his only allies, right? He is getting aid from the Chinese. He's getting aid from the North Koreans, and he's getting aid from the Iranians. It's not good that North Korean missiles are falling on Ukrainian cities. It's not good that Iranian drones are raining down. But what is good is that Russia needs their help, right? This is not the superpower we all have this lingering perception of. Russia is losing a regional war that it started. Don't forget that this war was essentially over in the first 10 days, right? By dint of glorious valor and incredible fighting skill and tactical adaptability, Ukraine was able to prevent Kyiv from being captured, which, by the way, would have been irrelevant, right? If you know, if Union forces, if McDowell had been able to capture Richmond in 1862, the war wouldn't have been over. And the same thing, if the Confederate Army had burned Washington, the Civil War wouldn't have been over. But Russia isn't winning this, and frankly, they can't win it. Now, 600 days ago, I wouldn't have said Russia can't win this, but they've shown us all that they can't, right? They can't take Avdiivka, right? Two offensives against them, both of them succeeded beyond anyone's expectations. The Kharkiv offensive blasted the Russians back 60, 80, 100 kilometers, right? That brittleness still exists. The problems are now questions of supply, the inconstancy of Ukraine's allies, meaning you, Washington. But Russia still can't win this war. They just can't. And it remains to be seen. Can Putin still do this 600 days from now? Remember what the casualties are going to be totally on board 600 more days from now, 1.8 million Russian casualties. And they still won't have Ukraine, Alan.
They will never have Ukraine. Dryfly, I think we're going to get the last question here, and then we'll be out with bullet points on a Tuesday night.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on that World War thing really fast. One of the big reasons we don't have a world war is because we're not rising to the bait in every single hot point he is pushing. However, if there's a lesson that the world should have learned, and I think the world did learn it, just not well enough, from World War One in Guernica and Spain, was to rearm in the face of the threat that was rising. FDR did. He was constrained, very much like Biden is constrained by a budget. In other words, the Republicans in 38 and 39 didn't give him the money that he wanted to put into the military, but he put in every penny he could. And if you look at a lot of the weapon systems that were used by the Allies in 1941 and 1942, they actually were developed in 1938, 39, and so on. So, I mean, yeah, some came much later, obviously, the Mustang and the B-29, et cetera, Manhattan, all of that. But there was a ton of stuff that was critical in the early parts of the war that were developed in 1938, 37, 38, 39. So the point is as we're calling our Congress people now, meaning Americans mostly, but in Britain, you should be doing it. In the EU, you should be doing it. You should be pushing those politicians to open up the purse strings and start spending money on weapons development. And they better be looking at what's going on in Ukraine, just like the world should have been looking at what was going on in Spain and build weapons accordingly, not to what was the wars that were prior. They have to look to the future. And that actually is going to be the message I'm going to give my congressman tomorrow, to be honest with you, and my senator. I'm going to call them both after this. So I'm not scared to call. I don't leave voice messages, but I will tell the intern that those are things that have to be done. Bump the budget, but also look to the future, because they're telling us what the future is going to look like, and we better be ready. And I'll listen. Thank you.
Spot on, dry fly. Absolutely. Boy, Alan, you and I are not going to need to do this after a while, because people get it. People got it.
I think people get it too, Chuck. Although I also think that 40 years from now, when a historian sits down to write the next book entitled How War Came, that historian will look back at this year, will look back at the 10 years of the war Ukraine has fought since 2014. And this decade will be significant in how war came. And I'm talking about the next war. And I think that the next war will be a big war. I don't think that you can assemble an axis of totalitarian countries like China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, who all fight a zero-sum game, by which I mean either they win and we lose, or they lose and we win. You don't assemble that kind of access without preparing the ground for a world war, or for the next bigger war. And the war in Ukraine is already a very big war. So I think that that Putin, Xi Jinping, the mullahs in Iran, what's his name in North Korea, they have prepared the ground for a much bigger war to come. I hate to say it. That's why I said at the opening of the show, I'm at my pessimistic worst tonight.
Well, I don't think the bad guys are going to conquer the world springboarding off their Ukrainian operation. I see them as losing this, but Alan, I do agree with you. Unless there's a political change in Russia, Russia is going to learn from the mistakes it made in Ukraine, and it's going to continue on its expansionist trajectory. But I'd like everyone to also remember, as we break it off tonight, this talk of a negotiated settlement with Russia is nonsense. Read about the first Chechen War. Peace talks came in right about this time, 600 days into the fighting. Russia negotiated a treaty in bad faith, took 2 years to rebuild, rearm, retrain. Then it came back in and wiped Chechnya off the face of the map. There is no trading. Look, you've got a bully, right? He wants your lunch money. You can't give him half of the lunch money and expect him to leave you alone, right? You can't give him all the sandwiches in your lunchbox and he's going to go away. You can't negotiate with Lavrov, right? He's a buffoon. He's a liar. This has got to be settled on the field of arms. Alan, and you and I are going to be here until this is won, and then we're going to do the Alan and Chuck reconstruction. So,
Yes, we are. Chuck and I are going to be here all the way through. And, finally, Chuck and I might make it to Ukraine together. And we'll put on hard hats. We'll pick up hammers. We'll pick up a drill. Prince will be there with 3 drills so I can borrow one. And Prince will show me how to use it.
3 drills and an impact drill. That's 4 total, dude. Chucky doesn't have any drills.
And you know what? I've only got 2, Prince, but I will be right behind you and doing what you tell me.
Chuck, thank you very much for bullet points tonight. Always a pleasure to be with you. I'll be back Thursday night. I will give you some news in the back channel, maybe tomorrow, maybe Thursday, hopefully by Friday. It's going to be a big week for me, and I will be here with all of you and maybe even share a little bit of news. But with that, I'm going to drop down and take a phone call here at the. I've had a 14-hour day again today. You'd think I was in my 20s. I wish I was. I'm not. With that, I'm going to say good night and Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava. And me too. Good night, everybody.
Good night, guys.
Prince, you got it. And Scott, see you guys soon. Will, good on your mate. See you guys Thursday. Good night,
See you,
everybody.
Chuck.
Night, y'all.
Night, Chuck. Oh, I still, I can't help it. I do sometimes have the sense of humor of a 3-year-old boy, and I always want to say, "What's up, Chuck?" just because it makes me giggle. And I have avoided doing that for the most part. Will, are you around, or are you square?
Well, I am a little bit round, but I'm trying to get into shape.
Yeah, well. Are you scheduled to co-host later tonight? I haven't even checked.
No, I'm here.
No,
with
ma'am.
I know Scott is here, but I know that I don't know, Scott. Have you looked over the maps to see what they are? I know Will sometimes looks them over and can do about a 15-minute overview of the maps at times. And since they didn't get to them, I wondered if Will wanted to do that, or you do, Scott. What do you think?
I have looked them over, and I can look. I've looked over 2 of them, and I can look over the 3rd real quick while you're talking.
Oh, I can talk. Okay.
But I will do it if he wants to.
No way, mate. I haven't actually read them yet. I've been doing other work.
There we go then. All right. So, good evening. It is 11 p.m. I think I can math. Yep, I can. It is 11 p.m. in on the East Coast of the United States, and I don't have my other clocks up because stupid reasons. And it is 4:11 a.m. UTC, 6:11 a.m. in Kiev, and I already told you New York, and it is 8:12 p.m. here in really freaking rainy Portland, Oregon, and 12:12 p.m. in the workers' paradise of Perth, Australia. Because if I don't say it, Will hates me, and I like it when Will likes me. And so we will just go on from there. Now, for anybody who was waiting with bated breath to find out from last night, and I'll have to say this again to Mockers when she wakes up, my cousin was not flying the Alaska Airlines where the door flew off. I said I would find out, and last night when we were talking about it, and he was not flying that plane specifically. So yeah, and as I reminded everybody consistently ever since I found out, an iPhone can withstand a 16,000-foot fall from an airplane to the ground and survive. So, dump your Android, buy an iPhone. I get nothing for that. Oh, a new iPhone would be nice though. Anyway, and so anyway, that's that. I have been keeping up with some things that have been going on. There have been a few things that have been really interesting to me. I'm trying to figure out which one I want to share with you though, because that is sort of key to it, right? And we have this big, huge, long list of different items, and this is the one I want to share with you. This one right here, and I need to see if she did this on her page too, on Twitter, because one of the projects that Mrs. Zelenska has worked on really hard and been a very big part of um, in the last couple of years here is doing really things for the Ukrainian people. I mean, if it comes down to it, that is a lot of what she's doing. She's doing a lot of things to make sure that mental health services are in place, not just for the military, but for the average citizen. And the other thing that she's been doing, and that is so important, and I'm sure Dave and I will actually talk about this more on the weekend on Sunday night when I co-host with Dave. Um, but one of the things that she's been working on, excuse me, is the barrier-free project for Ukraine, and that is it's an NGO, and it's like a city without borders. And the the thing that really hit me today when I saw her Telegram post, or it might have been last night, before I fell asleep. Huh. Well, okay, let's put it this way. This morning before I fell asleep, because it's 8:15 a.m. or p.m. now. I went to bed about 3:30, 4:30. And no, it doesn't look like she made a Twitter post about this one. But she put a Telegram post out about asking how comfortable is your home? Perhaps it has a heavy door entrance, such that a child or an elderly person can barely open it, or maybe a light bulb that is constantly flashing at the entrance, and there is no light at all, and a visually impaired person could easily fall. I don't know that she meant to rhyme that, but she sure did. But now there is an option to become a barrier-free ambassador. Um, so actually they word it ambassador of barrier freeness by answering some questions about your house on a checklist in an interactive map. And the map is called City Without Borders. And this was created by the NGO Barrier Free and Loon City, Luncity City. You can fill out this questionnaire in like 5 minutes, and you only did choose an answer option. And a checklist covers a bunch of different things having to do with your house, such as the yard, the parking lot, the entrance, those kinds of things, the shelter, and all of this information is then integrated into a map that anybody can see. And so you can drill into like a neighborhood. I was looking at the map a little bit last night. You can drill down into a neighborhood and see where the houses are more accessible, where the apartment buildings probably, because I think there are a lot of apartment buildings, not necessarily single family homes. See where the buildings are more accessible than not. And so then that gives people an idea of where they can live, but it also then gives you information about places in the community. It will give you information about a park, say for example, where are there stairs to be able to access part of the park, or which could cause a barrier, or is there a way to get around those stairs, and what is that way to get around needing to use those stairs, like a ramp, or just going to a different side of the block where the entrance to the park is lower, and just you can go right on in without a problem. Also says those kinds of things about stores, doctors offices, other kinds of buildings. So really just giving the community an option to figure out and to be able to look on an interactive map to be able to find out where the most barrier-free areas are. And they're looking at this for the entire population. Right now we see a lot of civilians and soldiers being wounded and coming back with abilities that are, excuse me, different than when they first entered into the full-scale invasion 2 years ago. You have people who are in wheelchairs now who weren't then. You have people who have lost limbs who had both limbs before. You have people who may have a difficulty walking because of a severe break in the leg or some other kind of damage. You have people who have lost their vision. You have people who may have lost hearing. Just all kinds of different things that, the things that are in your world that you don't see as barriers can easily become barriers for people who have some of these disabilities. So Ukraine is working very, very hard on a project to be able to make a barrier-free environment. And it's not just like for people with differing abilities, with disabilities, or who have been injured as citizens or as soldiers in Ukraine, because the citizens have been injured too. We have lots of citizens who have lost limbs and had other consequences from attacks that have happened. Um, but it's also, things like this, okay? So you are a parent and you have twins in a stroller and you want to take your twins to the park. Now, what if the only way to get to where the swing sets are is a set of stairs? That's a problem. How do you take the kids out? How do you get the kids in the stroller up those stairs? And that can be a problem. So how to get the stroller upstairs, and so being able to look for places that specifically meet the needs of where you want to go is something that is extremely good. Dave and I talk about this on a regular basis. It's one of the things he's looking forward to is in looking at the effort and attempts that they are making to make Ukraine barrier free, especially as they're rebuilding. He's really, as a person who uses a wheelchair to get around, he is really looking forward to being able to go and checking out how they have made their country barrier free. And I think it will be absolutely awesome. It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of time, but Ukraine is tenacious and they will get it done and they will figure it out. And so I know Dave's looking forward to seeing exactly how it works out in the long run, and paying a visit there. And there was something else I was going to say, and now I forgot, and that's okay. But for every child has her hand up. Good evening, for every child. I don't think I saw you yesterday. It is very good to see you.
Good evening, Prince. I think that I've been in and out and trying to get some things done. I tried to go to the website that you cited, and I came up empty again. But it's really, really important, and I don't know if I should just be really brief and let you continue on, because I think you're on a roll, and you just stopped because I had my hand raised.
No, not really. I was pretty much actually done trying to figure out if I left anything out. I don't think that I said actually a specific website. I know that I
I
don't
thought
know.
you said NGO barrier free, and
Oh,
I did a search on.
yeah. They have there's a Ukrainian NGO called Barrier Free, and I would have to look to see exactly where their website is.
Okay, I might be able to come up with it on my own. I was the one that I went to was a UN site and it had a blank page.
Oh
Um,
no, hang on a
this
second. I think I've got it already. Hang on. Yep, I think so. It is BB, like boy u.org.ua. That work for you?
I don't know yet. Just a minute.
Okay.
bbu.ua.org.
No, not UN. It's bbu.org.ua. I'll send it to you in a message.
Okay, because my earphones go dead when I'm typing.
Okay, there you go.
Um,
I sent it to you. You'll have to use an auto translator in because it's all in Ukrainian, but that's what I get when I looked for the barrier free. Actually, I think I sent you the English site. Anyway, doesn't matter.
well, thank
But no problem, no problem. She does some amazing work, Mrs. Zelenska. If anybody hasn't figured it out or realized, Mrs. Zelenska is one of my favorite parts of. Well, it sounds awful to have a favorite part of an armed conflict, of a war, of an illegal invasion, of a genocidal regime. It it sounds bad to have a favorite, but realistically, I do. I do really appreciate the work that Mrs. Zelenska has done, and you will find me. I remember the last time. It wasn't the last time that President Zelensky was in DC, but it was the last. It was when they were in DC together earlier this fall, and everybody was focused on what did President Zelensky do today? What did President Zelensky do today? And I came up every single day and said, "What did Mrs. Zelenska do today?" Because the woman did some amazing things. I mean, he was there for the big UN thing, and she went to a bunch of the breakout sessions for the UN, did a lot of advocating for the kids that have been stolen. She just she did a lot and accomplished a lot, speaking for her country and speaking for the people of her country and advocating for her country. And she works very, very hard. They work very hard together. All right. That good? How you doing, Scott?
I am ready with the maps whenever you are. And just to let you know, I can hear everybody except for every child. I'm so sorry for every child. But I can't hear. It just goes dark or blank.
Okay, well that sucks.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, for every
But I
child.
am ready.
Oh, she's gonna recycle, it looks like. Well, go ahead, Scott. It's up to you.
All righty. I'm going to do the 3 maps that are up in the nest, but I'm going to do them in reverse order. So we're going to start at the Kherson area, and then we're going to go to Avdiivka and then Kupiansk. Okay. So the first one that we're going to talk about is the left bank, otherwise known as the east bank of the Dnipro River. The focus for the Russians recently has been Krinky, which is a little bit upriver from Kherson and upriver from the Anatovsky Bridge. It is one of several footholds or lodgements that the Ukrainians have, and it's come under really heavy bombardment. One thing that's happened over the last couple weeks, not in the last day necessarily, is that because Ukraine, I don't know if you remember, about 2 weeks ago, the Ukrainians shot down, I think the total was 4 Russian fighter jets, but fighter bombers. And because those were the planes that were releasing the so-called glide bombs. So they'd stay pretty far away and they would, have their momentum, release their bombs, and they would glide into the target. Those were substantially harder to shoot down than other kinds of munitions, including the ballistic missiles and the cruise missiles that the air defense radars are, they've got programmed for that kind of flight. These glide bombs were kind of wrecking havoc, and they were using them almost as artillery. So the Ukrainians were really complaining about the devastation of these glide bombs were wrecking on the troop concentration. It wasn't making them withdraw or anything, but it was making them, take losses. So today was the first day since then that the Russians have resumed airstrikes. We don't have confirmation yet of whether they were glide bombs again or they were some other kind of missile attached to those aircraft. But so that happened. The Ukrainians have repelled a couple of different attacks against Krinky. There was reinforcements across the river that the Ukrainians were able to execute, and a lot of really good drone action against tanks. The news that we have from Russian telegram sources are that 90% of the armor, so tanks and armored personnel carriers sent into the Krinky area, are being destroyed by the Ukrainian drones and drone-directed artillery. And they also destroyed, they being the Ukrainians, also destroyed a Russian headquarters communications center. So that's pretty encouraging. Then further southwest, closer to the city of Kherson, the Ukrainians have succeeded in holding Polima and Pishchenivka, and they are also in contact at Pidstepna. So that's kind of expanding. It's one of the places on the front lines that the Ukrainians are expanding their position on the zero line. So kind of good news, although it's still brutal battle. And then Prince, if there's a hand, just interrupt me because I'm looking at the map and not the screen.
I will, but I was actually looking at my computer screen, not the phone. but I'll do better with that.
Okay. I just looked and I didn't see any. Okay, so let's go to Avdiivka. Also, sort of not completely depressing in terms of the Ukrainian positions. On the north, so Avdiivka, if anyone who's followed closely, is this long, skinny city. At the north end of it is the rail juncture, and near that is the so-called slag heap and the coke plant. So, as you know, Donetsk was really made by the steel industry, and steel industries are usually made by either coal deposits or iron ore deposits or both. And Donetsk was fortunate or unfortunate, not just Donetsk, but the Donbass in general, was really made by combination of raw materials in the ground. So the Russians have control of the slag heap for the moment. And they were approaching and on the outskirts of the coke plant, in other words, on the other side of that railroad line that you see. But the Ukrainians have pushed them back. And this is the site of more than 100 Russian surrenders in the last month. So to the point that was being made earlier about the ability of Russians to fight in this winter war, and their general morale. Obviously, if they're willing to surrender, they're not trusting their commanders, and they're probably miserable in the winter weather with substandard gear and potentially not enough food either. The slag heap is kind of a weird position in that it's quite large. It's like a big hill, In the States, it might have been turned into a sledding hill or into a even a little ski area covered with grass and then fake snow. But really, it's really like more like it looks like it's just a gravel hill. But it's the leftovers from steel making, the slag that has to be poured. You actually pour the good steel off, and the slag is the stuff that's going to weaken the steel, and it stays in the bottom of the big cauldron for primary steel making. And then they got to get rid of that somewhere, so they just throw it on the other side of the railroad. So it's a big hill, and the Russians have it, but it's sort of, other than for firing positions, it's not of much use because you have to come down to cross the railroad. Now on the south of the Avdiivka city, south and west, you see the city called Vodiane, and you see the M30 highway. Earlier in the autumn, the Ukrainians were right at the M30 and right at the outskirts of the Donetsk airport. You see that there. So in the last couple months, the Russians have gained some territory. They are fighting these days in Severny and Tonenka and Pervomaiske. So it's hard battle. The Ukrainians are pushing them back. 15 different attacks. So those are the attacks that Chuck characterizes as company level attacks that come out on the same axis and break through the forest, break through the tree line, try to take an objective, and the Ukrainians pummel them with drones, with rifles in some cases, and with artillery. We know that the Ukrainians are short on artillery shells, and so they're having to make do with FPV drones, and that is obviously nerve-wracking, and hopefully will continue to work. But the Russians, by all reports, are coming up with countermeasures for those drones, including electronic warfare. And there's also a Ukrainian shortage on electronic warfare kit to jam the Russian signals instead of enabling the Russians to jam their signals. But so far, in spite of this, shell hunger that the Ukrainians are experiencing and talking a lot about in the political realm, they are managing to keep the Russians at bay. And you see that those attacks, by the way Chuck draws these arrows, they go out and come back. That means that the attack was repulsed, and they came back to the previous zero line. So they have made some progress over the last months on the southwest, but they've actually lost some ground in the directly north of the city by the coke plant. They gained some too before that, but in recent weeks, the Ukrainians have taken back some of what they gained. All right, let's go to Kupiansk. So in Kupiansk, the battle is hottest to the northeast of the city. This has been so this is right at the border. Very close to the Russian border. You can see in the little inset map, not super far from Kharkiv. It's east of Kharkiv. And so the very easy resupply. This is the area where Russia was said to have 100,000 troops, sort of late summer, early fall. So it's very dense. If you see the order of battle, other people's maps, there's Russian units like every centimeter along this part of the front. And they've had a little bit of success in the very sort of north and northwest of the pink colored area. Able to cross the railroad line and that forested area, which was in Ukrainian control earlier on in the late summer. But there's no towns in there. There's that little Liman Perhi and Masyutivka, but very small towns, villages really. And they haven't made much progress toward Kupiansk city. You can see there straight east of Kupiansk is a little town called Petropavlivka, and they've been attacking there regularly. And even Ivka, we've heard Chuck talk about that town quite a bit. So it continues to be sort of standoff warfare with Russian airstrikes and missile strikes. But Ukraine was able to break up 5 different assaults on Sinkivka in the last day or two, and huge losses in armor again. It seems like armor is not working at the moment, and that could be because of the way they're deploying the tanks, sort of along roads to make sure that they don't get stuck in the mud. But I've seen lots of videos of tanks being destroyed as they go on the road, then they try to swerve into a tree line, and the drone operators have them in sight, and they're able to get the tanks even in the tree line. So they have not had very good success with their armor. Interestingly, though, and kind of as a pattern we've been seeing, I don't know if people remember, and I don't know how closely people track the number of tank kills, but back on the 17th of December, there were, for example, 44 tanks destroyed in one day. Yesterday, there were 5 tanks destroyed across all the battlefields, not just Kupiansk. And then the day before, on the 7th of January, reported yesterday, but this number from the day before was 9. The day before that was 4. The 2nd of January, actually, the day that Ukraine shot down 73 missiles and 36 drones, there were 0 tanks killed, which is interesting. So the Russians are clearly putting more emphasis on the missiles and the bombs released from airplanes and the drones than they are on their armored maneuvering, or even armor as sort of surrogate artillery. Yesterday, the numbers were way down in all the categories. Only 9 APVs, only 6 artillery pieces, only 10 fuel trucks, and only 1 drone. That drone number might not be too good. That's what the Ministry of Defense said, but other sources of information said there were a few more drones than that. So interesting that, and that sort of reflects, going back to the Kupiansk map, why you see planes and missiles in the red explosion circles, more than people or tanks. You do see a couple tanks that were blown up northeast of Sinkivka, and some drone strikes there on artillery. So the Ukrainians are doing a good job on of sort of holding back the Russians in spite of their shell shortage. The scary thing is, how long can that last, right? And I'll use that as kind of a good conclusion point, but also an occasion to say, I wouldn't mind if the audience would be interested, and if you would be interested, Prince, to talk a little bit more about positional warfare with Will. Have a discussion about that. I do have some. I do have the article on positional warfare up on my computer, and Zaluzhny's press conference or speaking into the microphone today, both of which kind of relate to that topic. If we want to,
I am
to
good
go
with
there.
that. The question is, you need to ask Will too.
Yeah. Well, I was
And,
trying to do it all
Will,
in one.
Will may be taking a nap or working on his taxes. I don't know. I'm serious. I'm not kidding.
I know. That's very disciplined to be working on your taxes in January. But maybe it's different in Australia.
I think he was working on them last year already. At the end of the year, he would hang out and he would say, I'm listening sort of, but I'm working on my taxes, or I gotta go so I can work on my taxes. Dude, I mean, serious. That is some serious discipline and work to start working on your taxes in December. Yeah, it's like, I ain't thinking about that quite yet. I got other things to do. Right?
Exactly.
So,
Me too.
I am not the person to talk to about positional warfare, because I mean, if you ask me about positional warfare, I would say those guys are in that spot and those guys are in that spot and they shoot at each other and that's the end of it. So like I said, I'm not it's like they're in that position and they're in that position. So if there's anybody in the audience who would like to talk positional warfare with Scott, I am perfectly fine with that. I have no problem with that. And I think Will might have, like I said, fallen asleep or been lost and consumed by a spreadsheet somewhere. But
Will, are you there?
Yeah, I don't know. For every child may know something about positional warfare. I don't know. But if not, I have another thing I can talk about as far as Mrs. Zelenska is concerned. Oh, and here comes Christopher. Christopher may have something for you too. And I'm all good with that.
Let's see if I can hear For Every Child now.
Okay. For every child. Go ahead, For Every Child. For every child, can you hear me? Well, she might not be able to hear me now.
Darn. It's not good.
I know.
For Every Child, can you hear me? If you can, I want to see if I can hear you, and we want to hear you speak.
All right. Well, I guess not. And here comes Ukraine. Ukraine popped into another space. You know, I got to tell you. Okay, so yeah, I'm a lesbian. I'm not Catholic, but I have formed a very nice friendship with our friend Gina, and I like to be supportive of people. And Gina has started to do a rosary and another prayer to saints every day, and so I've been sneaking in there, and I've seen a couple of people from the space wander in there too, and that's been sort of nice. Um, I figure, you know, whether it's exactly what I believe or not is that it doesn't matter. People praying together is a good thing, and I can take 30 minutes of my day away from the Maria Report space to focus on that and supporting Ukraine in that way. So, um, anyway, don't want to take,
Absolutely. Well, that's very nice and so supportive of you with Gina. That's so cool. And you don't have
yeah.
to be Catholic to pray the rosary.
No, you don't. And it's you know, and I've actually found, you know, it to be very, very interesting. And so it's been she's just starting it, trying to keep it up, and we'll see how it goes. And so yeah, there's just you know, 20 minutes or so for the rosary, and then a few hours later, about 10 minutes for a few other prayers, and it's sort of kind of nice. So sort of gets me centered and ready to co-host too. So that's been sort of cool. Gives me a second to just sort of unwind and think about something other than, well, I'm still thinking about Ukraine, but thinking about Ukraine in a different way. So anyway, and Gina is so wonderful and generous with her time for us on the space. You know, she spends 3 hours with us on Friday nights, spends an hour or two with us on Sunday nights now, and pops in whenever. And so that's just amazing. So anyway, Ukraine, how are you?
Hey Prince, I'm well. Thanks for bringing me up to space. Hi Scott. Thanks for hosting.
Hi, Ukraine
Awesome
war update.
discussions. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Oh,
very well.
yeah. I was just gonna say, I saw you, Prince, in that space with Gina, and then decided to stop by, and then I heard her pray, and I'm gonna stick around. And I actually started remembering that prayer in Ukrainian language, so I was kind of doing that in Ukrainian language. It was, you know, to myself, I guess. It's been a long time since I did that, but it did feel good though.
Yeah, you know, Gina,
very cool.
yeah, Gina spends a lot of time, and she's talked about this a lot on the space with the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church there in Philly, and she knows uh, is it Archbishop Bishop Guzniak, who is also there in Philadelphia, and he is also the founder and president of the Ukrainian Catholic Church there in Lviv, Ukraine. So she has some good friends and good connections there in the Ukrainian community in Philly, and so you know, and of course she's a Catholic reporter. That's what she does for a living. She reports
Oh, okay.
Catholic
I didn't know
news.
that. That's really interesting.
You
That
you didn't
makes
know
sense, I
that?
guess. No, I did not know that.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I know Gina from, you know, her, appearances in MriyaReport. You know, when she's talking about genocide, it's very insightful and very interesting information. But yeah, I didn't realize that's what she did.
Yes, she is a Catholic journalist, and yeah, and she went to Ukraine and spent some time there. What I think she might have, I don't know. I know she had some connection with the Ukrainian Greek Catholic college while she was there in Lviv, and she pretty much stayed around Lviv and Kiev, and yeah, she was there for 10 days this summer, and so yeah, and Sunday nights now we're going through some of her articles and looking at them on a deeper level, and we just keep finding more and more stuff to talk about, and it's pretty amazing. I wish she lived in an earlier time zone because sometimes I feel bad for keeping her up late. But that's okay. She's happy to do it. She enjoys it. Anyway, Christopher, I saw you put your hand up and took it down.
No, I just came up on the space. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if we want to talk positional warfare, we can do that. But you know, it's it's kind of it's a bit of a weighty subject. And since I haven't read or heard what Zaluzny said today, I'm going to be a little behind the eight ball on that one. But other than being able to just say hi, what?
No, I was just saying. Well, thank you for coming and saying hi. Ukraine put his hand up again. So let's see what Ukraine has to say.
And Will reacted, so he's
he might
back. He's back
he might have woken
alive.
up.
I just wanted to say, same here. I just came up to the space. If we want to continue to talk about positional warfare, that's great too. I'll be uh, more than happy to share some of my thoughts on some of the things. But I was debating if I should come up as Flickr, because I did watch a documentary recently about a Russian who ended up who was recruited by department, Russia's MOD essentially, but he ended up deflecting, and that was his plan basically from day one. And he was telling his story, ended up basically escaping Russian front line, moving to Ukrainian side, surrendering, and then joining the Free Russia military that they had fighting for Ukraine's. Ended up getting actually wounded in fighting some of the Russians on the front line as well. But he brought back, when he switched over, he moved back. He brought back a lot of intel that he was able to collect while he was kind of contemplating his escapes back to Ukrainians, and because of that, they were able to save a lot of lives, because they knew all the positions, right, that the Russians had, and they were relatively static. There was not much of maneuvering happening, but he basically identified all the key weapon systems, crew serve, support positions. But even in a static environment, right, when you have these positional warfares, you're still going to have certain weapon systems. They're going to be slightly maneuverable. They're going to move from one place to another just to kind of provide a little bit of support. And he was able to pinpoint all of that. But where some of the tanks were stationary, where they were coming from, basically from the defilade positions, right, that provides cover and concealment to move forward, how, the routes they would take. So Ukrainians had all that stuff planned out. It was really interesting documentary.
Well, that's super interesting. Is he the one who had who defected with the helicopter?
No, he's not. So he was. It was really interesting because the movie actually starts with him telling that there was basically in Russian prison, because, and he's kind of young. He's like maybe mid to late 20s. But he was running basically his scam rings inside Russia, and he ended up not sharing some of the profit that he was making on people with law enforcement. Ended up getting framed basically with some drug, supposedly for carrying drugs or something like that, and thrown into prison. Basically they were just kind of removing him because he was not playing ball with authorities, not sharing the wealth, so to speak. And then while he was in prison, he said he remembered Prigozhin actually flying in. That was the prison that he was in. And he said, he was telling how they made the whole big dog and pony show. Had the helicopter coming in, black helicopter landing right in the front of the prison. Like basically trying to impress everybody in the air, in there and all that stuff. Prigozhin was giving his speech and all that stuff. He ended up not going with him, but he said quite a few Russians ended up, doing it. And then after that, sometime the rumors started spreading that the Russian MOD is going to be doing basically a very similar scheme, essentially recruiting a lot of prisoners into their ranks. But he knew that Russia's military was not as organized, and not as brutal, probably as Wagner. So that's when he kind of started planning his escape, essentially, right? So he ended up joining that. He was part of the Storm unit, which is basically comprised of a lot of these prisoners put together, and they're just thrown at some of the areas, some of the hard areas, I guess, you know, strictly explicitly used as cannon fodder. And he was just kind of sharing some of the details about how they arrived, how they were greeted by HIMARS as soon as they came into the area. There's apparently a video of that Ukrainians made, and he was saying, "Yeah, these are the trucks that we came in on." And yeah, it was really interesting. If anybody wants it, I can send a link, or maybe I can add it to that Nayfor TV thing. Just let me know.
Oh yeah, I'd really like to see that. If you can, I follow you, so you can DM me.
Will do.
So yeah, Heather, why don't I start with what General Zaluzhny had to say today in his press conference, and then there's this article on active defense that Will was mentioning earlier when Chuck was still here, just released within the week, by Mykola Beleskov. And that's more active defense than positional warfare, but it's sort of part of the same complex of strategy. And maybe it sounds like Chris and Ukraine War Update and Will would all be willing to jump in on that. And maybe before we do that, Will says thumbs up. For every child, do you want to ask your question or make your comment and see if we can hear you before we go into that?
I was just going to say that I was looking for a cloak of invisibility because I know nothing, and I just wanted to know if we could design a button so that we could just disappear when anyone asks us if we know something. We can just fade away and still be present.
What a good feature that our friend Elon could add to the X platform. Invisibility cloak could just come down like a little black thing over your whole picture. I like it. What were you going to say, Prince? I'm sorry. I jumped in.
Nothing. Go ahead.
No expectations that everybody has to be knowledgeable about everything, right? There's a lot of stuff, and we're fortunate to have some really smart people on the space. So, you know, I always go to, for example, Beefeater's threads, and I especially like his scan of Russian Russian social media accounts to give a sense of what the Russian population are talking about. But that would be kind of hard for me to do, for example. For every child, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yes, while you were asking me if I wanted to come up and speak, I was trying to get a tweet off, and I just went ahead and sent it off without knowing what kind of shape it was in. But it is contacts for the European representatives. If somebody could look at my timeline and decide whether or not that tweet needed to be in the nest. It's the very first time I've seen a link to contact European representatives.
Cool. Do you want to do that, Prince? While I'm
Yep, I will take a look.
All righty. All right. I'm gonna give you a little overview of what General Zelensky said today. He was talking about mass mobilization. This is Timofey's Milovanov's tweet. He's the guy who's the head of the Kiev School of Economics, but hangs out in Cleveland, I think, mostly these days, or is back and forth. And he also had a different tweet, which I unfortunately didn't repost, so it would take me just a second to find, that the Ukrainians are talking above all about mobilization, and it hasn't really hit the Western news sources. So he was kind of informing us about, what's on the minds of Ukrainians, and maybe Ukrainian War Update can comment on that. It makes sense. I mean, if there's a whole new policy on mobilization and it's 500,000 people, when up to now it's been almost all volunteers, that would be a huge topic. And he did say that, this will be very telling whether it brings division in Ukrainian society or knits it even more closely together. because so far the war has really brought a lot of unity to Ukrainian society. But so Zaluzhny did address this quite head on, according to this. Not a word about ceasefire, but only about what's next on the battlefield. So he started off saying 2024 must differ from 2023 with enhanced efficiency and better soldier survival rates. We have identified key problems, also implying that these were the ones that stopped or blunted the counteroffensive. And we have developed solutions to most of them. So that's super encouraging. Not any more detail than that on that topic, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, because that would be needing to be secured. But he said the enemy has been evolving as well. Ukrainian forces for now hold the north of Marinka, but the city no longer exists after brutal block by block destruction reminiscent of Bakhmut. And Marinka is a suburb of Donetsk from which artillery can reach, and has been previously held by Ukraine, but the Ukrainian forces did a tactical withdrawal within the last month from Marinka, and it was news for about a day. Then Zaluzhny talked about the situation around Avdiivka, that it also follows military realities, not political or media perception. The enemy can, at the moment, concentrate forces to methodically devastate the city like Bakhmut. Now, we just looked at the map. You can see that if they have the slag heap, I mean, with the Russian missiles, I mean, they want to spend them on killing civilians. But if they did want to flatten Avdiivka, you can see from the forced disposition that they could just bomb into the center of the city. So that makes total sense. Next, he said that he remains confident of continued Western military assistance, and he's been satisfied with the support in 2023. Now, we don't know whether that's, he's being a good politician, because any commanding general has to be a politician in some respects. But kind of good to know. I mean, he's also a straight shooter, so he probably wouldn't have included that sentence if he was really actively disappointed. I'm sure he would like to have Tauruses and more ATACMS, as well as the airplanes. On mass mobilization, Zaluzhny would not discuss a total mobilization number publicly. But he did say that the figure shapes mobilization phases over time, with some in early and some in late 2024. Now, many of you may know that the government has spoken, and I just mentioned this number a second ago. The government's spoken about 500,000 people being mobilized. Now, and the general said the mobilization number estimate accounts would be accounting for losses for the future year tasks and for new unit needs. The key, this is Timothy commenting, the key between the lines insight is that Ukraine is preparing for a very long war in a serious way. Specifically, the mobilization will be done for 36 months. This also applies to the currently mobilized soldiers, so one more year for them. This provides time to prepare replacements by 2025. but replacements likely need to begin training in 2024 already. So that will obviously go into I think they're going to take training more seriously. A number of reports by various military experts is that the training in the West, it was in the UK, it was in Germany, it was in a number of the Baltic states, as well as in Scandinavia. But it was kind of fast because if you remember, in 2023, we were expecting a spring offensive, and then we were waiting for Leopards and Abrams, and they weren't coming. And it kept getting delayed and delayed, and then kind of kicked off in June. But the units that were being trained, basically, the thinking now is that they learned the equipment, they learned how to operate the artillery gun or the tank or the APV, but not really the whole sort of combined arms aspect of it. And they didn't have an opportunity to drill in larger formations. So I think one of the things that Zaluzhny is planning is to have more comprehensive training, a longer period of training, and probably there were also a lot of complaints about the roteness of some of the training, that it was like, this is how we would train our own soldiers. And if you're taking people, as in the case last year, they were taking people off the front line who had a lot of contextual information, a lot of knowledge about how Russia fights, and they found maybe up to a half of the topics kind of boring, kind of not relevant. So that made it less sort of impactful training, because the training was really prepared for Western recruits, who had the closest they had gotten to war was video games. So that's going to happen. And then he said, he being Zaluzhny, soldiers on the front lines now face extremely difficult conditions. So he wants mobilized men to know clearly how long their service will last. So 36 months is quite the mobilization, including one more year for the folks who have been on the front lines since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. Zaluzhny is unsatisfied with the work of military offices on mobilization so far, as managing mobilization requires specific skills and knowledge that many heads of these offices lack. You may know that there was a wholesale replacement of military recruiters. Maybe, I don't remember what month it was. It was within the last year, let's say 9 months ago. And it was done under the auspices of anti-corruption, because apparently they were getting paid off to basically leave somebody off the list. And they were also, some of them were getting men of military age right out of sort of military checkpoints on the roads, and just have it lining them up, getting them out of their cars, putting handcuffs on them, and so dragooning them into service. So that was clearly unsatisfactory, and especially that combination, letting people who could pay a bribe get off, and then not following procedures and grabbing people out of their cars at a checkpoint. So let's go to Gunny, who's up and undoubtedly has something very valuable and intriguing to say. Go ahead. Gunny, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, mate. I was just moving in between zones there. Yeah, I just picked up on that about the training. Yeah, one absolute load of nonsense. Look, the problem with the training that's been given by NATO countries is what you had is a sudden influx of people who 24, 36 months ago weren't expecting to be an infantry unit, and they weren't given the time that we would ordinarily give phase one recruits, phase one, phase two, to get all the skills to go and fight. Right? It's a very complex business training men and women to go to T-Farms units, right? So what you had is an extremely abbreviated course because, you know, it's a rush to get them through. And there's going to be a lot of bits cut out of it, right? There's going to be problems with simple things like physical fitness, you know, because you can't pick and choose in this case. You've got to take the material that you've got. You've got a massively condensed course, basic soldiering, and some of them, from the sound of it, were only getting basic soldiering, far less than we would ordinarily give people before being packed off, hopefully for continuation training, maybe in Germany, places like that, or in interior of Ukraine. But I kind of, and you hear this a lot, people saying, well, you know, the training that NATO countries gave wasn't really as useful to Ukraine as was hoped. Well, I just remind people that the DIs, say in the UK at Brecon Infantry Battle School, these corporals and sergeants were privates and lance corporals humping £120 a kit in 50 degrees in Afghan, right? These are no slouches. same with the Canadians, same with the Americans. A lot of these senior staff, you know, have multiple tours, and the training cadres are going to be organized by warrant officers who were operational in 2003 during the invasion of Iraq. So I would just advise people to be very, very wary. If you hear criticisms about the training that's been offered, all right, imagine something that's 6 months and condense that down into maybe 8 weeks, tops, right? There's going to be a lot cut out of it. And the DIs, the permanent staff at places like Brecon, who were training these boys and girls, will have known that they could only impart the most basic stuff to try and get them ready for this, and would have only hoped that there was going to be some kind of continuation training. As to, you know, the reasons why things didn't go as well as we all hoped, well, no one knows. And the Twitterati, sat in a comfortable chair drinking their Maxwell House, will come up with all sorts of reasons why the counteroffensive ultimately did not achieve its goals. But the only people who really know are going to be the people at Land HQ in Ukraine who ran the operation from the top, the liaison officers from NATO who would have given them, you know, advice, and battalion, company, platoon leaders, brigade commanders, people like that. But rest assured, there's going to have been an awful lot gone wrong, and that's entirely normal because you're talking about what is a conscript army being thrown straight into it. Yes, with a cadre of people who might have cut their teeth sort of 2014, but an awful lot of the senior officers in charge of formations, even at that stage, will not have been suitable. It's a brutal weeding process. And unfortunately, as anyone who's been in the military will tell you, even a good period of time into a war, some utter fucking maniacs manage to retain or even gain promotion and get people killed. And unfortunately, sometimes it takes them to do that in order for them to be weeded out and sent either somewhere where their skills are more applicable, or somewhere where they can't hurt anyone. All right, so you know, I would kind of push back on that, and whenever, you know, when I hear woke being implied, whilst it's very fashionable to say that today's Western militaries are all very woke, just remember that not so long ago you were watching coalition 21, 20, 19-year-olds carrying GPMGs and a lot of gear, getting blown up by IEDs. And those boys and girls certainly weren't woke. So, yeah, all right, I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, I was I don't know about woke. That I don't think I said anything about wokeness. It was more like the complaints I read were Ukrainian soldiers. I mean, maybe they were just flat out wrong, you know, or they had their expectations were screwed up. But it was just kind of like, these guys don't get us, get what we've accomplished and what we need. So I mean, maybe it was just general grousing.
Well, I mean, a counter argument to that, if you want to be brutal, is you may not have thought that the trainers actually understood what you were about. But if you chose to ignore the training that you were given, that's why the counteroffensive failed. There you go. If you want to be, you know, if you want to be absolutely brutal, and there is anecdotal evidence knocking around where NATO senior planners are supposed to have, you know, sort of said, well, look, this is how you employ armor. You know, this is how we would do an armored battle group. And the Ukrainians went, well, no, we've got previous experience of this, and our experience tells us different. So the NATO planners, trainers went, well, hey, okay, well, you know, that's all we could do is tell you. And that was kind of obvious from a lot of people with experience in armor, like people like Bearded, I don't know if he's listening, we're watching the footage. And in back channels, there was a bit of head scratching. There was a bit of, why is that tank on its own? What are those two tanks doing, running backwards and forwards across the field, sticking their asses towards the enemy with no mechanized infantry support? Why are they running through trees? You know, basic, simple things, because you can lose a track just doing something as simple as that. You know, why are they assaulting a trench position and they've got no bayonets with them? You know, you're just asking for someone to pop out of the hole somewhere and stick a charge on the side of the tank or blow a track off or something like that. So really, when you think about it, these people who know armor, which I certainly don't, but I was picking up that they were looking at the footage and they were going, no. This is, if they've been trained by NATO, they are completely disregarding what's going on. I mean, that was kind of cemented by the fact that we were seeing Ukrainian armor bunched up together, you know, virtually in line abreast, having walked into, you know, a kind of ambush and really got themselves unstuck. Now the crews got out, you know, for the most part, fantastic. But a lot of people with armor experience were saying, yeah, this isn't fantastic. So again, I would just put that in as a counterpunch to that.
Yeah, those are great points. And I just was giving that to our listeners as context, and maybe, you know, I'll take the criticism if it is that's not, you know, those complaints were BS or, you know, poorly taken. But I think the main point is that that in terms of Zelensky's press conference is that the training will start earlier and be more comprehensive. I think that's the takeaway message. Not anything I was saying about the training being, you know, wrongly positioned or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, if at higher command, sort of a battalion and brigade level, they were kind of given pointers by us in how to do things, and they chose to ignore it. Well, that's what the game is. It's the problem with it is a lot of good boys and girls would have died through that. If they did stick to the training and it did not work, a lot of people are still dead. But now they know that, and indeed NATO will know, that some of the sort of given tactics that we've expected to work are not really going to be as good as we sort of hoped in the past. Things like the mine threats, stuff like that. What do you do if you have a lack of mechanized infantry? Because they've got to keep up with the tanks and they've got to be under armor, that kind of things. If you don't have them, do you want them running around in Humvees behind you? That kind of thing. So, this was always going to happen. There was going to be a blame game. Once it became clear that the Russians had done a Kursk, and actually those fixed fortifications that we were all laughing and pointing at actually worked, someone was going to get the blame for it. And the blame game was always going to start because, again, that happens in militaries. But I should think deep down in Ukrainian sort of higher command level, a lot of people would have been fired or should have been fired. A lot of people who did really well at one level would have been promoted to fill those gaps. So people who, maybe didn't achieve end goals, but did well anyway. And that's how it works. It's just the military process is, it takes your son or daughter to die in order for us to learn lessons and in order for bad commanders to be demoted or binned completely and good commanders to be promoted. It's very sad and everything, but I'm unlucky. It was ever thus.
Yeah, those are. I always love hearing your take on things because it's so grounded in, military reality and what you've seen, and you've also studied it, not just lived it, but also studied it. Will, come on in, join the convo.
Hey, thanks, Scott. Hey, Prince. So, yeah, from that news conference, this portion of that I was impressed with in that part of the news conference was, it's a sober assessment of the number of soldiers that are going to be needed to be added over the next 3 years to win an attritional war, on the assumption that Ukraine has to fight it with less than it needs. Which is based on observation of what they've had to this point. And don't disagree with anything that was put forward about the training and competency vis-a-vis its effectiveness in Ukraine. But the other observations that I would think that I saw since the beginning of this are that point A, there just clearly wasn't enough of it. There wasn't, the number of soldiers that had in Ukraine had gone through basic this NATO provided type of training was not as large in number of a percentage of the total of the soldiers that you might expect, or of NCOs and everything. So that's one thing. A, there wasn't enough of it, and B, that there were some feedback complaints about the doctrinal training provided by NATO, or the training provided by NATO having a doctrinal conflict with what they saw on the ground, given the resources that they have to apply, right? The NATO doctrine would certainly, expect a level of additional support, some of which wasn't there at the time. And I think they underestimated the impact of these minefields. And then, as Gunny exactly said, the NATO standard, I think, plan for the size and density of minefields was a great underestimation based on what they've seen in the field.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a lot of it. It didn't seem to me like kind of just grousing. It was like, we want to beat these bastards. How can we do it? I don't want to waste my time on you know, and I'm sure everything Gunny said was happening. A shortage of time and triage and also, NATO the NATO training has its standards, and some people would have said, why are we doing all this basic conditioning and these basic drills, and we need to just learn how to operate you know this this leopard, and so I liked what Zaluzhny didn't seem to be blaming anybody other than the military recruitment professionals, or people filling that role who aren't professionals, I guess. Um, he wasn't putting blame on anything, but he talked about fixing problems, and the fact that he's identified the problems, to me, was very encouraging. Or many of them, he said, not all. Will.
Oh, so the other thing that from the press conference, the word that's that or the what you said earlier, the about the training is going to be that they're going to pursue essentially industrialization of basic training and advanced training and categorization of people that we've found out from before, right? They're going to let people who want to pick their specialty do that, but only if you take a contract soldier position with the with the Ukrainian military, and that you pass all the entrance and screening stuff such that you'd be a good fit for them. So they're doing some good approaches to that, but what they're really going to do, I think, is take bigger advantage of. We know that Grafenvor was announced the rotation of one U.S. National Guard training unit in that joint task force has been rotated to another. So we got this little bit of news the other day that had occurred, and what that means to me is that role is going to carry on, and they trained 7,500 soldiers in training in the last 9 months, and that means they'll basically do another 10,000 in the next year if they keep the current capacity for training up, which is a good number. I think they're going to want to. The other thing is they'll probably expand the length of their basic training a bit, and that they will then try to take in these soldiers over the 36-month period to reasonably and rationally make up for losses in units that they could have over that time. So plan for the worst and hope for the best, because more support could in fact be coming, but I don't think they can bank on it, and it wouldn't be wise to do so.
So 10,000. Let's talk to me about the 10,000 number. That doesn't seem like, if they're going to mobilize 500,000 people over 36 months, it doesn't seem like 10,000 a year is going to get the job done.
No, but that's just one U.S. base doing their own. There's also the areas in Britain. What I think is happening is the donor countries that are setting up and operating training facilities are moving those closer to Ukraine, so that they don't have to spend the money to transport soldiers from Ukraine back farther distances. And to be honest, there's a lot of capacity for training existing in Europe that is probably best suited to be used for that. But I guess I don't know enough about that to. That's just a guess. But yeah, this is just one U.S. base that's being used in Germany to train at. And I hear the reports are it's a particularly dusty, nasty one to train at, so that soldiers trained there should be ready for hard conditions.
That's funny. What? Okay. That makes sense. Gunny, what would you like to see in the training regimen going forward? Just more time. I mean, you already mentioned that it wasn't long enough. Any other aspects that you'd like to see improved?
anyone who says that they can answer that, unless they were actually out there watching things unfold, is talking rubbish. Like, it's an impossible question to answer because none of us here knew what went right, what went wrong at brigade, battalion, company, platoon, section level. But to give you an idea, so the British Army infantry, basic infantry training is 26 weeks. And that's pretty full on. Given a lot of fitness involved as well. Yeah, the odd weekend off thrown in here or there, but it's 26 weeks. The minimum course for Ukrainians conscripted in 5 weeks. So 26-week course condensed into 5 weeks. Now you can say, well, you know, and from then, hopefully a lot of them went to Germany to work up at the training ground there. But at the end of your 26 weeks infantry in the UK, you join battalion, and then there would be battalion level training, whatever going on top of your 26 weeks, you know, and you're not really going to be any use. Very few people in the military are an awful lot of use until they've spent at least kind of 6 months in unit, you know, finding their feet, you know, bedding in, understanding how things actually work in the, you know, in the real world. So by that rationale, you could probably say longer training, but is that possible? Don't know. Anyone who says that they do is probably talking rubbish because they don't know what the battalion rotations are like on the front out there. Well, you know, what battalions are holding where? What length of frontage have they got? How are they rotating people in and out? At the sort of staff level, again, we don't know what went right and what went wrong. Did they stick to NATO doctrine as they were advised and employed the armour and it didn't work? If that's the case, then they're going to have to revert back to what they learned sort of 2014 onwards. Or were they kind of advised by us on how to do this, and they stuck to post-2014 doctrine, and that didn't work for them, and now they're going to have to re-look at how we would do it, and then future aid packages are going to need to be tied around that. I would say, as a non-expert, one of the biggest lessons is going to be for armoured engineers. That much is clearly obvious. Mines have played an enormous part of that, and they need a lot more armoured engineering assets, the ability to clear mines and break through, and break through to the extent where they get freedom of movement once you're through. And unfortunately, the Russians, right, much as you like taking the piss out of them, and everyone likes convincing themselves through hubris that they're going to fold. Look, they didn't break. Right? And they had a lot of stuff thrown at them, and they may be dumb fuck conscripts from Wankistan who barely know one AK-7 end from the other, but a lot of them stood and fought and died in place. And if there's one thing history has taught us about Russians, is that they will stand and fight when most other people would fold. So clearly there wasn't the momentum there. What they're going to need in future, don't know. A lot of units are going to be burned out. They're going to need reconstituting, and the lessons will be for them to decide. But I would just counsel being very wary of the blame game, because that happens a lot in the military, even amongst the most professional armies. And there are always people who will seek to qualify failure by pointing at other people. Shit does roll downhill in this game, and we can probably expect a lot more than that. But having said that, Ukrainians are professional enough that they're going to run through it. There will be detailed battle analysis. They'll have some good people from NATO looking at it over their shoulder, and they'll work out what went right, what went wrong, and the next time hopefully will go better. But you know, better armies have fallen over their own feet. When the British Expeditionary Force arrived in France in 1940, the commander of one British tank regiment was driving up and down the column in his personal car, handing out belts of ammunition for the machine guns, which didn't really matter because a lot of the British tanks in that regiment didn't have guns. In fact, the squadron commander's vehicle, one of them had a mock plywood turret with a broom handle sticking out of it that was painted to look like a turret. So let he who is without sin cast the first stone, as we like to say.
Wow, that's quite the story. I had never heard about that unit in the British Army.
Yeah, they had no gun sights. I think one squadron had they had a cruiser tank with a 3-inch howitzer, but they had no rounds for the gun. So you know, every army goes through this kind of process. You know, American Armored Forces had their wake up call at Kasserine Pass. We got absolutely trounced. But the American Armored Forces that swept into Germany in 1945 were very different from the units that, you know, got their first taste of what it was all about at Kasserine Pass. So it is all a learning process. Just as an aside, one thing you do learn in the military is the military like to learn lessons and then promptly fucking forget them, and then we have to learn them again. And you know, that's just another part of military life to get used to.
Yeah, it's complex stuff. So we've all been impressed by how fast the Ukrainians have learned, but it's not automatic. And there's some subtle stuff that's happening. All right. What would you like to do next, Prince? We could go on to the article about active defense, but we only have so much time.
Yeah, Christopher has his hand up too.
Oh, I didn't say. Oh, yeah, he sure does. Christopher.
Hello. So you want some numbers? Stars and the Stripes on the 7th of this month put out a good little article giving a bit of an overview of the title is New Unit of Ukrainian Troops Training in Grafenwohrer as U.S. soldiers from Mississippi take over the mission. The article talks about the reliance on the National Guard. The new battalion talks about a new battalion of soldiers began training Sunday, at the U.S. Army training grounds. And it also coincides with the arrival of new contingent of American soldiers to lead the initiative. About 500 Ukrainian troops are taking part in the training. The Ukrainian unit will be the 19th Battalion trained at U.S. ranges in Bavaria since Russia's genocidal invasion, February 22nd, 2022, full-scale invasion. The Army relying on the National Guard units. Also, the article notes that over 116,000 Ukrainian troops have been trained in more than 80 locations around the world. And they talk about the commitment. And so when I started looking into it a little bit more, I started to see where some of those places were and the kinds of numbers of folks. So in the German training programs, and this is coming from Politico, which is from August 22nd of this past year. And so it's a little bit on the oldish side, but it talks about as of mid-23, Germany trained about 6,200 Ukrainian soldiers with a goal to reach about 10,000 by the end of the year. The training includes operating German war equipment, such as the Leopard 1A, the 1A5 tanks and the Marauder 1A3 infantry fighting vehicles. They're training. The U.S. military has been actively involved in training the troops, and they're doing about 500 Ukrainian troops a month. U.S. is already, the training includes, in addition, the Pentagon has expanded its combat training for Ukrainian forces using the slower winter months to instruct larger units in more complex battle drills. This training includes the use of various equipment and weapons systems. To date, the U.S. has already trained about 3,100 Ukrainian troops in these aspects. And that one came from an AP story that came out as of was the 15th of December in 22. So that's a little bit older, but it's expanding the training for U.S. combat troops. Not all of these articles. Was kind of hard to find some things that were completely up to date. And this is for you, Gunny. The British Army has made substantial contributions to training Ukrainian soldiers through Operation Interflex, a UK-led training program. Since its inception in June of 22, Operation Interflex has trained over 33,000 Ukrainian soldiers. This training effort is part of UK's ongoing support for Ukrainian response to the Russian invasion. And the objectives was to provide basic infantry training to recruits, with note, because as you've noted, that many of those folks that have joined the armed forces of Ukraine with little or no prior military experience, the training is designed to equip these recruits with the essential skills required for effective performance in the frontline combat, weapons handling, battlefield first aid, patrol tactics, rural environmental training, and understanding of the law of armed conflict. In addition to these core skills, the training programs have evolved to include specialized training such as small boat amphibious operations, mine clearance, trauma response, and support for Ukrainian military chaplains. The program's expansion demonstrates the UK's commitment to adapting to the training to meet the evolving needs of the Ukrainian military. They note that the British Army's effort in training Ukrainian soldiers is significant, as it represents the largest military training program on British soil since the Second World War. The success of Operation Interflex is also a result of international collaboration with several countries, including Canada, New Zealand, Norway, Denmark, Finland, Sweden, and Lithuania, the Netherlands, and Australia for the Workers' Paradise, and most recently, Romania, contributing to the training program. A minimum period of 5 weeks, and is continually updated based upon intelligence and the needs of the Ukrainian military. So that's kind of where you, Gunny, what you're also speaking of, that this is certainly a condensed course. But the article notes that this approach ensures that the training remains relevant and effective in the context of the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. The Ukraine Ministry of Defense has emphasized the continuing support for Ukraine through Operation Interflex into 2024, reflecting, of course, the UK's commitment to Ukrainians' defense sovereignty. And this is coming from the Army site, Army Be the Best, the Army mod, army.mod.uk, to train 37,000 recruits. So there's a lot of good stuff out there. Anyway, I just thought I would bring those because I did a little bit of research while we were talking. And so there's definitely been all of the allies' efforts, if you will, to get these guys up to speed. And this doesn't, of course, mention anything about Operation Unifier, which was taken on in 2014, led by the Canadians. And of course, so I'm looking at the stuff that's positive, and that's, I don't know what Zaluzny, what he had said. I'm behind the 8 ball because I haven't read the piece, so I'm just kind of trying to fill in a little bit of color in the background. Anyway, back to you, Prince and Scott.
Yeah, Zaluzny didn't say anything negative about the training. I said that just to fill in what might take longer. Zaluzny just mentioned that they needed to train, and they needed a lead time in terms of the mobilization, and he was trying to make sure that the expectations of the Ukrainian civilian population that was going to get mobilized were set appropriately. And so it was, the numbers were to provide relief and rotation flexibility, but also to form new units, also to replace depletion of ranks that had happened because of casualties. And so it was all about, just gauging what it would mean and how it would play out. So I was filling in. That wasn't what Zaluzny said. So it wasn't in the article. I had read this some time ago, though. It was, maybe last summer. Will.
Well, and the reason this is such a big story, such a big portion of the press conference, is the likely impact it might have in Ukrainian community, because, of course, saying you're going to draw in 500,000 people over 3 years leads to a large gasp of breath amongst people that are in that age range, and rightfully should. But it's like I said, it's a very sober assessment of what the needs are for replacement and rotation, as you said, and I hope that because I don't know anything about the length of required training to live and do battle in the Ukrainian army today, but I would certainly hope those folks aren't getting any less than 13 weeks like we got, long time ago, because I don't know. I just would wait to see somebody else's explanation. But I would think as they move to industrialization, if you will, of their basic training and other training programs and resourcing for replacement and for rotation there, that they're doing it by all they've learned to this point. And I would suspect that they've learned that they want to do a longer period of basic training for everybody, using the capacity they've got or expanding their capacity so that they can do that. And that's why that sense of industrializing the whole thing is important, because what it says to me is they've geared up to be in a big long war, and the message that Europe and America and Australia should take from that is we should be supporting them as if this is a big war. This is not a world war. Russia hasn't started a world war here, but they have started a big attritional war in Europe, which NATO was preparing to fight way back when. And some of the answers to how to win that war should be basically obvious. And I'm just hoping that all of Europe and America and Australia still come to the party to deliver everything Ukraine needs to put to employ, including helping them train as many soldiers as quickly as possible to a very good standard, so that they survive to their second encounter and their third encounter and their fourth encounter. Because as you see over time, like in Avdiivka, more experienced troops are going to reap absolute hell on untrained, unconditioned troops, and unfortunately, that's what we have to see. We have to see a lot more of that, and look away if you can't watch it. But that we need to see a lot more incredible amount of slaughter on Russia's side, because that's essentially the war that they're offering Russia, or that's the war they're offering Ukraine, and Ukraine's not equipped to fight anything other than what's presented with them would be. So I think they're doing a good job of gearing up to do more of that next year, and hope things get better.
Yeah, that's great. I found that article that Milavanov wrote about how people are talking about mobilization, but I think we have most of the facts in the conversation already. So, Chris, and then Ukraine.
Oh, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
What a team, Gunny. Good to see you and hear you. Well, not see you, hear you, mate. And I hope the ship's company is coming together well. No doubt you'll give us an update on that sometime.
Yeah, we've got some. You didn't respond. You're going to be WEO, aren't you?
Well, I'd be honoured. I'd be honoured, Gunny. Honoured. There will be the small problem of can Geeves and Hawks, give me the right uniform, but it's the size uniform I need. But other than that, I'm there, mate. The Navy lark.
Yeah, I've got bad news, mate. She doesn't carry sea cat or sea slug, so you'll need to bring yourself up. You'll need to bring yourself up to speed, and there's no 40-60 Bofors either.
Thank you for that. It's absolutely marvellous. Anyway, it's great stuff, mate. But listen, I think it's mainly for you, this, right? But I was going to say, which way round shall I put this? Would our trainers have the necessary experience of attacking those trenches? Or where would they have got that experience from? Might be another way round of putting it. So your thoughts on that, and the other thing was I just picked up, I don't know where it came from. You know, that this thing that oh yeah, that some of the Ukrainians was basically saying, yeah, well actually we wanted to attack the trenches before they were ready, type of thing, and you know, thoughts on that, if you can.
Yeah, I mean, some things in the army are very much like the Navy. It's a crude experience that can go back, you know, 100 years. There's things that you might do on board a warship that was a hard-won lesson in 1916 at Jutland. And it's the same with the army. Things get tweaked. It's the same, John Spencer, isn't it? I'm actually 4 chapters into his book. I'll give it a little push. Connected Soldiers, and it's well worth reading, Chris. There's a lot of parallels with naval life, leadership, connectivity, all that kind of thing. But I think it's interesting in that the British Army contracted a private company to build a trench network up on Salisbury Plain. Well, of course they got civvies to do it, because it's not like we've got fucking engineers in the British Army who could do it, is it? So why not? Why get a bunch of Toms and a few Lance Corporals to dig a trench system according to a plan when you can contract out a civvy company who will charge you 9 gazillion quid to do it? It's absolutely ridiculous. But so yeah, you know, there's going to be that kind of learning process. It's going to be a two-way range as well on this. We're going to be learning stuff from them. I would imagine there are going to be people, if not physically attending NATO staff colleges, etc., certainly they will be generating lessons learned after action reports. And these are going to be, you would hope, looked at with exceptional interest by people in NATO. And then, of course, once you've got that, then you can kind of build your, it's like any military planning program, isn't it? You have your stated goals, aim and intent, your basic plan, dress and equipment, all of that kind of stuff, and you tailor the training program around aims and intentions. So I would imagine the training course will probably get tweaked. Hopefully there will be flex in there that they can start, I would say, at least doubling from 5 to 10 weeks. 5 weeks is just, you know, even banging out 12-hour days, it's absolutely insufficient. Nowhere near what you want. And of course, the problem with that is if you drop kids into units, all right, they're not untrained, but they've only got the basics. That puts additional stress load on the NCOs who might be veterans. And they've got to not only worry about, you know, what the next 24, 48, 72 hours brings, but they've got to try and find time to bring these kids up to speed and incorporate them into the unit, which is absolutely essential. You can't have a Vietnam FNG kind of system. We know that doesn't work. When you get new people in, as you yourself know, Chris, you get them in the section, get them on the partnership, and they need to be incorporated in fully and brought up to speed, on the job training, all of that kind of thing. And that means 5 weeks, not enough. You know, especially when you're having to shove stuff into the syllabus like law of armed conflict. You know, that's probably a morning gone, which is, you know, it's a morning in a classroom that could have been spent out on the trench training area practicing trench clearing. You've got to start at the absolute basics. You know, you've got to do cleanliness. basic cleanliness, absolutely essential if you're a soldier. Your weapon, you don't just grab a weapon and then take it out on the range, bang, 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 bang. Yeah, all right, I'll get my little ruler out. Yeah, you'll do. You know, you've got to learn what the weapon is, how it works, how to clean it, how to disassemble it, reassemble it. And then you need a lot of coaching. So even just to get someone qualified on a weapon system, you're talking, you know, days effectively if you want them to be half proficient, because people have different skills even on the ranges. God knows I've had to teach some ride chimpanzees who you know, the only way they were going to make holes in that figure 11 target was to run up and stab it with a rifle. They were so bad. So, you know, you're going to have different levels with that, field craft, all of this kind of thing. And it's just, the infantry are not crayon munching grunts anymore. You know, it is a one person fighting machine. And they've got an awful lot of information to take in, a vast amount to learn in a very short period of time. And unlike, you know, Western countries where you may deploy on ops at some stage, they've got to hoover up every bit of information, because within a month, they might be with a mechanized infantry unit, getting mortared, and having a machine gun charging Russians. So, you know, when you add in the stress and all of that as well, there's an awful lot to do. But we're really good at it. And the British Army, Canadian Army, American Army, you know, the Kiwis who are in a Brecon Infantry Battle School, these are all people who are not just randomly picked as DIs. They're people who know their shit inside out. And as I said, have got multiple tours probably behind them. They'll want to do it properly. They're going to take immense pride in doing this, and they're going to worry that these kids, and you know, they're going to be mostly kids, aren't really equipped for that, and they're going to want good feedback so they can tweak the courses, maybe drop this, incorporate more than this. How do we maximize the training days that we've got? And people forget as well, all of this is taking place with a background of a shortage across the UK military. And if you've got a lot of people go through infantry battle school, that can mean a lot of courses are getting dropped. Career courses, you know, continuation training, you know, right down to stuff like skill at arms, things like that, if they still teach that there. So it's even going to have quite a negative impact on NATO. Certainly on us, because we are trying to bang as many of these people through as possible, while still maintaining a semblance of a training pipeline for ourselves. Until Grant Shapps is finished, of course, in which case there will be a couple of armoured cars and maybe a Vickers gun, because clearly he's an idiot.
So, Gunny, let me just push a little bit on this, right? Where would the current drill instructors, you know, I know how professional they are, and I totally agree with you, right? I know how much they would have wanted to get this right? But where were in what conflict would they have got this experience of assaulting those trenches?
We really need someone who's T-farms there, because I wasn't T-farms, I was a turbo rim. So, but, you know, lots of principles stay the same. If you have a look at, I've not read it fully, but I had, I sort of delve in and out of Urban Warfare Manual, John Spencer's again. And then I've got a couple of books about infantry tactics, Second World War. And there are a lot of similarities. There are a lot of differences, often due to technology employed, that kind of thing. And I've done a little bit of Sibua. Unfortunately, we got stung to do it, and I got stung to teach it, that was a learning experience in itself, learning how to clear a 3-story building. But things like trench clearing, I don't know what the British Army infantry syllabus is. I would imagine that it's in there, but being in the military is a learning process, and if you don't have a particular skill set in something, there will be someone from a friendly country who does. There will always be a training program, and I would imagine that Ukrainian experience in this kind of thing will be filtering through as well, and then the cadres will be tweaked for that. But as I say, you really need someone who's T-farms, preferably infantry, to sort of take you through what their actual syllabus is. I only did a lot of range stuff, marksmanship, teaching that kind of thing. But the fact that we've built this trench system is probably an indicator that maybe it was a bit of a lost start. I don't know. Need to get someone in who can talk about that more competently.
And I'm not trying to be critical, Gunny. I'm just like saying, okay, maybe this is an area that just needs to be thought about, and that, and like you say, it's all a learning curve. I mean, you can't magic it up, can you? So anyway, I see there's other hands.
All right.
Let's go to Flicker fella.
Hey, thanks, Scott. Once again, hi, Prince. Once more time, I apologize earlier. Ukraine war update had some technical issues. Had to drop down, and hopefully Flicker fella's gonna have better luck. But yeah, so I did send you a DM, Scott, with that movie I referenced earlier about the Russian defecting and talking about his experience. Very definitely recommend. One of the things, obviously, it's a Ukrainian flick, so you're gonna have to tweak your settings to make sure you have English subtitles on, but they're pretty spot on because typically I watch with listen to Ukrainian, and I do double check those subtitles to make sure they are okay before I would recommend this movie to English speaking population. Yeah, I just wanted to say again, greetings to everybody in the panel. Really interesting discussion. Anybody wants to talk a little bit about infantry stuff, I'll be more than happy to do it. Um, but there was another movie documentary I was watching, and this has a little bit to do with what we've been talking about in this panel in the last several minutes. It's a documentary basically, and it's shot by the members of the Third Separate Assault Brigade, Ukrainian Armed Forces. Basically, it's a post-action movie documentary, essentially, right? Where they sit. There's three individuals. I believe there's at least one of them has a leadership role that's clearly defined. The other two maybe also in some kind of leadership capacity, or maybe they're more experienced soldiers, and they talking about this assault position that they did it about 6 months ago. Well, at least that's what the movie came out, so it's probably more than that. So it's a relatively old flick. I'm sure all of you probably seen those images at some point in time when they were coming out on Telegram channels and other areas. But it's such a good documentary. I was rewatching it, and I ended up retweeting it once again today. It's in my timeline if anybody wants to go back and check it out. But it's still very important to kind of it's important to our discussions today, right? Because after I watched it and I put a little bit more thought process into what those guys were talking about, right? It dawned on me, and it shed a little bit light on how, at least back then, Ukrainians, especially this elite assault brigade, was kind of task organized and how they were performing actions on objective. And it was a very tough mission. They were basically assaulting one of those tree lines where the Russians had dug in, and they used GoPro cameras to capture their assault. Right, and basically it starts with them dismounting from I believe it's an American M113 with very boxy personnel carrier with a heavy machine gun for support. And they basically, what I really like about this movie is that they go back and forth, right? They actually go to see what was happening at the time on the ground, and then they would switch back and let the three individuals talk about that particular segment, that particular section of having actions and objective. There's a couple of things that I learned from that. One, they were not operating in necessarily as a generic unit that was formed a while back, and that they were, had the opportunity to train together, because the individuals, the three individuals talk about it. They said they had some new guys who never, whose it was their first assault essentially, and they were actually very proud how well they did as a unit. They did take some casualties, but they were minuscule compared to the um, violence of action that they had to endure and bestow on Russian positions. Um, there was a lot of trench clearing and dugout clearing, a lot of grenade lobbing, close quarter kind of combat stuff that they had to do. Very limited visibility. Now, the thing that struck me, right, they were using this video, they were talking about this, and I believe that interview was taken very shortly after they returned from doing actions and objective, because during that interview they were talking amongst themselves and saying, "Hey, look, do you remember this thing happened? And this is something that we need to fix," right? So they were using, essentially tools available. This is very similar to what we do in Western militaries in the United States specifically, right? We come back and we do after action review, right? We discuss some of the ways that we did good, some of the ways, some of the things that we need to improve, and that's excellent, right? Because that allows unit and organization and individuals to learn and pass this information along. This is something that I think Will was talking about earlier, right? When we were talking about getting more personnel on the ground and all that stuff, right? Just to make sure that those people who are, getting deployed for the first time, they survive the first contact, second contact, third contact, get that experience that they need to continue to build upon. And I think Ukrainians do a pretty good job at it. Now, it's not just a single documentary that I'm basing my assessment on, but generally that's the trend that I see. The other very interesting thing, as far as them not necessarily operating as organic unit, they actually had female combat arms soldier integrated into their formation, and they were actually a little bit laughing about this because they were talking about once they already kind of got very close and personal to the Russians, and they would give them chance to basically surrender right before they could, so they would come up, let's say, on a dugout or some kind of fortified position where they knew the Russians are hiding. Before they would start throwing grenades in, they would give them a chance to surrender. And one of the soldiers recalls, observing the female, coming up very close and basically yelling at the Russians to get out of the trench and surrender. So this way they will be traded, for Ukrainians, at the later date and all that stuff. And they were kind of giggling, right? Because they like, I can only imagine what the Russians had to kind of think through, right? Because when you're gonna have this adrenaline shock, you're getting your ass handed to you essentially, right? Grenades are lobbing, you have zero situational awareness. Ukrainians are on top of you, and you have female voice basically, kind of reaching out to you and in a very serious tone, kind of, telling you need to get out and surrender. But anyway, um, but they also alluded that she was not necessarily part of their team that they had originally, I guess, assembled, right? So the way it looked to me is that Ukrainians, especially, maybe in that particular unit, they have a very strong core of soldiers. Maybe those are the experience, maybe those are kind of generic ones, and they plus them up with personnel, train them up, because they do rehearsals before they actually get out and start doing actions and objectives, right? They do after action review when they return, and they do their assaults essentially, right? But one of the things that I also really enjoyed is that before they would do actions and objectives, they would do this really in-depth rehearsals. They would talk about basically step by step, and I would tell the new soldiers, right, to say, look, don't rush. When we get there, we're going to be very meticulous. We're going to be very methodical. Don't be in a rush. Don't do stupid things, right? We're going to move as fast as the slowest unit, essentially, right? Just to make sure we clear everything as thoroughly as possible, right? And when they actually got on the ground, right, and they were progressing through, there were some mistakes, of course, like land navigation, for example. That was one of the issues that they ended up um, dealing with, as do many other military formations, right? Because that's not something that's very easy to do under a lot of stress, right? When you're trying to orient yourself, that's a very perishable skill, in my opinion, and it's not nearly as well practiced and trained in the Western military specifically as it used to be. And in the high intensity, long duration combat operations like the one I'm describing, that's the one you better really know what you're doing, because you're not going to have the ability to pull out your GPS thing, even if you do have one, to confirm your coordinates and all that stuff. A lot of times you really have to use terrain to orient yourself. But anyway, what I was trying to say is that when they got to one of those dugouts, right, and they thought they already cleared everything, right, but talking about being methodical, one of the team leaders says, "You know what? Let's frag this thing one more time before we move forward," right? And remember, they're talking amongst themselves. The enemy, if anything, is definitely with a listening distance, right? And sure enough, there was a Russian that was hiding inside. He thought that he would be able to kind of keep it quiet. And when he heard Ukrainians, about to frag his little bunker, he's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! I'm surrendering. I'm coming out, guys!" Right? And anyway, I think it's a really good documentary to watch because it's there's a lot of um, human element present in it, but there's just so much more to unpack as far as giving the basically assessments and a little bit better understanding of how Ukrainians work, right? And those guys, they were trained by Western militaries because one of them during the interview was saying, "Look, uh, the um, the training that we received from the Americans about CQB. CQB is a close quarter battle, right? Close quarter combat stuff, right? When you have to fight the enemy in a confined space." He says this stuff just doesn't work for these dugouts, for these trenches. So we had to adapt, right? And he basically says a lot of this stuff, a lot of this training that we receive from our partners and allies, it's situational. We have to adjust. We have to adapt to to what we actually face in the battlefield, right? And that's another really important element that I was really happy to hear, right? Is that they really understand that the tools and the training that we provide, right, is really a guide. Because in the I know in the Western militaries in the United States specifically, we focus a lot on fundamentals, right? There's certain things that you cannot compromise, like security, for example, and other things that you do in non-permissive environments. But it's up to you as a leader or as a soldier, it doesn't matter, right? To figure out how you're going to implement this security, right? And there's some blueprints that are being provided and taught and everything else like that. But there's this anybody in the space who ever been in the military, maybe in the United States probably, and maybe some other ones really know this METTC, right? A lot of times we talk about METTC, it's an acronym, talks about mission, enemy time, terrain, troops available, civilian consideration, that kind of stuff. Those are different factors that would affect how you perform operations on the ground, right? And that's what Ukrainians are very capable of, understanding and adapting. And because of that, they're fairly successful. Um, but anyway, sorry, I was speaking for a very long time. Just was really passionate about this particular movie. Um, Thank you so much for listening. Again, sorry, it probably took a little bit longer time than I wanted to. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
No, that's fantastic. Just one question: is that the same movie the same documentary that you sent me a link to, or
It
is
is
it a
not.
different one?
No,
It's
no,
different. Okay.
it's a different one. Yeah.
Okay. So how can we find that one? The one you were just talking about?
Well, I can send it to you, and what I can do is I think tomorrow what I'll do, I'll add those two to the NAFO TV website, so it's going to be integrated, and it's getting pretty extensive, pretty long list of documentaries, but I'm trying to keep it organized the best I can, break it down into different types of sections like SBU that Tracy references very often. Those films, I'm trying to keep those together and have some kind of navigation panel the best I can. I'm not very good at HTML coding and stuff, so if anybody's on the panel know how to do this stuff, want to help out, I'll be more than happy to accept that help. But yeah, I'm probably gonna add it to it. And if you want, Scott, I can send you a link specifically. Anybody else needs it as well, just DM me. I'll send it out. But it should be. I'm probably gonna add it tomorrow to A4 TV.
Okay. And you gave me the link to NAFO TV. When
You
you
might
sent,
have
when you
it's
sent.
it's in my profile. It's
Okay, I'll
yeah,
find
it should be pretty easy. It's nafo-tv.club. That's the website. Club like CLUB. But it's in my profile as well. If anybody wants to check it out, just look at my profile. It's in there.
Okay, great. Prince, I actually looked at that mobilization tweet again a little
Yes.
closer, and it's actually pretty interesting. So, although I do need to get to sleep here quickly, I would take time um, to go through that one if you think that's fits your purposes, or I could save it for another time. I don't know.
I'm okay with it. It's up to actually. Let's leave that up to Mockers. Mockers, what would you like? Do you want to kick Scott out of his chair, or do you want to wake up a little bit and drink some coffee?
Oh, I'll take a little bit of time. You're fine, Scott. You carry on. You do whatever you need to do.
Okay. Let's go to For Every Child's Hand first.
Yes, Scott. I'd really like a link to the things that you read if you could do it. I'm a little challenged on finding links tonight for some reason. Flickr fella, thank you so very much. I wanted to follow you back, but I can't right now. I'll follow you back as soon as I can. You're doing beautiful work. Thank you for all that you do.
Amen to your compliment to Flickr fellow Ukraine war update. And I will send you the two links now, because I'll include the one I'm about to go over, and then you'll have both of those before I go to bed.
Okay, but I'm not Ukraine update, so be sure you send them to For Every Child. Furious.
I know. Flickr fellow is Ukraine war update. He's got same person, two profiles. Okay. So this is on the mobilization and the Ukrainian society's reaction to it. So the basic situation is the army's asked for 400 to 500 new. This is all by Timofey Milovanov, and I've added it to my my profile or my thread now, so you can find it there. If you don't follow him, he's worth a follow. He takes a lot of time to craft interesting posts. So you all know President Zelensky made the number public. Zaluzhny had the press conference today. As we know, they both both Zelensky and Zaluzhny had press releases earlier in the week. The idea, so the Ukrainian media published one idea of how the draft can go. And there's basically three ideas of how the draft could go. But one of them was published and the society went bonkers. It's the idea is attributed to the government, but no one admitted that. The idea was to balance the needs of the army, the economy, and the government being the budget that has to finance the army. So, in the jargon of the economists, which Timothy is, the problem is the allocation of the labor force between the army and the civil economy. And There was also an additional objective, which sort of fits into this puzzle: provide incentive for people and companies to pay taxes and to minimize evasion. So those who pay taxes are less likely, other things being equal, to being mobilized. And then that policy offended many people who say it's equivalent to discrimination of the poor. I mean, it's not really poor or rich, it's working or not working, right? But still, you can see how they would use that argumentation. They say it's equivalent to discrimination of the poor. Those who are rich won't serve, those who are poor will. Another alternative is a lottery draft that gives everyone an equal chance. But that also has not been received well in the discussion. People say it's too arbitrary. The third alternative, which seems to be more liked, is to increase the salaries in the Army so that there are volunteers. And this is liked by everyone, or liked by many, he says. It keeps freedom of choice and solves the problem, except for the fact that its cost appears to be prohibitive for Ukraine at the moment, given that the economy is hurt already. And then that discussion led into two related topics: the efficiency of the allocation of people recruited into the military to specific positions. Many people think that there are areas for improvement, and we just talked about that a few minutes ago, that they are going to allow for that. So this is maybe a little bit behind the times. The second topic is whether a proportion of politicians, government officials, and other very visible people should also be forcibly mobilized, and whether their rate of mobilization should be at least as high as that of a general person in the population. And then he says that some economists have calculated how many years more people could be mobilized until the economy collapses irreversibly. And there are still ways to go. He says several waves of mobilization of this degree are possible. Ukraine can double or triple its military, but cannot increase it by 10 times. So, and we all know there's a limit, but it's still a pretty high limit, and arguably a higher limit than Putin might be willing to go with the Russian population. But none of this works if the Ukrainian economy is not in decent shape. So, and that's clearly dependent on Western financial support, which remains a critical element of the survival and defense of Ukraine. And at the moment, there are questions about how solid this support really is. So, complicated mix. I think we could all understand the angst of the Ukrainian population and why it would be a topic that was at the forefront of public discussion. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Now Tracy sent me in the back channel something that said that there are 5 different draft laws on mobilization have been registered in the RADA. One is from the government, and 4 are from people's deputies. So, Tracy, if you know more about that and you have the energy to come up and tell us about them, that would be great. But I don't know anything about what the differences are between the 5 draft laws, one from another, and if they collectively encompass all of these theoretical ideas that Timofey is talking about. But it's kind of an interesting problem, but also a very fraught one, right? That so many people in Ukrainian society are, subject to being mobilized for this war. So I'll stop there, and we can take some hands. I didn't see who was first between Mockers
I
and
don't,
For Every
I
Child.
don't, I didn't either, but let's see what Mockers has to say first.
Yeah, I was just going to add that, obviously, mobilisation, something that you've not requested, is going to be controversial. I imagine there will have to be protections for people like utility workers and those working on the trains and things like that, because technically they already are part of the, the war effort. So I could see how some people could fall into protected categories for reasons of, their need elsewhere, that they've got skills that, obviously make it would be silly to start conscripting utility workers, for example. So there are going to be some protected categories. But you're right. If they increased the income that you can get from it, allowing people to choose to do it rather than, whatever it is they're doing now, I could see how that would be a much better environment for the public. I would imagine that would be something which would be much more desirable by the government as well, to be able to give people an incentive rather than, a level of force, as it were. I mean, that they're not going to drag everybody kicking and screaming, although, you've got to understand that some people who were trying to dodge and stuff have been dragged kicking and screaming. I don't know what that means as to whether that makes a good soldier, but maybe if somebody is just scared of the front line and they get conscripted and, they're better at something else. For example, it seems that a lot of the sort of computer nerds who were mobilized at the beginning ended up working on drones and things like that, because, if they weren't probably in the best of shape to maybe, run around with a gun and jump in and out of trenches, I can understand how they would consider some people for, different roles which are much more suitable to them. It's a hard one because, if you really, really don't want to be mobilized, yet you're in that category, you are going to kick back against any sort of mobilization just because it's not for you. And yeah, so making it fair, making it more desirable, I think, is a much better way to go about it. But if you need them, you need them. And sometimes it's put up and short because we really, really need. It's tough days. Do you want to die sleeping in your bed, or would you rather fight back? When those choices are made, well, that ain't much of a choice, is it? You die or you live, depending on your will. So, rather than wait for them to come and kill them in their beds, they're obviously they're taking it to them, aren't they? They're holding them back from killing their families and what have you. Now, I'll be honest, I am not physically fit to fight, but I do fight back. You know what I mean? So, and no matter what state you're in, If you've got the will to fight back, you will. Sorry, I've waffled a bit, but basically what I'm saying is, yeah, people have to want to. I think, you know, if you just absolutely don't want to, you're not going to be an awful lot of use. That's my personal feeling on the whole thing. But sometimes you do have to put up and shut up and get on with it because it's, well, necessary. Live or die. Choice is yours.
Excellent comments, Markers. Yeah, there's something, I mean, I think the U.S. Army is happy with their all-volunteer army for some of those reasons. But it does take some cash. And I feel for the Ukrainian government officials, both in the presidential administration, but also in the Rada, thinking about how to make a budget work. It's already, I don't know the numbers exactly, 60 to 70% supported by mainly Europe. And so if you're adding to the budget deficit, and every country can't really deficit finance like the US does, that's a big load on government finances. For every child, go ahead.
Thank you, Scott. Seriously, if someone doesn't want to be someplace and they've been given a job, it's like missing two people for the supervisor. I was in a position like that for about 3 days. I was a contract supervisor, and it was the only time it ever happened. But for that 3 days, it was absolutely hell because one person was just as friendly as she could be, but she refused to do any work on my shift. And she would go into the bathroom for 2 or 3 hours, or she would hide in this corner or that corner. She literally did no work on the shift with me. And after about 3 days, another supervisor noticed what was happening. And all of a sudden, it was like I had 2 extra people on the floor. So I asked the other supervisor, I said, I don't know what's happened, but suddenly it's just exactly like I have 2 more people on my shift. And she said, I had to talk with someone. Uh, but that's definitely something to pray about. Scott, I didn't hear anything on that list about 100 acres and a mule.
You mean freeing? Who are the freed people in that metaphor?
Go ahead, Scott.
Gunny, and then Will.
Morning, Bunny, by the way.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Was that me?
It was.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean the mobilisation thing that's coming. I think also as well, and this is going to be quite unpopular with a lot of people. An awful lot of people bugged out of town at the start of the invasion and legged it abroad. Some of those people are extremely vocal on social media from the safety of Western countries, and I think it's time now for Ukrainians who did bug out. Look, if you've got a wife and kids, you don't have to take your wife and kids back, although, the country is not going to be overrun. But I think a lot of people need to take a good, hard look at themselves and get the fuck back in country. Right? Your country is fighting for its survival. And I've got very little time for adults who decided that they weren't going to hang around for the Russians to turn up on the doorstep, and then decided, well, maybe I'll just wait out until my country's won and then I'll go back. I would just remind them that there will come a stage where you will be sat at a dinner party or in a restaurant or in a bar, and people will say, what unit were you with? Or, what was your partner war effort? And you're going to have to lie. because you didn't have the courage to go back. Some people won't like that, don't really care. Your country. I wouldn't have gone. If I had gone, I certainly would have come back. And you don't have to be in the military. You know, there are going to be a lot of important jobs that need filling as people who are qualified for the military disappear. You know, even if it's just critical infrastructure or volunteering, emergency services, public works, whatever, it's a national struggle for survival. And therefore, as a national, your responsibility is to go back to your country, even if you're anti-war and you don't want to grab a rifle. There are non-violent things you can do to sustain the war effort. And I've got very little time for people who did leave and don't want to go back. And I suspect it's a very substantial number of people hiding abroad who need to pack a suitcase and get back home. Fight for your country.
Yeah, Ukraine war update. Do you have a specific comment on Gunny's comment?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Gunny said, and I just wanted to kind of also reflect on something that Marcus mentioned, right, with this mobilization thing. It's a couple days ago, you guys had a special guest from SBU Alpha Unit, and you guys were asking some really important, really interesting questions, right? And one of them was about the mobilization thing, and it was really important to listen to his perspective, I think, because it echoed a lot of what what I've noticed in Ukrainian spaces as well, and that is that those people who were motivated to join the military, they did a long time ago, right? The holdouts are those who really probably don't want to join for various reasons, right? Some of them just don't feel like they would be a good asset to military. Some just may be scared, maybe they just don't want to, whatever the reason is. And the fact remains, right? The military, Ukrainian military needs people, and whether it's not feasible to find individual approach essentially and consider everybody for different types of jobs and everything else. It's really important for individuals to take initiative and say, look, okay, I'm good at this, so this is how I'm going to support Ukraine essentially, right? Otherwise, if you're just kind of hanging out in the background and not doing stuff, yeah, you're probably going to be drafted. You're probably going to be trained. You're going to be given plenty of opportunities to get yourself the right tools, right, in the form of knowledge to be able to survive your first contact, second contact, and all that stuff. You're going to be led by the best leadership the Ukrainian military can afford, and you have to kind of conform. And I think that's really what they are right now. How they're going to implement this, that's slightly different subject, but I think they've come to the point where those people who were motivated, they're already in the military, and they know what they're doing. They are motivated. They are training, and they're providing that essential continuity for new personnel to fall onto essentially. And those who already left the country, I don't think they're coming back. To be honest with you, I mean, I definitely hear what Gunny's saying, and I agree with him. But they left, and I really doubt they will come back essentially, right? Yeah, so anyway, just kind of wanted to share my thoughts on that. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Will, your turn, sir.
Thanks. Hey, I also I mean, I echo Gunny's sentiment 100%. In that, if you're called, you should serve. I hope. Well, I'm not sure. Flicker. I'm not sure that everybody who would join the army has already done so, or that they wouldn't return. This is why I'm a big fan of. Now this is going to cause controversy. I'm a big fan of the lottery-based system with modifications for critical workers and disabilities and all kinds of stuff, right? But the key is the numbers speak for themselves, and they must draw on people wherever they are in the world. If you're a citizen of Ukraine and your number comes up and you get called, you should return to do as Gunny and Flicker said, do whatever you can do back there. Maybe you become a critical worker, and a critical worker leaves his job and goes to the army, right? I grew up poor, so the army always claims the poor, no matter what what system you try to invent. So I think it's best to try to implement a system that is egalitarian in principle at best you can make it, which a lottery kind of is, especially if you take into account special circumstances with draft boards and all stuff like that, right? Like my father was drafted into Vietnam, but he didn't serve. He got called and he went in, and they went, "No, Tom, you got 3 kids and you're teaching school. Get the hell out of here," right? So they had the power to do that. I think that's the way to do it. And they don't have the luxury of building up a long volunteer army in Ukraine. And I think they should call people to serve now, regardless of where they are currently positioned in the world. And if I was called overseas, I'd return. Hell, if they called me today, right now, I'm not even a citizen, and they said, I need you to do something. What you should do for us, Teal, is find a way to get your ass over here and do this specific thing that you can do that's going to help us out. I'd be on a plane. So, I mean, that's the kind of commitment a lot of Ukrainians will have, but some of them will wait to be called, right? A man's not going to leave his wife and his kids overseas unless you call him and say sometimes, hey, we need you. Well, to be honest, I hate to be cold about it, but we need you or your wife to come serve. That's the call that we're really making, because there's a lot of really powerful, qualified ass kicking women that I reckon probably Russia's making 2 mistakes, the 2 big mistakes in getting people. I mean, and I'll compare the 5 bills that are going through the Rada here with the 1 bill that you didn't even hear about that went through the Duma in Russia. You didn't hear about it till the very end, and it said, we're going to get 400,000 on the 17th of September, and we're going to draw them however we can through contracts. But I'd like to, when we talk about the recruits needed in Ukraine, I hope we can quarantine the word and maybe call those people conscription, the draft, because I don't like the connotation that goes with mobilization. That's not what they're doing. Mobilization in Russia means a death sentence, and that's not what Ukraine's talking about. Recruits that go into Ukraine's army are going to get competent training. They're going to get good support. They're going to get rotations. Well, the story that just came out in Russia today is the Duma said directly to the spokesman for the Duma said mobilized soldiers should not expect any rotations, whatever. That's what he said, because that's the truth. The law doesn't allow for it. There's no plan for it, and they couldn't give a shit about people, which is why I wouldn't expect anybody to rush to join the Russian military. Although that you can get $2,200 a month as a contract soldier. And here's the thing: if Ukraine also has the capacity to raise salaries in the military such that they can lift recruitment without generating an inflationary system, this is back to the models that Timothy was talking about, or they do that in combination with the thing that hasn't been talked about yet, and that is rationing and some controlled economy. The interesting thing about this war economically is there's been no rationing yet, and they haven't put any controls on civilian society economically yet, which would be typical of a mobilization and a martial law situation. But they haven't done that at all in Ukraine, and that's unique to this big attritional war, I think. And but you can raise salary some and get some. I think it's a combination of a little bit of all, but I certainly hope it holds at the heart of it a lottery system, so that these folks who have gone overseas for whatever reason can be called. And if they get called, I'd expect them to serve. Although if there's people that won't return. Hell, you could return and be a conscientious objector. But I think that the fairest way to do it is to call everyone. I don't know what the Ukrainians will decide. I'm sure they'll decide something good for themselves.
Excellent comments. I'm going to say good night, and thank you all for a great discussion. And
thank you Scott. You tonight was a great discussion, and unfortunately, I didn't have a lot. Well, not unfortunately, I don't mind. It was I didn't have a whole lot to add, but that's perfectly fine. It was a wonderful discussion, and that's what matters the most. So thank you, Scott, for leading an awesome discussion tonight.
Oh, thank you, Prince. That means a lot coming from you. Thank you for all the participants, for Gunny and Will and Chris and Ukraine War Update / Flickr. And thank you for every child for being so interested and engaged. And for everyone, if you can spare a few shekels, it would be wonderful to donate to Ukraine, and you can follow the links in the nest and on the website. And keep up the calls to your legislators wherever you live in the world, and retweet the space when you get a chance. And let's keep this conversation and support going for these people that we dearly care about, and who have to go to the front lines, as we were just talking about. So thanks again, and see you soon.
See you Friday and
See
the
you
next
Friday.
Tuesday.
Yes,
Yep.
ma'am. See you then.
See you then. You have a good one, Scott. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank
And
you.
I will be editing the title just as soon as Mockers climbs her way up the balcony. But I will say, good morning, Mockers. How are you?
Good morning. I'm not too bad. It's Wednesday, so it's my day off all day. So yeah, so I don't have to do any work today. So other than this, of course. But this isn't work. This is just a chat. It's just a long conversation, isn't it? So folks, you know what to do, don't you? We need to have a little retweet and what have you, because I've got some numbers coming up at some point soon. In fact, there they are. So yeah, I have some numbers. Just checking I actually had them, because I'm half asleep still.
Seriously?
Obviously. Seriously, I know. I had to check. I was just like, I don't remember seeing them. Now I do. However, before we get on to that, I don't know about you, but I'm sure that more than 3,000 residents of 18 apartment buildings in Vladivostok aren't very happy today. They've been left, that they are newly left without heating due to an accident in the heating supply networks. And it was established on January the 9th. An accident occurred on the air section of the heating supply network, a result of which, in the area of house number 41, the street flooded. A representative of the supervisory agency visited the site. Oh, they got some attention even. And the prosecutor's office demanded that officials of the Municipal Unitary Enterprise, VPES, ensure immediate elimination of the identified violations. Meow. Currently, repair and restoration work is underway, during which the heat supply is not available to more than 3,000 residents. Now, I don't know about you, but it seems to be happening more and more. It's spreading like a virus, this heating breakdown. They really sort of chose a bad time, didn't they, to go to war and forget about all these things that required maintenance for the last 30 odd years.
Yeah, it's rather unfortunate but funny. We see the all of the bluster and all of the you know, we're going to rob, you know, Europe of their heat, and we're not, you know, they're going to freeze to death. And what was it last year? You guys were eating squirrels, I think, over there in the UK, and you know, you didn't have any heat, you didn't have any water. You guys had it so bad. Yeah, no, that didn't happen. Just saying that didn't happen. But now look, um, you know, I don't remember these stories from last year, and that's okay. I may not have just may not just remember them, but what I do have to say is I am enjoying them this year. Didn't you send me like a poo river that had to do with the bad weather too? I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah. Rivers of poop are now replacing the surprise poo fountain, mainly because the system. Well, one thing after another. So, like, the heating system had flooding and broke, and of course, because of the extra flooding, the sewerage system got a bit overwhelmed, and that also caused that to either flood or I believe in one case the sewer main is actually like broken, and well, as you can imagine, that wouldn't be ideal anywhere. So yeah, rivers of poop as well seem to be another feature of this whole disaster for them. Really, just everything's breaking down all at once. And you know, this is a brand new one, Vladivostok. They didn't have this problem a couple of days ago. So yeah, it's spreading like a virus, and it's well, it's just getting to be a real problem for them. And you know what? I wonder if this in particular might start to really be one of their biggest problems. I mean, let's face it, if you can go about your life, you know, with no particular upsets. I mean, you know, it might be a hard life. It might be sort of full of trials and tribulations, but you're still living your life. You still can eat. You still can, you know, drink and worry about stuff later. However, when you can't be comfortable inside your own home, then things do start to be a bit of a problem. And you go down the shops, and half the shelves are empty, and you know, just one thing after another, that there's like just this domino effect, and all these little dominoes eventually they start, you know, well, they cause something bigger, don't they? And I am hoping that all these problems that they're having do turn into something else. I mean, they're not going to complain about Russia being at war, but they're certainly going to complain about not being looked after. You know, they're already complaining about the size of their pensions and things like that. So I feel just the general state of affairs might actually be much more likely to cause them to have you know, some sort of anger at their system. There we go. I don't know whether there would be a massive uprising or anything like that, but I do know that they do love to complain, and eventually, I think, you know, when the police don't have any heating in their homes, you know, and that sort of situation, when the security services, their families are affected. I start to think that there's there's going to be a bit more trouble. So they have to make sure that they look after those people in the security services extra well. Otherwise, this problem is going to start to be bigger than they would like. Now then, I'm going to tangent. Oh, go on.
Marcus,
Oh, are you just laughing at what I sent you?
Yes, that is freaking hilarious.
Folks, I now have to explain, I suppose. This is an advertisement for an adult nightclub, and it says 20 beautiful ladies, 39 sexy legs. So obviously somebody's missing one. But I just thought of all the things to advertise. Amazing.
That is rather amazing. The only thing that would make it better is if it was in Russian and translated.
Oh well, yes. I'm sure they have. Well, you see, maybe the first line on theirs would be difficult. Anyway, sorry, I apologise. There's just I've seen so many big lips, it frightens me, and I don't mean just like just a bit of filler that makes them like.
I don't know
plump.
what's up with that.
I mean like inflatable faces. What the heck? That Miss Donbass or whatever she is, Miss Donetsk. Oh my goodness, Lord. What are her lips doing? I mean, you could go sailing in those. Anyway, I'm going to tangent now because this reminds me of Star Wars or something. Robotic turrets. Now, it reminds me of computer games, actually. Robotic turrets. So, have you seen these, by the way, Prince? How nifty are they? Has she seen them?
No, you haven't sent them. Where are they?
Oh,
wait.
okay. I'll send it. In fact, I'll put it in the space. Put it in the top there. Because this is cool. This is a bulletproof automated machine gun.
Oh, those!
Yes. That
Those
helps.
are so cool.
They are. So they have a remote operation, and obviously it means that the machine gunner doesn't need to be stood there risking his life. And it's an innovation and an example of a weapon of modern warfare, isn't it? Just either that or somebody's been playing a lot of games, which I think is very likely, because these things you can build them in games, to protect your areas. I'm trying to think of one, Fallout 3, for example. Protect your area with these little automated guns. Awesome. Anyway, it turned from a startup, so it's come from a little grassroots startup, which was given a pot of money to start by the state, thinking that it was something that had legs. Well, it does have legs. It's got 3. Apologies. And so the state then contracted them, and the Deputy Prime Minister for Development of, oh crikey, this is long, Innovation, Development of Education, Science and Technology, Minister of Digital Transformation, Mikhailo Fedorov, said that he thinks it's pretty ace. Now, if these could be integrated into a grid with sensors, they could take shaheads down. Super easy, fast, quick. And it looks, yeah, I said it looks like it comes out of a game. Somebody said it looks exactly like the turret from a game called Division 2, Life Imitating Art. And it really is nifty, just super clever. I saw it and I was like, do we live in a video game? Let me just check. Because, yeah, I know that it is possible, but to actually see, yeah, this in the real life rather than in digital form, I just thought was awesome. So yeah, they've produced some sci-fi auto gun, and I just think it's incredible. I love it. Sorry, I keep saying that, and I really shouldn't. I hate other people that say that. So please shoot me next time I say that.
We'll send the auto gun after you.
Oh, okay, that's fine. At least I'll be entertained at the same time. Just, you know, Ukrainians can do the most incredible things, can't they? They absolutely can. And well, it's not only inspiring, but it's just extra, just extra. They're just showing us exactly how it's done. Come on. You know, what are we? Are we afraid of letting them off the leash? Because I tell you what, that they can do some incredible things when they put their mind to it. We just need to, you know, give them what they need and let them go. So, shall we do some numbers? Would you like
Duh.
to? Duh. No, I'm
I
still
gotta
waiting
change
for
the
my
yeah.
co-hosty thing.
I gotta change the space title. I keep forgetting. Sorry.
Oh well, that's not my problem. So it would seem, folks, that today we have what I would call an infantry heavy day. But still, there's some notable items. So let's start with 800 liquidated personnel. It seems they're back up there with their infantry heavy assaults. Ooh, 2 tanks. It's still double what they had in the parade in Moscow. 13 armoured personnel vehicles, 12 artillery systems, 2 more MLRS. They're turning up regularly now, aren't they? 1 anti-aircraft system, 11 UAVs. Quite quiet yesterday for you know, attacks with UAVs and stuff. I mean, it was consistent, but there wasn't lots of them. I did notice that there was quite a few areas of the day where there was actually all clears, and I was like, wow, that's a surprise considering how it's been. 23 vehicles and fuel tanks. Again, that is you know, the highest number of vehicles being taken out, and logistics vehicles. I just, every time I see logistics vehicles being taken out, I know that it's going to be just that little bit harder for them to do everything. And 3 more special equipment. I tell you what, they're ticking up with that all the time, aren't they? Special equipment, it just seems as though that they appear to have so much of it. Bloody hell. How much monitoring and jamming stuff can these people have? I suppose, though, when you think about it, as far as I can tell, only a portion of it works. So maybe that's why they're taking it out at such a rate of knots, because these things aren't particularly working. I don't know, but either way, Yeah, they're not working. They're being taken out by drones when they're anti-drone devices. And that's just, oh, Prince. I find that so funny. Let's have a look at something that's not funny for a moment, because yesterday in Kharkiv, I did hear that a children's medical centre was hit. A children's medical and recreational centre. Now, I know buildings can be repaired. I know stuff doesn't matter as much as people. And very fortunately, there were no casualties. However, this was specifically targeted with S-300 missiles from Belgorod. Wonder why Belgorod keeps getting involved in the war, eh? They think that these things can happen and that they're never going to receive any repercussions. Well, F that. So I'm just going to pop in the nest what this building looks like now, so you can see just how thoroughly it has been destroyed. And this obviously was not any sort of military facility. It's just evil. You know, that's what they decided was a good thing to attack. And okay, they you know, they haven't killed anybody in this particular attack for once, but they've stolen something from kids. You know, it's like just the crappiest thing you can do. Just steal a facility that brought happiness to children. I mean, literally the most cynical thing I can think of. And yeah, there's some words that I could say that would express how I feel about it, but let's just say that there's a lot of swears in there. And so, you know, feel free to just imagine for yourself what I might feel about that. There was an air alert due to what appeared to be a MiG-31, or yeah, activity of MiG-31K. However, it is now being called off. So no actual missiles were fired during that. So it was only on for about an hour, and it's now stopped. But it's still, you know, an hour out of your day where you would have had to, and considering what's been going on, you would have very likely gone down to a shelter. So think about that this morning for the last, let's say, hour or hour and a quarter, something like that, because obviously it turned off not so long ago. You had to leave your home, gather your stuff together, probably in a bit of a hurry. Make sure that everybody was downstairs in some sort of shelter. Now, you may have had to go outside to get to that shelter. First thing in the morning, you know, it's a cold day out there. And yeah, you just, you know, it's an annoying part of the day. And I would imagine it gets a little bit just to the point where you're just so peeved off with it. And I suppose that's when more people get killed, because you get to the point of stuff it. I'm not doing it this time. I haven't died every other time. Boom. It's you. This time it's for you. You know. So there's so many people that has happened to as well that it's, you know, let's just say it's important for people to still go to the shelters. And they like to set the alarms off that many times that it just becomes a toll on your mental health and just in general. You just get, I would imagine, exceptionally fed up after a while. And I thought about turning on, the alert thing on my phone. And I realised that I actually couldn't because it would just be too stressful for me. Now, I've got the, the luxury of being able to decide that I don't want to do that because it's too stressful for me. And yeah, it would just, I think my nerves couldn't take it. I've nearly installed it like 3 times, and I just thought, actually no, because I already, find myself sometimes feeling a bit stretched thin, and to put that on as well, I think I'd just drive myself absolutely nuts. And that's the luxury of not being in Ukraine right now. And so, if you ever really want to experience a stressful day, just pop that on your phone. Have a couple of days of that. And then just remember how lucky you are. Prince?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, I understand why you don't. And I actually just installed that a few weeks ago for the first time. And I'm glad I did. Now, someday when I know I don't have to co-host, that's funny. I I am I know, right? I am gonna do something like set it for Kharkiv or Kherson or one of those places that gets air raid alerts all the freaking time. How many times a day does Kherson or Donetsk or where how many times a day do those places get it? And then it would be I could see it adding to the stress, I could see that. Um, I have it set to Lviv, and it goes off, you know, a few times a week. There was one night that I was sleeping, which would be your day, that during the night it went off 3 times, which means I get 6 alerts because I get it go, I get an alert when it goes off that wakes me up too. Um, but setting it to Lviv in some ways I feel like is cheating because I know they're one of the places that doesn't get the air raids as often. But I think there are places that you could pick. In fact, I know there are places you could pick that would get air raids probably even less often. You would only get them like when there is, something really happening, like Volyn Oblast. You would get for like a full country air raid, or Zakarpathia, those places, or Ivano-Frankivsk, those places, or um, Chernobyl, Chernobyl, those places. There are places that don't get the air raid alerts near as often, even as Lviv does. So, it would be for like countrywide alerts like we just got. Um, but Lviv I feel like is a happy is well, not a happy one, but is a compromise sort of. I know that they will get hit with missiles. I know that they will get um drones. I know that that all of these things will hit them, or will not hit them, but they will be targeted with them, but not as often as someplace like Donetsk or Kherson or Kharkiv or even Kiev. But Kiev doesn't get as many air raid alerts as these other places. Um, So, I think that if you want to experience to some degree, installing it and setting it for an oblast that might not go off as often, I think that's okay for your sanity. But also every time it goes off, I think, here I am. I can grab my phone and turn it off, and then I cuddle up my phone in bed because I know it's going to go off again when when the air raid alert, turns off. And I can just roll over and go back to sleep. People in Ukraine don't have that option unless they're sleeping in a bomb shelter every night. They don't have that option. They have to make a choice to get up or not to get up and to go to a bomb shelter and get their family up and they have to do all of those things. Well, they don't have to, but you know what I mean. So even just being alerted to it, I have the luxury of just being able to roll over and go back to sleep. But it does at least make me think of Ukraine and what is happening in Ukraine, and in some way try to identify just a little bit with what is happening there. And yeah, someday I will pick a day and I will set it to another, set it to include other oblasts just to see how many times it goes off, how many times it wakes me up, all of those kinds of things, because you know it's something to help identify with and help feel like um I'm trying to be part of the support, trying to understand a little bit more than I already do, because I can never fully understand unless I go to Ukraine. And I still wouldn't understand then because I'm not Ukrainian, but I want to be able to support as much as I can, and having that little reminder is just something that helps me do that. And I'm a wimp. I picked Lviv Oblast. It's just how it is. I value my sleep. You guys value my sleep because I'll be cranky if I don't get it. Go ahead, mockers.
I was just going to say, if you really want to test, choose one of those oblasts that gets it a lot more than the others, and just try and get on with your day. And every time it goes off, stop and wait. Have a seat. Do nothing. See how much more difficult it is to get on with your day. Every time you have to respond to an air raid. And I imagine it would get quite tedious. Just do it for half a day if you want, and just see how troublesome it is. And then think about how many times you probably have to get up in the night as well, and whether you would want to or not. Because I'll be honest, I love my sleep, and so yeah. Also, it's really hard to wake me up. So I'd probably be one of those that died in bed. I'm so sorry. I would be probably too welded to my bed to get out. It's just how it goes. Love my bed far too much. So I've got a few bits and bobs which I obviously made a point of grabbing hold of yesterday. And what I did notice yesterday was there was a new video popped up, and this is just the second one I've seen of this type of video, but this is important. It's a long queue of cars waiting to buy fuel near Moscow. And, well, this appears to be part of a result of the sanctions, namely the capped price on the barrel of oil. Now, we know how it made a difference for a short time, and it doesn't appear to be as effective as it was anymore. However, oil producers in Russia make more money selling processed oil products to international markets, the few that they still trade with, of course, than selling gasoline to the local stations. So what happens is they apportion a larger amount of it to international sales, which, makes them better profit. That's great. But then they, don't have enough for home. Now, previously, not a big problem because they would purchase quite a lot of it coming in. They'd send out crude, purchase the refined products back. But you see, the people that they purchase those refined products back from don't really want to do business with them anymore. So unless they change how they're selling their own refined products, they're going to have more and more of this problem. And the more they queue, the less gas stations have any gas. Because, well, this happened in the UK when they said they were going to put up the price of fuel to more than £1 a litre. And now it's like 1.49 or something. So, I don't know what happened after that, but we obviously just flipping decided to get used to it. However, I remember this. There were people who were queuing in order to fill up their tank just with the cheaper fuel before it went up. And it was ridiculous. So first they took out all the they drained all of the supermarkets because it was ever so slightly cheaper at the supermarket. And then they, the next one was like the next cheapest, so all the garages of a particular type. And then the next, and then the next, and eventually the Shell garages, which are the most expensive, seem to be the only ones that had any fuel. And it was ridiculous. And every time the place got a new delivery of fuel, people went and topped up their cars. So people were driving around with full tanks of fuel all over the place. And there was none in hardly any of the gas stations. It was silly, and it was caused by panic buying. And it wasn't anything to do with an actual shortage. And I think this is part of the problem in Russia, that, they have been having some shortages, some localized shortages. And that, of course, is spreading around. People get panicked. They go panic buying. They drain the fuel from the gas stations. And then there's more panic because that gas station doesn't have any fuel. What happens if I run out? Can't do that in this weather. So they go to the next one and drain that one. And then everybody wants a full tank of fuel just in case. Nobody's driving around on fumes in this weather, just in case. So it's it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's a vicious circle that gets worse and worse the more people are generally uneasy about the situation. And it also causes people to be quite grumpy. I saw quite a lot of people rowing in queues and stuff like that, just because, a pump would run out and then they'd have to change to a different one and people wouldn't let them in the next queue. Just stuff like that. People, they can be idiots, can't they? Oh dear, I've just spotted something else that's collapsed in Russia. Now, this has definitely collapsed. However, it's a bridge, not a society. There's a massive
Mockers,
queue. Yeah?
hang on. Gotta see. Oh, no, sorry. My bad. Date wrong.
Oh, did you think you had something exciting for me then?
I did, and I was wrong.
These things happen. So I'm just going to stick this in the nest as well so you can see what I mean. So this is in the Irkutsk area. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, this is the second bridge that I have seen that's just randomly collapsed in Russia. There was, I don't know what that second picture is. Yeah, there was another bridge recently. I can't quite remember where it was off the top of my head that just fell down, got tired, fell down. So not only is it their heating infrastructure, but also their just general infrastructure. I mean, you know, Prince, I understand America had problems with some infrastructure for a while, and things are getting sorted out, but this is the problem with bridges. They take a lot of weight and they get a lot of strain on them. And eventually you have to make sure that they're still going to stand. And you know how they build things in Russia, not really always to all the top standards. And these things just happen. I cannot believe they have basically taken everything the Soviets gave them and not made any attempts to maintain or upkeep or update any of it. It living on borrowed time, isn't it? And this is another reason why I think they've attacked another country that's better than them, because, well, A, it makes them look bad, and B, they can steal all their stuff and just carry on the way they are, because they got nothing left at home, have they? So it would appear that there are new flash mobs appearing in Russia. I think it's a bit of a joke, but they are basically making videos at a rate of knots from all sorts of areas. Now, it amuses me that they make the video in the first place. But from Moscow to Vladivostok, there is now quite a lot of places, localized, but big enough to cause a lot of people to be unhappy, that are freezing. However, due to their instilled serfdom, that they can only, like, just make videos about it, not really do anything about it. Now, I ain't being funny, but if this was happening in the UK, our utility companies would be, well, for a start, they'd be on it. But also they'd be liable to put people up in warm property, they'd put people in hotels, basically. If something was their fault, they'd actually pay for it. But, you have insurance that covers these things as well, which will actually help you stay in a hotel if your house is not habitable and so on. There are all sorts of things in place, like safety nets. And they don't have any of those safety nets, Prince. Not unless you've got a big wedge of money that you can, just pay for whatever you need. And so, because they don't have any of those safety nets, and of course, they've learned that they have no power to do anything. I think this video is it's just a wee cry for help. We cry for help from the slaves there. But anyway, yeah, I just, yeah, go on.
Just a really, really quick note. I put a link to an article that has links to the apps for both the Google Play Store and for the Apple App Store. So if you want to install it, I put that into the nest.
Thank you. Yeah, I just a little exercise to, just remind yourself. And it's also,
that's the thing. You don't have to pick a weekend when you're not working, or something like that. I mean, and that really is is not even anything. You know what I mean? That's like, I don't even know what to say. It's that, pick a weekend where it's not going to interfere with your life as much, which again, to me, I would feel like I was wimping out a little bit as far as that goes. And I actually put a second tweet in there too that has the link if I would have found this one, paid attention better. But that, do, if you want it to interfere with your life as little as possible, do it on a weekend when you can. But do it. Just try it for a day. You don't have to leave it on forever, but just try it and see what it's like. Pick Donetsk, pick Kharkiv, pick one of those two. I think they probably go off the most, right? Right, Walkers?
Yeah, judging by the other alert that I get, yeah, it seems to always be Kharkiv, Sumy, Donetsk.
Exactly. Pick all three of them. I think you can pick multiple oblasts. I mean, that would be one heck of it, right? Be going off constantly.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, just a little exercise, just to give yourself an idea. And like, if it drives you crazy, turn it off, but realize that it's driving you crazy. So anyway, just quickly back to this little flurry of flash mob videos, and the fact that if this happened, say this happened in France, there'd be a bloody riot within 50 minutes. Honestly, within an hour, there'd be a riot. Can you imagine? So it just goes to show the difference in the people, doesn't it? Now, let me see. There's 17 apartment buildings in Penza, in which more than 2,400 people live. They were left without heating in the cold due to a new accident, and they're conducting an inspection. Just one after the other, and well, all they can seem to do about it is appeal to somebody who doesn't care. Just think it's nuts. But good for them. Good for them. I don't know what a little video thing is going to do, Prince. Have you noticed?
What little video thing?
The please, Mr. Putin, help us. Please help.
Oh, yes. Please, Mr. Putin isn't going to, not going to do anything. But can I just tangent for 2 seconds? I think it won't take longer than that. Because, squirrel. I talked to my cousin today. Well, I texted with him, and he was not flying the plane where the door flew off. But I will ask you one more time. Yeah, he wasn't flying the plane. That makes me very sad because I wanted to hear adventure stories.
It was a lady, by the way.
Oh, cool. Yeah, my cousin is married to a lady who's actually my cousin that I grew up with. But the other thing I wanted to ask you is, what did we learn about this accident?
You're just trying to promote the iPhone again, aren't you? Stop it. Are you on Apple payroll?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. But I actually would like to congratulate you for not dropping, not crashing 30 seconds into co-hosting, because that is quite the achievement, Mockers.
I know, I've done well, haven't I? There was a new update yesterday. I think it's fixed me.
Ah, good. That's good.
Touching wood.
Das ist gut.
You had a point though, didn't you? What did we learn? We learned the iPhone can fall from 16,000 feet and not even get a cracked screen.
Yes. Onto the probably onto the very soggy Oregon grass with a good case on it. However, it still fell 16,000 feet. So yeah, and my cousin wasn't flying the plane, but I did have a really good chat with him, and he asked me what I've been up to and how I'm doing, and so he got one heck of a long lecture about Ukraine, and so that was sort of kind of nice, and he was a little bit surprised, and yeah, he said, "Go us," and but he was definitely not one who was going on with the well, what was the first thing that he said? Because, well, besides, then he ended up calling me a TikTok star, and I told him that was totally wrong. Yes, hopefully you are able to encourage those in Ukraine. And I'm like, yeah, I do a little bit more than encourage those. I hope I do. I hope I encourage people who are in Ukraine. But I also hope that I do a whole lot more than encourage people that are in Ukraine. You know what I mean? I hope that we help them. Help them is better than encourage them, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Tangible assistance. That's the main thing. Chris, go ahead.
Oh, woo. Again, since I was up,
Oh,
since I was up earlier. Yeah. So mockers, that Prince, she's fishing for a free iPhone, isn't she? All this advertising that she's giving Apple iPhones and that. So I haven't managed to get hold of Pink yet, but have I got another job? Speak to Apple, get Prince free
yes,
iPhone.
that would be awesome. That would be absolutely awesome. But yeah, still looking for Pink. There was
Yeah,
something
I got.
else. Oh, you couldn't. I don't think you could help with this one because this is the United States one, and I think there's a connect. I think we can. I think we can work this one out, and I'm not telling anyone about it. But yeah, there's another one too. But yeah, but the pink, yeah, the pink one is.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
there you go.
I'm still working on the Pink one. Yeah. So, but I was going to just say to you about. Was it you putting the what's it called, the missile app, whatever it is, on your phone, and that being stressful, right? That's not stressful. Let me tell you what's stressful. What is stressful is getting yourself a couple of surrogate Ukrainian daughters that live in Kiev, Anna and Oksana. I'm talking about mockers, yeah, right, and then basically stressing about them, being in Kiev and all these missiles coming, right? And messaging them and not getting any answer and fretting and worrying and all the rest of it. And then they finally come back to you and you say, are you all right? They say, yeah, I'm all right. Okay, I didn't hear from you. No, we went to, inverted commas, some extremely quiet place in Ukraine, very beautiful, by the way, where A, we won't have any rockets fired at us, and B, there's no phone service. Oh, okay, I get it. Oh, and by the way, surrogate dad, we don't bother leaving the building because the missiles will be here in 2 minutes and we'll only be halfway down the stairs. So chill out. All words to that effect. No, that is really stressful.
Crumbs, yeah. Will, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Especially, if I had that thing, I'd probably set it to Sumy, because Sumy and Poltava, or maybe Poltava, because those are the little quaint cities that I saw on the news the very first day of the war getting smashed. The places I've been, which is just shocking. So I'd probably put one of them on there. But Prince and Mocker should be aware that I sometimes say inappropriate things in space a little bit. I'll go there a little bit. Just want you to know that I do that also in real life, because I was meeting with subject matter experts today in aviation, and so you know, a whole group of these guys, helicopter operators and their major clients, were meeting together, and they're all guys that were in the Air Force or Army or something, like, you know, helicopters. They're all flying helicopters or no helicopters their whole life. So aviation experts, and I'm sitting there officiating this discussion, and it was about burn bags. It was about something. You can't take lithium batteries on helicopters, and you can't put them in the check baggage and stuff, because lithium batteries can spontaneously sort of combust under certain conditions and consequently cause an aviation disaster. So, in industry, you can use a thing called a burn bag, which is anybody who wants to carry lithium batteries in the helicopter needs to put them in a burn bag, a bag that is like insulated, heavy duty bag. And the procedure is typically if the burn bag starts to go off and things burn inside it, they chuck it out they chuck it out the cabin window in the helicopter. So I'm sitting there and we're talking about the differences and what we do this. And one guy says to another guy, well, this and that. And he goes, well, what do you do in the United States? And I could not help myself, right? I couldn't help myself. I said, well, in America, I think they just chuck them out the side of the hole in the fuselage, don't they? Big laugh and stunned silence, half the room.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I think they just
Thank you. Very good. Now then, do you have any friends in Moscow, Will? That was a question.
No, St. Petersburg.
It's only that. Someone here is getting messages from people in Moscow proper whose heating has been out for days. And they're wondering if this infrastructure collapse is a result of not funding it for the last 2 years and sending all the maintenance guys to die in Ukraine, or sabotage. And I think it might just be maybe that they haven't maintained these things for about 30 years, and then they sent all the maintenance guys to Ukraine. I think that's more like it. Because I get the feeling that maintenance has not been their priority. So, yeah, I like the fact that they're asking those questions. I just thought that was quite interesting. It's notable to me that they're asking those questions, put it that way. You'll be glad to know that the weather is getting better in Ukraine with regards to the Black Sea corridor. There was a storm, but as we expected yesterday, the storm has moved away, and so the sorry, I've just got a message. So yeah, it's not as bad there today, and we can probably expect more ships. So, in places other than Moscow, it is more likely that they haven't had maintenance for 30 odd years, but Moscow eats the federal budget like nothing else. The amount spent just on playground equipment in Moscow is double the entire budget of most of the other cities in Russia. So it's very likely they were being maintained more readily. Okay, noted. Will?
So I'd agree with that in Moscow, that they would. But so I think it's a little bit of all of the above. I only lived in the Far East, so I'm sure that they get better maintenance in Moscow than they do in the Far East. But still, there would be all the corruption that's built into the system, and the experience that I talked about in the building management company, the common property owner, ZHEC, in the Far East. Those same organizations are required to exist in ones in the east, in the west, and I'm sure they're every bit as corrupt. While maintenance probably gets done, there's always a bit of a skim. So I think it's a bit of that, but also the column that you cannot ignore, the column of people who would have fled the country or gone to Ukraine and not come home from Ukraine. So I think there's definitely that also plays somewhat of a factor. And this is the thing that, as for whatever the reason, they're having stress on this system that looks a little bit out of the ordinary. Although, as you know, Prince always wants me to talk about poo fountains, so it happens enough anyway. But is it happening more now than other times is the big question. I would suggest it probably is, because as we know, there's a lot of people who've gone missing that didn't want to get mobilized, so they got out of the country. And there's also a bunch of people who did get killed, as we know. So yeah, I think it's both. Both things are probably at play.
Yeah, we certainly know that the fire service seems to have taken a big hit. They don't seem to have as many people these days, and you know, we're talking about eggs. The people who produce eggs have said that there is problems with staffing and things like that. There, in some areas yesterday, they were talking about the possibility of getting pensioners out of retirement to come and help with the local industry and whatever needs doing, which I thought was fun. It just goes to show that there's quite a lot of difficulties that they're now having. And, well, you know, they already had a demographics problem, didn't they? And here they are, just making it so much worse, so much more quickly than they ever probably would have expected. 3-day war. 3-day special operation. And look what it's turned into. What are we on now? We're on day 686. It's gone on a bit further than they expected, hasn't it? Especially when I think a lot of people didn't think that Ukraine would survive more than the first 10 days. So yeah, it just it's more than we ever expected, and I think they deserve our support for that alone. So yesterday, even though during the day there was a few things going on, it ended quietly with no overnight attacks of missiles or drones, which is pleasant, makes a nice change, doesn't it? However, that doesn't mean there weren't attacks. Kharkiv was shelled, and the just utter stupidity of an attack on a children's camp. Like I say, luckily nobody was there. So 2 rockets hit the complex, and the fact that 2 rockets hit the complex shows you that they were specifically targeting it. An empty building with like an activity centre for children. Makes all the difference, that, to the war effort, doesn't it? However, you know, it doesn't actually gain them anything, does it, in the long run? And despite them rejoicing and mocking in equal measure that Ukraine's summer offensive hasn't really gone anywhere, there is a good argument from German press today that, well, Russia hasn't done anything much either, have they? Their winter offensive last year was rubbish. They didn't really achieve anything much over the summer. And what are they doing now? Are they doing some sort of new winter offensive? Because as far as I can see, they're literally just grinding people against a cheese grater of sorts. So that's going really well for them. And it is worth
Marcus?
pointing that out. Yes, my dear.
I would say, my personal opinion, the summer offensive may not have gone anywhere as far as a large gain of territory. Let's say it that way. However, people did they lose? How many people, if you count when the summer offensive started, which I believe was the beginning of June, I think it was June 6th or 7th, right around in there. If you look at what was the number of lost total, what was the number of casualties total on that day, and what is the total number of casualties today, how many people have they lost? How many people have they put through the meat grinder? They have attrited a bunch of people. We're more used to seeing the 800 to 1,000 number than we are the 300 to 500 number these days, or even lower. How many tanks? We've gotten used to seeing tanks and APCs and artillery systems in double digits. We've gotten used to seeing all of this equipment attrited. So even though you don't see the gain of territory, I would argue that there has been some success by the Ukrainian military in attriting the Russian army, and that is a success of its own in a different way, but it is a success because they have less people, they have less equipment. Yeah, they can replace them, but those people may not be as experienced. They've lost ships. I mean, they have attrited the Russian army. They are destroying the Russian army, and that is a success of a kind. Whether there's territory regained or not, they have killed a lot of Russians and killed a lot of Russian equipment, and that is success.
Absolutely. And that is something that the press don't seem to always highlight very much. But it is nice that they're pointing out to the Russians that they've done really not very well.
Perhaps we need to inform the press of the QB comic, or of the QB, because QB is a bit of life. I have had to put him in one of the feeds that one of the lists that I rely on for information, and he is an absolute wonderful little piece of humor in the midst of going through and looking at sometimes very, very difficult things. All of a sudden, QB pops up in my list of things to look at, and it is pure joy, and QB is hilarious, and it makes me happy.
As soon as I saw that, I knew you would love it. Just your kind of thing. Basic, welcome up.
Well, hello. Good evening, ladies, Prince, Mockers. Good to hear you guys over on the MriyaReport. I just wanted to kind of add to what Prince was saying, like how, yes, ultimately, the counteroffensive, didn't add up to what Ukraine wanted. But what is not mentioned is the fact that, there is that attrition rate, right? They lost, a ton. In regards to the fighting, Ukraine as well, though. I mean, they lost a good amount too, so we can't deny that either. But as far as just the equipment and all that stuff, I want to say that Ukraine maintained at least 95%, or at least this is what I heard from Zaluzhny. At least 95% of the equipment that the West, with tanks, armored vehicles, really all the important all that equipment and Gephards and stuff. They maintain 95% of that, which is really good to hear. And then the other thing I wanted to point out was that both UK and American intelligence, which has been really crazy accurate in this entire war with just, intel gathering. I mean, literally, they were foretelling the invasion of Ukraine like weeks out before Russia actually pulled the trigger. Well, Putin really. If you remember Biden literally saying like, Ukraine's going to be invaded by Russia. He kept saying that, and people mocked him until it actually happened. But aside from that, both UK and American intelligence confirmed that, I think by the end of this year, I think Russia's already on track for over 500,000. I think it was KA, not just casualties. That's like, dead, which is insane because, like I said, I kind of put that in the context of what the United States lost in World War II. We lost over 400,000 troops. They're literally approaching like American like KIA levels from World War II, which, even to this day, my country's been affected by. I literally lost a family member during World War II. And it's remarkable. And they keep going, but there's got to be a breaking point somewhere. Where that is, I don't know. That's the kind of, $billion question. But yeah, they are definitely sustaining major losses, but Ukraine holds on and fights on, but they need more. They obviously need more equipment. We need to send more, and that's undoubtedly what needs to happen. So anyway, just wanted to make a few comments on that.
No worries, and thank you. I mean, we look at the numbers today, right? 800 liquidated personnel, and that's almost, it's kind of what we're used to. We see these numbers and they're kind of like, oh yeah, 800 again, and just put that into some sort of perspective. Think about how much space 800 people all lined up would take. And, extrapolate that. All those people probably have families back home. And they're obviously not going to be terribly pleased, especially if they don't get their money. I love how it all comes down to money. And, so the knock-on effects that one day has had, basically. And it's got to have an effect eventually, hasn't it? Prince?
Yeah, so you know me, I go to the Ragnar and I do a select period. And I selected the period of June 7th, 2023. It was right around in there, if I remember correctly, until through January 9th, 2024, because they haven't updated yet today. Troop losses, 154,840 in that period. An average of 714 people a day. That's huge. That's huge. That is a lot of attrition. And then just going from I'm just talking about land-based equipment losses per day. And I haven't dug into his data a whole lot. I look at very specific things usually, and I actually don't know that I've ever paid attention to this chart. But I'm assuming when he says land-based equipment, he's talking vehicles and fuel tank, artillery, APCs, and tanks, right? So sort of bulking those all together. That is my assumption at this point when I see land-based equipment. 16,869 in that time period. The average is 81 a day. That is amazing. That is huge attrition, right? So that's, you got to look at this kind of stuff too. I'm not one who follows I still can't tell you the difference between the tanks. I can't tell you the difference between the APCs. I can't tell you a whole lot of stuff when it comes to the military stuff, but I do like this data kind of thing. And so when I look at his charts, it makes me happy. And in looking at this kind of thing, you can see it's crazy. I know, because it goes back to when I did research. It goes back to when I did educational research on federally funded research grants, and I put this kind of stuff together. Well, and I did that also when I worked in IT, tracking a bunch of stuff for the software that I was an admin for. You know, how many calls did the help desk get? How many times were people just stupid? Anyway, and so anyway, I thought it would be, you know, a good exercise to pull this up and see what, you know, what just in that, 6 months. That's freaking 6 months. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of equipment. And yes, I'm not ignoring by any means the fact that Ukraine has also lost a lot. We can't ignore that fact. We don't have those numbers. But I'm pretty sure I do feel rather confident in saying that Ukraine I don't think Ukraine lost 154,840 people. I could be wrong. But yeah, you sort of get where I'm going with that. So the point is Ukraine has attrited a lot of the Russian army in the last 6 months over the summer offensive, and you can't look at just the property, or the not the property, but the land that they reclaimed. So I'll shut up because Chris has his hand up too. So go ahead, Mockers.
No, I was just going to agree with you that those numbers are staggering, really, aren't they? It just goes to show what incredible work they're doing. Chris.
Yeah, I was just going to say what I think of is I don't know if you've seen it. You probably have, but there's like a YouTube video that like basically looks at each army of the world, if you like, right? Each military of the world, and so and like the graph, if you like, for like tanks and stuff like that for Russia and America, like goes off the scale. They have to like do a break in the graph of that because they've got so many tanks and that, you can't fit them on the graph and that, so obviously you get to like the end of it and you've got the three, peer militaries, America, China, and Russia, or America, Russia, and China, because Russia's the second biggest military in the world, isn't it? Or was second military in Ukraine. And when you think about that, I don't know I don't know what number Ukraine was on that video and that, but it was like obviously way down. And you think about that, and you think that Ukraine has fought to a standstill. That a military that was a peer to America and China. To me, that is just, well, unbelievable, isn't it? It really is.
Well, appear in mass, maybe, but maybe not in technology and training. However, yeah, the very fact that they were classified as this major, massive military force, and well, just look at what Ukraine's done to them. Basic.
Yeah, I agree with Chris. I mean, we really kind of have to keep things in like context because the Russia, even going back to the days of the Soviet Union, when I was barely in diapers, that we've always had this kind of mystified idea of the Soviet Union, like the bear, the Russian bear, and this like all like steel and just this massive horde from the east that's going to eat up the west. And the Russians have played really well, through propaganda, through ploys, marches, and all these things that make their military look impressive. But when it came to invading Ukraine just totally destroyed that myth. And I mean, we also have to keep in mind all the equipment that Russia's used in this war. They built from that empire, the Soviet Union. That's never coming back. All that equipment that's been stored up for decades that was supposed to go against NATO. Ukraine's destroying that for our benefit in the West, for Europe, for the United States, for the UK. We don't have to deal with that because Ukraine's already been dealing with that. And I mean, the least that we could do is maintain, and if not, by God, we should accelerate it. I hate the saying of like for as long as it takes, because it really just adds to the slow play, the slow roll, which I disagree with. We need to increase. We need to, arm as fast as possible to end this conflict, because morale does become a factor. And, I mean, the Ukrainians don't want to, keep sending, their young men and women, and some that are older than they're all young, but they don't want, they don't want to fight this war forever. They've been fighting since 2014. Good God, send them the damn tanks, send them the airplanes, send them everything they need to get this war done, to crush Russia, or at least kick them out and be done with it. You know what I mean? It just drive you, but I'm preaching to the choir anyway. So I'm gonna go to Will, my Australian brother from another mother, which I'll be honest with you, Will, I miss you, buddy. I miss you, bud.
Will?
How could you miss me, buddy? I've been right here. You've been off running around with that Taylor Swift chick, haven't you? Recruiting Swifties. And good on you, because that's something I couldn't do at my age, because I couldn't tell her apart from any of the. The only time I ever use Taylor Swift in a sentence is when I'm playing trivia, because if there's any music question comes up, I always just guess Taylor Swift because it's usually half right. But well done her for all her efforts in getting Person of the Year, because I think she actually, to be honest, deserved that. In that
Wait.
she's really going to get out the vote. But back to this issue of mobilization.
Taylor Swift got Person of the Year?
Didn't she get Person of the Year on Time magazine?
What? Time magazine.
Jesus Christ, woman! Don't you read popular media in your own country? Anyway.
No, I'm too busy paying attention to Ukraine. Why are you reading it?
Well, because Basic's looking at it. If Basic's looking at it, I'm always read everything Basic reads, because I always want to come back to whatever he reads and comments on, so I can change it to metric and give him a whole pile of shit about it, because he hasn't stepped into the 20th century yet. But I digress. My main point is that, when you talk about mobilization and you're talking about what they need, look at Thomas Tyner's. He did a little thread this morning, not a thread, a post. So go check that out. There are 30 countries in Europe who have combat brigades ready for action against the Soviet Union or Russia. 30 countries. One country, Russia, has the same number of combat brigades that are ready. Now with the 150 mechanized just being announced and being filled up during the 2023 conscription wave. So they have on hand 115 combat brigades. The entire 30 countries of the European Union that have combat brigades in Europe are 118. So basically, folks, these guys are the army in Europe right now, and they are taking on Russia. So essentially what I'm saying is they've got all the men they need right now to put in place the defensive capability that the EU said, or NATO said they wanted in there for defensive purposes. And now they're going to top that up with a whole bunch of ass kickers to get to a strength of 3-1 at minimum at any contact point that they want to drive into Russia when they get those additional 400,000 troops ready, if you wanted to wait that long. And smash through the rest of Russia. It's not how it's going to exactly happen. They're going to fill back in for losses. They're going to rotate troops. They're going to do all that. But they've already got an ass kicker of an army, as we've seen from the performance of units like the 76th Mechanized in the south, the 30th Mechanized up in the northeast. They're pros at this stuff, and they're building up more units of combat brigades to the point where they'll have a whole bunch more than Russia can mount in the same area, because they're planning to have more army than Russia's got on the ground, because they're not necessarily banking on the fact that additional aid in the form of more tanks, more Bradleys, more armored personnel carriers, more self-propelled artillery, more of everything. You know, I would say maybe something like $100 billion U.S. Actually, I'm going to go to $125 billion of additional equipment that I'd like to see a target of getting in there from the United States or from Europe or Australia, or anybody gives it in, because that's going to be the level of equipment and army that NATO would take to the battle of beating Russia. All they plan to do is defend against Russia, but to beat Russia, to beat them back, you're going to have a concentration of forces at the point you decide to impact them. So they still need a whole lot of equipment, everything, but really what they need this winter is to finally get that fourth generation Air Force starting to fly their skies and get those long range. Sorry, I'm not going to call them long range anymore, because that is facetious. They are going to get short range ballistic missiles in capacity from the United States or others to be able to do the active defense we were talking about earlier in the day, so that they can be successful. So you got to, and that if they did that, if they got the equipment to fill out these additional mechanized brigades they're building, so that they could go to war with all the equipment that they needed in the additional brigades, they will be able to minimize their loss of life, which is what BASIC's on about. Because the longer this war goes on, the more attrition takes a toll on the morale and war weariness of the country at war. And it is definitely going to affect Ukraine the same way it affects, well, maybe worse than it affects Russia, because they seem to actually care about their people. But this is why it's all true. It's not like anybody's got to go help Ukraine, right? They got all the warm bodies they need there now. This summing up by Thomas Tyner shows exactly that. They've got 115 combat brigades now. Europe only had 118 to withstand an attack by Russia, and now they need to go on the attack. So they need to get some more bodies. They need to get some more equipment, and the faster they get that equipment, and the better that equipment is, the faster this war is going to be over, and the minimized loss of life on the Ukrainian side could be the result. And I will add also, highly likely, minimizing loss of life by the Russians, because they don't show any signs of changing their approach to this war. And the more days that go on the war before they lose it means 750 people a day, as you just counted out, Prince. So yeah, that's just a little more context for you on what they're building up and what their needs are.
Oh, thanks, Will. Benas, welcome up.
Morning, everyone. I just wanted to correct Will. He made a mistake. He said Russia has 115 and European countries has 118.
No,
You meant,
Ukraine has 115 and Europe has 118. Ukraine.
yeah, you meant Ukraine, but you said Russia, so I just wanted to correct it.
So sorry, my mistake. Yeah, totally. Good catch, Benas.
Yeah, I saw that this morning, and let's just say that Ukraine puts us to shame, don't they? And we should be slightly ashamed of the situation we've allowed ourselves to get in through being complacent, perhaps, or secure in the knowledge that, financial ties would be much more important than some historical nonsense that we don't care about. But it would appear that that wasn't the case. So here we are. I think we really thought at one point that, trading would be useful. And it was to a degree to allow them to get a clutch on us. Anyway, we were talking about attrition. And in less than 2 years of its full-scale war in Ukraine, Russia has lost at least, and this is confirmed, 95 senior commissioned officers holding the rank of colonel, as well as at least 7 generals. Now, what might that do to an army, perhaps? I'm only going to assume, obviously, never been in the army, but I'm only going to assume that that's quite detrimental. I mean, losing your NCO is one thing, you know, but losing everybody all the way to the top command, where's that leave you? That kind of leaves you like flailing around in the dark. I mean, you know, at least if you only lose one of them, there's somebody else who can probably take up the slack. But to lose just so many commanders, and then, you know, other people are unprepared to be thrown into it because, of course, the commanders weren't prepared in the first place because those guys were only there because they'd, you know, got money or connections. So it's not like they knew the greatest anyway. Well, any competent commanders, they seem to have a little problem with them, don't they? Will remember our friend Teplinsky. I do have a little thing about Teplinsky somewhere. Here we go. Yes, I knew it. So it would seem that Teplinsky is still a problem for the Russian MOD or the Kremlin. He is still quite influential. And I said about him being handed this poison chalice of the, you know, looking after the left bank. I think mainly because they know it's indefensible, it can't be held forever, and he will fail, and then he'll be just as crap as all the other commanders. However, they still don't like him. He's still speaking up too much. So the commander of the Russian Airborne Forces, Mikhail Teplinsky, is influential and also has a level of popularity amongst the Russian military, which is his real point of downfall. And it would appear that recently the Russian media have resumed a campaign to directly discredit him. After Prigozhin's mutiny and his confrontation with Shoigu and Gerasimov, Teplinsky was put under surveillance because of his ambiguous behavior. Basically, he told it like it was, and he wasn't afraid of speaking up and saying, this ain't working and these people died. And, you know, that makes you, well, that level of honesty just isn't allowed. So, anyway, they put him under surveillance. Now, he could not be removed immediately, like Surovikin, because of his popularity. So they've decided to discredit him and get rid of him gradually. First of all, by destroying his image and the support from the army, especially in the Air Force. Some sources claim for this purpose a special group was created amongst officers of information counteraction. They established a network of channels and groups on social media that create and distribute materials aimed at discrediting Teplinsky. Teplinsky was also assigned to one of the potentially most difficult areas of the war. Yes, we spotted that. At the end of October, he became head of the Dnipro group of forces, whose area of responsibility includes occupied Kherson and part of Zaporizhia. Teplinsky had great ambition, and he is unsuccessfully still trying to eliminate the Ukrainian stronghold at any cost. And that's one of the reasons why the Russians are continuing to suffer huge losses in equipment and personnel, especially airborne units. Of course, this in itself hurts Teplinsky's reputation. Previously, it was believed that he thought the lives of Russian soldiers were more valuable than other generals. Also, Russian web pages discuss the subject of the general having 2 families. In addition, mental health issues are often mentioned, which allegedly also raises questions. By the way, yesterday he turned 55 years old, and there were no official congratulations for his birthday, which suggests that he is out of favour. He does appear to be the scapegoat now for the Kherson bridgehead debacle, where 8 Russian brigades are unable to deal with 1 Ukrainian battalion. Just, pointing that out. So we've been joined by Ming this morning. Good morning, Ming.
Morning, Mockers. How are you today?
Oh, I'm not too bad. I'm just having a little relax today. No work today for me, so hurrah, hurrah for that. I wondered if you've been seeing any more incidents in the, what's it called, commercial aircraft recently, because I believe there was a weather-related incident yesterday.
Yeah, is this the aircraft that skidded off the runway at Norilsk?
Yeah.
So 737-800. And this was actually, I think it actually happened the day before yesterday. But North Star Airlines landed at Norilsk and went 30 to 45 meters off the runway. And the Federal Air Transport Agency has begun an investigation, yada yada. So all but looks like probably mainly weather driven. Maybe their brakes weren't quite in the state they're meant to be in, but you never know. Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt myself here for a moment and take up the co-host spot, Mockers.
All right, it shouldn't put you off unless you close your mic. Yeah, it just won't let you open or close your mic during it. So if it's open already, you're usually good. But yeah, that's something that I did spot yesterday. And I just wonder, this sort of incident, although it may not ground that aircraft specifically, it's another amount of wear and tear. And it's possible that something like that wouldn't really do an aircraft any good. It's probably going to have to be checked out for anything that might have broken. It's that continuing sort of, drip of attrition on that front as well. That I'm finding it, every time there's an accident, it's less likely for that aircraft to be fully fit to go back out. And, sooner or later, there's going to be, there's either going to be a disaster or there's going to be no aircraft.
Yeah, but meanwhile, all the Russian papers are crowing over the Alaska Airlines incident with the unused escape hatch with the plug in it that fell out a couple of days ago. Doesn't really matter that there aren't any 737-9s in operation in Russia. They're too new, basically. But, they're all going, ooh, look at the Americans. They have terrible problems in aviation too. So no surprise there.
Yeah, not every day though, eh? Look at the frequency. It's not every day these things happen, but I'm glad they've got something to chuckle about, other people's misfortune and what have you. But in that case, they can't argue when we chuckle at their misfortune. It's fair. All's fair. Terry, welcome up.
Morning, Mockers. Morning, Ming. Talking about the numbers, particularly the personnel numbers, occurred to me when you said 800 was the average at the moment. That is, if you consider that a coach holds about 40, so that's 20 coaches a day, or 140 coaches a week. It's just quite bizarre, isn't it, when you think every day that they're carting away 20 coaches worth of dead people. Well, except they're not even carting them away, are they? And then I thought when Prince was talking about how many it was in 6 months, did she say it was about 155,000?
Thereabouts, yeah.
Yeah. I've just checked with Alex with an A over there. I daren't say her name. How many people fill Wembley Stadium? And that's 90,000. So if you imagine a stadium and a half, just seems incredible, doesn't it?
Well, exactly. I try and put it into, into sort of means that I can visualize like that, because numbers sometimes will go flying over people's heads.
Yeah.
And if you can actually visualize what that is,
yeah,
in volume, you realize just what's being wasted by them.
Yeah. And I mean, how many is it now? It's coming up for 350,000, is it, altogether?
Oh, it's over 360,000, 366.
360. So I'm trying to think how many stadiums that would be. And it's just horrendous, isn't it? When you think, oh. I mean, I've never been to Wembley, so I can't quite, but I've seen pictures of it. But yeah, to actually put it in terms of something where you can just imagine the size, just horrific, really. But let them keep going. We don't interrupt them while they're making such a mistake.
Well, exactly. They've only done it to themselves, haven't they?
Yeah. And we did have quite a low day the other day, didn't we? It was about 400. And I'm trying to think, was the weather particularly bad? I think it was only bad
Christmas.
numbers, and it was their Christmas, wasn't it? So they just didn't send as many out, so there wasn't as many to kill, is my thought. Not that they didn't kill as many as they normally did. It's just that they didn't get the opportunity to do it. So, yeah. Anyway, I just thought it'd be interesting for everybody to try and visualize it all that way. So I'll let you carry on. Thanks, Mockers. You're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you very much. Benas, go ahead.
At this moment, I started looking for a visualization of Russian losses, because like 1 month ago, somebody from NATO made a video about the amount to visualize how many people Russians lost, and he put a lot of work in that, because he made it with stadiums, he made it with swimming pools, he made it if the Russians were compressed in the pure meat cubes, how much place it would take. I hope I will find it somewhere on Twitter, and then I will share, because it's mind-boggling. It's like it's very good to say it's a shitload of Russians. Yeah.
I think I might have seen the meat cube, and it was huge. And so, yeah, I think I might have seen that one. Oh, fun. Now then, there is a nice piece of translated propaganda here, but this particular propagandist, or as he calls himself, a military reporter, Rudenko, says the primary goal of the failed Avdiivka offensive was to destroy Ukrainian military potential. However, it's a very interesting way to do it, by sending endless waves of infantry and vehicles to be destroyed. However, there is an argument that Rudenko could be a Russophobe by his words, and well, basically he just thinks that people can be expended like meat. Of course. So he's responding now to the press in Germany, stating that the Russian offensive hasn't really done anything other than grind them down. So Bild writes that the winter counteroffensive of the Russian armed forces has failed. The Russian army was unable to capture Avdiivka and Kupiansk. But I will reply to these military experts. In just a little over 2 months, our military have managed to break through the Ukrainian fortified area in the Avdiivka section, which was built for 10 years. So it's held you back for 10 years, guys. To be honest, I thought that this direction would be left to the very end of the military operation, as in my opinion, this line was impregnable. But our military have broken through it, and they are already on the doorstep of Avdiivka. There is only one question. Did we need to take it? Or was the plan the same as in Bakhmut? To destroy as many enemy forces as possible, which in fact is what's happening now. Well, when you look from the Ukrainian side, yes, that is what's happening now. However, I'll carry on with his rubbish. Zelensky is throwing more and more into Avdiivka like a meat grinder. You can see how this is projection, can't you? The military commissars in Ukraine have simply created lawlessness, and they are running all over the country in search of fresh meat. Again, extreme projection there. Marinka is taken. Marinka is flat. It's not really a place anymore. And now our guys are moving towards Kurakovo, I think. And it is already a large supply hub for Avdiivka. After that is taken, there will be a huge deficit for the armed forces of Ukraine. And I am sure that we will still leave a bottleneck for the enemy, since they will thoughtlessly continue to send people to this city to slaughter. How many did they lose in Bakhmut? 80,000 people? If you say so. In Avdiivka, this figure will be much higher. Well, yeah, you're right about that, mate, but not necessarily for the Ukrainians. So, no one has yet launched a counterattack. Again, chinny chins. No one has launched a counterattack apart from the fact that the Russians are making attacks almost daily. But an operation is underway to utilize Ukraine's military potential. I think what he meant there was to reduce Ukraine's military potential. However, that they seem to think that Ukraine have fallen into a trap here, where they're just sending in meat waves. I don't know. That sounds familiar, but not of the Ukrainians. So it does kind of sound as though he's saying exactly what the Russians are doing, and hoping that that's also the case for the Ukrainians. I think so. They're not doing terribly well. But you know, at least he's chipper about it. That they're going to take the next place. You know they are. You know they are. Well, okay, maybe they're not. We'll see. We'll see. Now, Ukraine is obviously in need of weapons. Believe it or not. I know, shocking that revelation, huh? But they have started to produce their own. So, the production of shells, artillery shells, has tripled. And it says here, has tripled 42 times. I'm thinking that's so many different facilities with now running 3 shifts, if that's how they're working it out. Anyway, or is it? Oh, right, it might be this. 42 times the mines. I don't know. The way it's written, I can't tell. One or the other has gone up 42 times. In addition, the country has successfully used its own long-range weapons, enabling them to hit enemy targets at a distance of 700 kilometers. Now, that part was interesting to me. And I don't think they're talking about the super buff. I think they're talking about something else. Terry?
I've got rather carried away with working out numbers now. Just checked Alex with an A on what the average weight of an adult is, an adult male, in pounds. Rather horrified to find it's only 140 pounds, which is 10 stone. But anyway, putting that together with the total figure overall, that is 25,000 US tons.
Well, that's a lot. I won't be picking that up.
But it's not in metric though, is it?
Well, it's US tons. Yeah, I thought I'd better do US because most people. It's 22,500 UK tons because I knew they were slightly different. But that's still quite a lot. So I'm going to disappear again and figure out how large. You know those containers that they put onto ships.
Yeah, you're going to figure out how many containers.
How many of those containers? So I'll disappear off again for a while.
By the way, it was a joke, Terry. Will gets it, and I'm sure
Yeah,
Mockers too.
metric tons are 10% cooler.
Ah, right. Right. I can't really figure out how much a ton is. I mean, it's bad enough looking at meat in a supermarket.
We don't know either, to be fair, Terry. We have no idea. We use laundromats and bananas to measure stuff over here in the States.
Yeah. But I thought, well, if I go away and see if I can figure out how big one of those containers is and how much weight they'd normally put in one of those, that might help us figure out.
Well, Terry, they come in 2 horrendous standard measurements. Plug your ears.
Oh, do they?
They come in 20-foot shipping containers and 40-foot shipping containers, and a 20-foot shipping. 40-foot shipping container, I think, weighs in the. Well, it depends on what it's filled with, right? So you have to figure out a standard density of the thing that's in it. If I was, you want to know what it would weigh if it was filled with human bodies?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a minute for that sort of disgusting, sick calculation, and I'll be right with you.
Yeah, because you have to figure out the tear weight of the actual container, right, Will, in regards for the shipping?
Oh, yes, I've heard of that. I've not got no idea what that is.
Yeah, so tear weight's it's basically just the weight of the instrument or container that you're using in usually industrial capacities. So, and then you would minus that from the overall total, I guess, cargo or whatever weight. When I used to work in a factory, we used tear all the time. But yeah, it's basically just the weight of the The instrument of the container itself,
right? Yes.
minus the overall growth.
Yeah, bit heavier than a cardboard box, isn't it? Really? Yeah.
Just a bit.
But I'm just intrigued now because these numbers, it's like when, our governments talk about, well, we're going to be spending this number of billion on this and this billion on that. It doesn't really mean anything to us, does it? I don't think it means anything to them either. And then I know the US overall budget is trillions, isn't it? It's just... So to bring it back to something basic, if we can figure out how many jam-packed full containers of meat, which is horrendous. Mind you, some of it's going to be a bit dehydrated, isn't it? Oh, sorry. I shouldn't really find that amusing.
It's okay. Our sense of humour has got darker as the time has
It
gone
does.
on, to be absolutely fair. It does get a bit dark.
Almost have to, don't you? Because otherwise we'd just, I don't know, we'd all go mad.
Some would say we already are.
That's true. Actually, somebody said, who was I chatting to the other day? I can't remember, but somebody said, oh, you're bonkers. And I thought, that's why fellas go bonking, and we're brain damaged dogs, so we're all bonkers. I thought, well, I hadn't thought of it that way, because I always thought of bonking as something slightly different, but there we go. Sorry, too early in the morning, isn't it, for
that? As a Brit, I fully understand.
Yes.
Morning loves democracy.
Good morning. I would just like to tell you guys that, well, some of you know I have this little issue with furry rodent type creatures, and that this conversation that you're having right now is not grossing me out because just an hour ago I watched my cat eat a mouse. So it's not working. I know you're trying to disgust me, but it's not working. And I decided to let you know. And of course, I'm joking about the not
Hold my
working
beer,
part.
basic.
I have a cat, and she either eats the feet or she eats the tails. She obviously likes crunchy stuff. I ought to try her on Twiglets or something, but she'll just sort of do a couple of bites and then just leave the rest for me. Nice.
Yeah, she did leave part of it. I haven't quite gone over there yet. I'm kind of new to this thing, and so I am pretty squeamish. But yeah, she had the tail hanging out. I was like, ugh, just go away. So, but she got it. Yay, yay, yay.
Well, you'd be surprised what I end up with in my house. But let's just say that one of mine is a better mouser than the other, but the other knows how to steal mice off him. So it's always a fun game of tag. With me in the middle trying to get it off them. I have saved a few mice, but the little buggers bite you, when you grab them. I forgot about that. Now then, I have a little something. While you're doing your sums, I have a little something. Anybody notice that Romania is not effing around? For starters, how much have they stepped up to help Ukraine? Take a round of applause up in Romania, by the way. But also, they've decided to get a little bit serious. Poland have done the same, haven't they? They've armed themselves up to the teeth. And they're receiving all sorts of goodies on a regular basis at the moment. Well, the Romanian army have decided that their budget for defence for 2024 is going to be huge. A budget that exceeds 20 billion euros, almost 45% higher than the amount that they allocated in 2023. And here's some of the ongoing programs which are currently contracted. So we have 32 F-35 Lightning II, 32 additional F-16 Fighting Falcons in the M6 5.2 configuration, whatever that means. I'm going to say that's a bit more upgraded. Spare engines and logistical support. 21 Watchkeeper X UAVs. And these are sort of big, long sausage type things with one massive long wing in the middle of it. Oh, and it's funky tail. 18 Bayraktar TB2 combat drones. 2 Airbus H215M military helicopters. 54 M1A2 SEP version 3 main battle tanks. 2 Skorpeni submarines. 2 submarines. 2 new OVPs or corvettes. That is ships. 2 upgraded and armed T-22 frigates. 3 upgraded missile carriers with NSM missiles. 2 new diver starships and new tugs. 7 Patriot missile air defense batteries. 54 HIMARS launchers. It's amazing how these things have become popular, isn't it? And 81 GMLRS and 81 alternative warhead GMLRS. 54 ATACMS and 24 AFATDS, whatever they are. 58 K2 Thunder artillery. 377 Piranha V or Piranha 5. 16 assault amphibious vehicles. It gives me what they are, but I'm not reading it out. 1059 JLTV and French with Sherpa 4x4s. And main infrastructure investment objectives. Static infrastructure of headquarters. Infrastructure of the 57th Air Base. The Campia Terzi Air Base 71 infrastructure. Infrastructure of Mihai Bravu, wherever that is. It's a base, I suppose. Oh, it's a HSAM, whatever that is. And infrastructure base 86 Ariana. So it looks as though they've got quite a few plans to, update, upgrade, and make sure that they've got just enough stuff to protect themselves. And, they've seen the example of Poland, and they've looked at their current location on the map, and they've gone, you know what, that's a really good idea. And so they are also arming up, shall we say. And I think this bodes well for their future. Basic?
That's incredible. When you said that they were not effing around, you were serious. And because I mean, how many Patriot batteries alone were they? Did you say 7?
8.
8. Good. So I looked it up. A brand new, newly manufactured Patriot, and it's also dependent on the version too, because there's like pack 2s, pack 3s. But just a brand new Patriot battery system is 1.1 billion US for just one. So
Oh, it was 7. I've just checked. It was 7.
was it? Well, 1.7. I mean,
you know,
it's still
still.
it's a massive amount. That I mean, that's a significant amount. And then not only that, I think I did read that they were increasing their overall army from what was like 80 or 75,000 to 100,000 that they're pushing for active duty. So yeah, I mean, they are really stepping it up as far as arming themselves, which is good to see. Because I know Poland has been in the news forever for all that, but I mean, Romania, they are not, as you say, effing around. They are kind of approaching FAFO stages in a way.
Oh yeah, I've just popped that thing in the nest, so it'll pop up there in a minute. But yeah, they're not messing around in the air, or the sea, or the ground. They're making sure that they equip every part of their armed force, and I think that's a really good idea, considering as well how much they're helping right now with the naval situation in Ukraine. You know, I think it bodes well that they're looking at every aspect of their security for the future. Will?
Right. So I can't exactly remember precisely what this gruesome question that was to be asked was. I think the question was how big a meat cube could I make inside a 40-foot shipping container? I think that's all right, Terry. Good. So, a 40-foot shipping container can be loaded up to about 40 tons of material, 40 metric tons of material. But and given the specific gravity of a body is only about 1.02 that of water. Your 33 cubic meters of shipping container volume could be filled with approximately 350 bodies. And I would recommend that you put those bodies on pallets, because that would be the standard way they would be moved in a meat cube, shrink wrap pallets. That would mean 9.5 bodies to a pallet, probably stacked in a crosshatch pattern so that the weight didn't shift when the pallet got moved inside the shrink wrap. That would mean laying them down on the side, bending each body at the waist, and configuring them in a pattern on the base, and then turning that pattern exactly 90 degrees, adding the second row and consequently the third. Add your shrink wrap in, and your meat cube is complete. A shipping container, 40-foot shipping container, could hold up to 9 of those in a row, and 2 rows before the capacity would be reached, meaning 36 pallets of meat cubes could be made in a 40-foot shipping container, if one was so interested in doing so.
So how many shipping containers altogether would we end up with?
Essentially, yeah, it's easy right now because the round numbers, it's pretty close. They have produced approximately so far 1,100 shipping containers of bodies so far. 1,100.
Wow.
I'm glad you put so much thought into that, Will. Really.
I'm scientist, you know.
Yeah,
good
exactly.
to know
how
these
to
things, isn't it? It just helps us visualize it a little better. Probably a bit smelly though, but
Well,
all
bigger
right.
problem is they sanguinate.
Yes. Yes. So you'd have to have a waterproof container.
You know, I heard something. I don't know if this is like an urban myth, but because you mentioned pallets, Will, and I don't know if the Russians. I heard a rumor that the Russians, for whatever reason, are not using pallets in Ukraine.
Well, see, it's not a rumor. It's the truth. They don't use pallets in their military logistics really so much. They still move ammunition and things in 2 handheld body carry. You know,
Great.
They pack their crates such that 2 strong men or 2 regular men should be able to carry it with the rope handles on them. You see them out in the fields. Look at the latest Battlefront examination of the arms and armaments from North Korea or Serbia, and you'll see that they're packed in a way that they don't deliver them in pallets. Whereas so if you wanted to get 152 millimeter shells, they're packed 2 in a crate, and with the shell, and then the additional bags of propellant after them, because you can use multiple numbers of bags. But the explosive and the shell would be in the crate with the fuse, and those crates would each weigh about I think 70 kilograms, and you'll see those stacked up, and they load trucks full of them and they bring them off. as opposed to the way 155 millimeter ammunition gets delivered to the field. If you were United States Marine Corps or the Army, it comes on pallets, and one row of shells is then covered by some dunnage, which also fits in. It looks like an Apple product, right? You pull the shell out. There's also the fuse and the in a recessed thing, because the dunnage, the cardboard dunnage that's in there, is form made so that the shells line up and can all fit on a pallet. And when you go out to set up in the field, the artillery piece pulls up, and as they are limbering that out, of an all-terrain forklift will come out and pull pallets of ammunition off of a truck, one of those HIMARS-looking trucks from America, and place those near the artillery piece, so that the artillerymen can pull off the shrink wrap, use the top row, pull off the dunnage, and the next row is you use them right off the pallet that you brought them on. So it's much quicker than managing shells in boxes the way they used to do it in the Second World War. And it's true. I mean, logistics operations throughout Russia have, they use pallets, right? Commercial, your warehouse stores, whatever like that. They use pallets in there, but they're civilian logistics, but their military logistics doesn't have automation like the United States. And you should read the manuals from back in the 40s and 50s in the United States. They recognize this. Never do a job with a man if you can use a machine for it. Even back in the 40s, basic. It's interesting to read those field manuals about how they say to manage logistics, because the key is an artilleryman who is spending his time after unloading all the ammunition is not going to be very proficient at doing the task of operating the artillery piece after that. But yeah, the Soviet and Russian army, because they've never converted it to advanced logistics, still counts on having a masses of people to unload. Throw 50 guys at that truck, and everybody jumps up there with his partner and grabs a case and brings it off and puts it in a stack and jumps back in the queue, and then goes. That's how they unload trucks full of ammunition. And you see them stacked up at these informal depots that they have along the places where you've seen FPV drones striking stuff. You don't see stuff in pallets in those piles. You see stacked crates, and that's that rumor is actually based in fact.
Wow. So literally World War II logistic systems for the Russians still. So the almighty pallet, which would increase in everything in efficiency, not breaking your back, and doing more of the shooting than once again, hard labor. That's incredible, Will. I just learned something which blows my mind, because once again we've learned that the second greatest army in the world is World War II logistics style. So thank you for that. That's crazy.
We never said it made sense. Where's Sir fella gone? Oh, he was here a moment ago. Never mind. Lost him. He's probably had connection problems. Sorry, I'm just chuckling at Gunny ripping people a new one this morning. Sorry, just fun times. Now, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but there's been an awful lot of vehicles in Russia just randomly being on fire. And I would say in the current weather conditions that it just seems odd. And what I did find out is that there are ways to earn money if you know the right people who know the SBU or the GUR or whoever it is they are. And one of the things that they've been doing is they've been giving standard payments for certain things. And one of them is vehicles that display either the Z symbol, or you can earn a little bit more if you know that that vehicle belongs to somebody important, or, you know, an army general or something like that. And that appears to be why there is a sudden spate of car fires, especially, you know, within car parks and stuff. And it always happens at early hours of the morning. There's another one here. Happened, reported around 5 in the morning. And traditionally, there was no casualties or explanation. And I keep seeing these things. And then that little piece of the puzzle dropped in place. And I thought, that'll be why. Surf fella, I can't bring you back up. I don't know why. Have to recycle, I'm afraid. The joys of apps, hey? The joys of apps. So, Ming, have you seen anything exciting on the Russian news today before I go into something else?
Yes, so I've been reading about the riots in Finland. So I have to say, I don't know what it takes. I'm slightly skeptical about this, I have to admit. I don't know what it takes for a Finn to riot. They strike me as quite, you know, calm people on the whole. So anyway, what are these riots in Finland about? Well, apparently it's because Russians can't go there anymore, and they miss them terribly to the degree that they're in uproar. Although, if you actually, this article is in Zagreb TV, and if you actually read the article, it doesn't talk about riots at all. It just seems to be talking about potential riots. The body of the article doesn't mention any riots whatsoever. It's just a bunch of pro-Russian or Russian propagandists talking about the potential for riots in the border areas because they're so desperate for getting Russians visiting back. So it just rather made me laugh.
Maybe they could always pop to Russia if they miss it that much. You know, just a thought there.
Well, I'm guessing if the border crossings are closed, it's a two-way thing. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe there are hordes of Finns on the border clamoring to be let into Russia.
You know what? I actually, unless they're snipers, I doubt it. Sorry, that was my only thought, really. But no, the Finns are quite happy where they are, I think. So there'll be a few pro-Russian voices having a moan, and for some reason they got riots out of that. Just amazing. Now then, I'm not sure how I feel agreeing with David Cameron over and over, but I do find myself doing that at the moment, and disturbing as it is, he's been speaking, and it was on Sky News, and what he said was this: "We are prepared to support Ukraine in 2024, 2025, 2026. If you add up the GDP of the countries of the coalition, we outrank Russia 25-1. And that is a very good point. And currently, Russia are firing, 5 times more missiles than Ukraine can. So, you know, don't you, that it's, well, it makes sense to help Ukraine as much as possible at this point. And disturbing as it is to find myself agreeing with him, yeah, it's something that I can wholeheartedly agree with. And I'm hoping that there are more voices like this, raising this very issue that Russia is the enemy of all of us, and if we club together, they don't stand a chance. Almost swore. Yeah, so they don't stand a chance against us. Oh dear. You know who else doesn't stand a chance? There's been new. Oh wow. There's been new complaints coming out, Ming. Apparently, the cold is getting to the hardy Russians.
Yeah, Sagrad TV is talking about that too. But you go ahead, Mockers, and I'll tell you what they say in a moment.
Well, let's talk to Chris first. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just on your what Cameron is saying, Mockers. It just reminded me. I don't know whether you did ever watch it, of the video of General Sir Richard Barrows. Did you ever watch that?
I did, yes, where he says, "Give me X amount of money for 3 years, and you'll be
Yes.
rid of this problem."
Yes, and also where he wags his pointer at the young audience and says, "Don't tell me that it's about money, because the combined GDP of the European nations, I think it was that he said, is 15 trillion, and I'm only asking you for 75 billion a year for 3 years. So don't tell me it's about money, it's about choice."
Yes, I mean, as a Brit, I've got to say, I'm quite proud of the messaging that we've been giving out. You know, I know our politics is a bin fire, just like everybody else is at home, but certainly with regards to this, couldn't be prouder. Basic.
Yeah, I don't want to comment too much in regards for British politics. I mean, I kind of keep, I agree with you. Dumpster fire everywhere, especially U.S. Good God, this year, pray for us, election year. But I did hear something in regards for, I don't know if it was your Secretary of Defense or if you call him your Secretary of Defense, but I heard something. There was criticism of the Royal Marines. And somewhere high up or somewhere within the British, and like this could be a rumor, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were saying something that there was this British, government official that was saying they needed to justify their existence. And I mean, just me as an American, I literally look, our Marines look up to British Royal Marines. I mean, they are, well, let's be honest. I mean, they're some of the best Marines, if not the best Marines in the world. And to hear that from just, I guess, God forbid, the defense secretary or whatever you call him, that just shocks me. So I don't know, is that true or what's the deal there? Because that just, to me, I'm like, holy crap. I mean, but that's my opinion. Anyway, sorry.
I think that was something that was, he said something and it was construed as that, if you know what I mean. But basically, he pretty much was kind of saying that he has to justify keeping them because the budget is so very tight. And these are guys who are literally training Ukrainians at the moment. So that justifies their existence right there. They need to stop taking money out of our defense budget. They say the right things, but they act in a completely opposite direction. And that makes the public kind of mad, as you might imagine. And Sir Feller agrees with me, even though I still can't bring him up. I have sent you a speaker doodah in the background, though, so check your DMs, see if that helps at all. You might need to recycle before you accept it. Oh yeah, we have our ways. We have our ways. So, what I was talking about, Ming, is just, well, it started some days ago, didn't it? Just before, I think, end of December, let's call it. And so some people had worse problems than others, but it's spreading like a virus. And I am loving the trouble that it's causing. I wonder if they're going to make it through the winter without some sort of big problem. Surf fella, you have finally made it. Welcome.
Yeah, I've had an absolute
Oh,
Mr. Winley, an absolute nightmare with the Twitter app. It's been yo-yoing all morning, where it's I can hear one person, I can see other people speaking, or suddenly everybody goes like Daleks, and then the whole thing crashes. Restarted the app, restarted my phone after the time. It's fine. It seems to be working. The moment's gone. I was going to comment. In amongst one of these yo-yos, where it crashed and came back, all I heard was Bing talking about how you could fit X amount of bodies onto a pallet. I just thought anybody listening in for the first time, hearing that, would have wondered what the hell they were listening to. Was it some kind of like mass murderers convention or something? I don't know. It just made me chuckle. Thinking, God, that sounds really dodgy. Imagine if you were a policeman or something looking into space for the first time. There he is discussing how many people you can bend in half to fit in a pallet. It made me chuckle. So that was all. The only other thing was I downloaded the app. Thanks very much for the link up for the air alert, and I had to have a chuckle at the sense of humour of the Ukrainians, which is always fantastic. Because at the end of the alert, I think I'd set it onto Nets or something, and then the alert finished and it said, "Air alert over. May the force be with you." And I thought there's a fellow Star Wars fan there. I thought that was genius, absolutely brilliant.
that's Mark Hamill's voice, by the way, surf fella.
Is it? Is that actually Mark Hamill's voice? I mean, what a legend! I know he's a massive supporter of Ukraine, and if he could send in real X-wing fighters, I'm sure he would. But I didn't realise that's his voice. That's fantastic.
Yeah, he did that especially to, like, to add a bit of humour to the whole situation. And yeah, they asked him, did he want to add his voice? And yes, he was happy to do so. And he is indeed a bit of a ledge. So let me go back to the crisis in Russia.
Did we lose you there, Markers?
I'm still here, I think. Am I still here?
I can hear you again.
You're good.
All right, it's him. So let us go back to the crisis that's happening in Russia, because this is just a beautiful piece of karma. Last year, Gazprom put out a slick video showing the whole of Europe freezing because they turned off the gas. And this just beautiful piece of karma. There we go. So there have been huge outages of hot water, heating, and electricity, and it's spreading. Residents of the Moscow region, they started to complain en masse about the lack of heating. The Tiva region is now complaining also. Residents of housing in a village of Novo-Zavidovsky, hey, I'm getting better at these, say that they are being killed by the cold. It's freezing outside and the temperature in their apartments is only around 4 degrees Celsius. The locals have already appealed to all the possible authorities, but nobody is helping them. There are no hostilities here, but we live like we are in besieged Leningrad, locals complain. My friend, there are hostilities there. Oh, there are. You know, this just, it warms my cold black heart. It really does. We're not in hostilities. Yes, you are. Sorry. On January the 9th, heating has now also disappeared in residential buildings in Saratov, in the Kantymyansky Mansikyisk district, whatever, in the Vladimir district, in Penza, and in several more cities near Moscow. Solchonogorsk, Kuznetsk, and numerous cottage communities. Well, I'm wondering if we should offer them some thoughts and prayers. I think those always help at a time like this. Don't you think? Thoughts and prayers, yeah.
Thoughts and prayers, yes. Yes, I think that's the appropriate response here, Mockers.
I'm sure the UN will be terribly concerned. Terexis, welcome up.
Morning. I'll skip the thoughts and prayers. But I saw pictures of the radiators, the oil in the radiators freezing and making the radiators explode. So, well, if they get heating back, it's not easy to restore warmth. And apparently they're also hooking up all kinds of electric things, which makes them not wanting to sleep in case something gets short-wired and everything burns to the ground. So they're having a fantastic time. While in my room it's 21 degrees and a bit of something. So I'm okay.
Yeah, I just I think about that advert from Gazprom, that video that they put out, that pure propaganda, and well, yeah, it's chilly outside, but yeah, we're all good. We've not come crashing down yet. Ming?
Yeah, so I'm sort of wondering, because I kind of imagine that even in a normal, non-full-scale invasion year, they probably have problems with their district heating in various different places across Russia. I mean, you know, the probability is pretty high, I'd say. But what's interesting here is that because it's happened in Moscow and Muscovites are complaining, that suddenly means that people in regional areas can complain about it too. So it seems to me that you know, Moscow's probably got a problem because, you know, the guys who maintain these things or what have you have been packed off to the special military operation. But this is a problem across the country, and it's suddenly come to the forefront because everybody can now complain about it because you know, the Muscovites have sort of okayed it, if you see what I mean.
That is a good point, yes, that some of these places have been saying, you know, we've been having these problems for 3 years and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's a very good point. Terexis?
I was just wondering, if someone would get their hands on eggs, can you eat frozen eggs?
Don't they break? I think they break, don't they, when they freeze?
Oh, really? Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, I think maybe you could nibble on one. It wouldn't be terribly healthy, I don't think. You'd probably want to cook them first. So, yeah. And all this broken pipework, we've seen videos of, well, what first happened was everything was freezing. And then everything was flooding. And one of the main problems is a lot of these places are high-rises. And they have lifts, and the lift shafts are flooded, so the lift gets turned off, and that's the end of that. That's happened in at least 2 places now that I know of, and the flooding is from, of course, the pipes freeze. They break because ice expands. And then they put warm water back through them, and they break a bit more because of the hot and cold. And then they flood the place. And of course, the probability that anybody, any maintenance person is available to go and like switch it off in a sort of a timely fashion, well, that seems to be very low, because people are literally just taking videos of waterfalls coming down their stairwells. So I'm imagining that, you know, it's been going on for some time. And then, of course, what happens? Cold, wet, damp. Everything then starts to get black mold on it. And that's no way to live, I can assure you. You want to be out of there. No way to live at all. Very unhealthy. And so, you know, no wonder people are complaining. And this is all their own doing. They've never repaired this stuff. They've never maintained it. They haven't, you know, once it goes off in the winter, they haven't really got much of a chance of getting that back up and running until the weather warms up, just purely because of the pipe breakages. How they didn't foresee that, I have no idea. But here we are. Basic, go ahead.
Yeah, so just kind of adding to what you're saying here, Mockers. I'm looking at a Newsweek article stating that it shows a map, Russia map they call it, 25%, according to this map, of Moscow is apparently without power amid what they call the winter freeze emergency. And so this was just published just yesterday. But that's pretty significant, because if you think about it, we all know this, you know, Moscow is the model city, right? And then you have these little provincial towns that, you know, they could kind of, to be honest, they care less about the other cities, you know, and then St. Petersburg. But other than that, you know, everyone else is kind of like good luck. So, I mean, if Moscow is going through this, their capital, right, you know, of the Moscovia Empire there, how bad is it probably in other areas, right, that have been neglected for so long in Russia? I'm just imagining, because, you know, if that's the showpiece there and the showpiece isn't shining, good God, how bad is it in the provincials, you know, in the smaller towns and cities, or like Perm, or, you know, Chelyabinsk, and get our, you know, God, these names, you know, I struggle. I'm American. Obviously, you can tell I have a horrible accent when it comes to pronouncing foreign things. And Mockers, you are getting better, by the way. I could tell your accent when you pronounce these things is much better. But anyway, I just wanted to make a note on that. That's significant if it's happening in their capital city. I can't even imagine what it looks like in the provincials.
So, Mockers, I promised to give you a little rundown on what Sagrad was saying about all this. So yesterday they put out an article saying, you know, is this due to sabotage? Question mark kind of thing. And today they've changed their tune. So, yesterday they were kind of speculating, because apparently there's a district heating place that was owned by someone who had moved abroad, some lady who had moved to Germany. And that was the cause of suspicion as to why this might be sabotage. Now they've kind of moved into, yeah, this is definitely sabotage. So the headline reads, thousands of people without light, heat and water at -30. Who is to blame for the sabotage near Moscow? So this is a favorite Russian topic. Kto vinovат? Yeah, who is the guilty? And typically is a precursor to arrests. Now, we saw a couple of arrests, I think, yesterday? But they're obviously calling for more. And again, it's down to this one lady who's moved to Germany, apparently privately owned, is not the way forward for this sort of thing. They need to take it and nationalize this immediately is their solution.
Oh, well, they will, won't they? You know that. but that's not going to help either. It's just not. Martina, welcome.
Good morning, Mokas. Good morning, Ming. Good morning, everybody. I wanted to mention I saw just a tweet from SPD, a guy like I think like he is like in the foreign office or something, and he also asked for more support for Ukraine and said that the Europeans have to do more and lead more compared to the US, so that we don't fully rely on the US. And I think you mentioned yesterday already, Bundeskanzler Scholz, he said that Europe has to do more and asked for more help for Ukraine. So now I'm seeing more and more tweets coming out asking for more help in Europe for Ukraine, which typically Germany does, right? So kind of to prepare the people that more help is coming. And, so therefore they already, put out the reasons for that. Might even be, like Taurus seems to be also more and more in the discussion and more pressure. And as we know, Marcus, with leopards and with everything, right? So maximum pressure, and then something happens. And I see like in the German media and news area, I see very positive signals right now. So yeah, might be happening. I also saw, I don't know if you have mentioned it already, I saw that Zelensky is in Tallinn, I think tomorrow or later today. And I think in 2 other countries. Did we mention that already? Where does he go? Let me double check.
I think Latvia is another one. I just saw something from Kaya Kallas saying that she's looking forward to welcoming him.
Yeah, so Vilnius,
Estonia,
Tallinn.
Latvia, and Lithuania.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's also great. And then I wanted to ask, did you see, or did you already talk about the new interview from Ben Hodges that came out?
I haven't. Do you want to go through it?
If you want, if you're interested, I could read it to you. If you guys have time.
Yeah, sure. I've seen it, but I've not had a chance to watch it. That's
Okay,
all. I've been
so
waiting
I
for
will
that
read
stuff.
it to you guys. So it's from General Ben Hodges. I think he also talked to some media in Tallinn, possibly. So he says US failure in Ukraine encourages Iran, North Korea, and China. The failure of the US and its allies to support Ukraine has global implications as it encourages Iran, North Korea, and China. General Ben Hodges, the former commanding general of the United States Army Europe, told Vesilim. So that seems to be the news agency he talked to. He also said NATO should shoot down missiles fired by Russia at Ukraine's civilian infrastructure, comparing the situation to the Middle East. So then this is the question from the news agency. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that Russia had used 300 missiles and 200 drones in 5 days. Will such bombings continue for a long time? And what will be the effect of Western support on Ukraine? And then he answers, well, of course, there are 3 or 4 critical aspects of this. First, Russia has been planning for this onslaught, I think, for some time and building up the stocks of weapons that they have. Clearly, there are holes in the sanctions. And also, not only are the Iranians providing the Shaheeds, but the Chinese are very clearly providing capabilities to Russia. This is something that the United States and the European Union are going to have to address. The economic aspect of helping Ukraine is not being effectively employed. That's one thing. We've got to squeeze off their ability to do this. Secondly, I assume that they have hundreds more of these missiles and rockets and drones that they have been building up. So that means this is going to continue for a while, which means that the West has got to provide Ukraine, continue to provide Ukraine with air defense, air and missile defense capabilities, but also to go after where these things come from. To get left of launch, we say, to be able to strike the bases, whether it's airfields or launching pads. Some of this comes out of Crimea. Some of it comes out of Russian occupied Ukraine. But much of it comes out of Russian bombers that are launching from over the Caspian Sea. So we can't just sit back and watch apartment buildings continue to be hit. And I think it is that Romania and Poland, for example, and other Eastern European NATO countries should consider being able to strike to counter these missiles from inside their own airspace. So we are not talking about NATO forces engaging Russian forces, but we are talking about doing exactly what the US Navy is doing in the Red Sea, knocking down missiles that are being aimed at cargo ships. Why don't we do the same thing, knock down missiles that are intended to hit civilian targets? So we have had an instance recently where a Russian missile went through Polish airspace and then hit a target in Ukraine. So why aren't Poland and Romania scrambling their jets as soon as they pick up that there's missiles coming in? You don't know that that missile is not going to hit them. And so to engage those missiles with their own counter capabilities. I think there's something that we should be considering to augment basically what the Ukrainians are doing. Now, of course, some people will wet their pants. I think it's funny that he says that. Okay, so now, of course, some people will wet their pants at the idea of that. But to me, this is exactly the same thing that we are doing by knocking down Houthi missiles that are being launched against civilian ships. The third thing is that this highlights the ridiculous notion that some people think that we should push Ukraine to negotiate with Russia. Russia commits dozens of war crimes every single day with the whole world watching. And then you have got supposed experts, and I'm afraid, including even from my own government, that are telling Ukraine, you are going to have to settle. You are going to have to give up some land for peace. That reveals an utter lack of understanding of who Russia is and what Russia's goals are. So, question from the media. General Valery Zaluzhny wrote an article in The Economist magazine that the war resembles the trench warfare of the Great Wars. Has military parity been reached, and what can be done to change the balance? Yes, I thought that General Zaluzhny's Economist piece was actually very useful. It was sober, it was clear, and he identified exactly what the challenges are and what they need. This is exactly the kind of analysis you would want from your Chief of Defense, Chief of Staff, and it was very professional analysis. No emotion, very professional analysis. I think that's a very good to-do list for Ukraine, as well as the rest of us to help address. I think the translation, I'm not a language expert, but the translation that The Economist used that was stalemate actually should have been something like deadlock, which is a different connotation in English. Deadlock offers the implication that this can be solved. The kind of things where he needs help, obviously, are countering the enormous advantage that the Russian have in drones and electronic warfare capability. What are we doing to help with that? I think this is probably something that Ukrainians are going to be working on, that they are working on over the winter to improve their ability to operate inside this very significant Russian electronic warfare advantage. The Russians, as long as I've been in the army going back to the Cold War days, the Russians always had superior electronic warfare capabilities to us. It's just not something that we have been very good at, nor have we had the amounts of it. So now we are having to play catch up in this regard. But think about the notion that somehow they are at parity or that there's a stalemate. Russia started this war 9 years ago with every advantage, and after 9 years, soon to be 10 years, they still control only about 17% of Ukraine. Their air force has not been able to achieve air superiority or interdict a single train or convoy bringing equipment or ammunition from Poland. The Black Sea Fleet is retreating. Already a third of the fleet has had to move from Sevastopol in Crimea back to Novorossiysk after just 4 or 3 storm shadows were used. Their logistics system is very weak. You know, everything I see, they have lost over 320 to 330,000 people killed and wounded in this war, and just in the last month, over 20,000. So that's incredible, especially when you consider that we, the West, in particular the United States and Germany, have not delivered. We are not even committed to Ukraine winning. So with a policy change by the United States and Germany that we want Ukraine to win, that would release so many capabilities that would help Ukraine. This would go a long way to breaking that deadlock. So it seems that so that's media question again. So it seems that Western countries have not responded openly to the article or the list of needs. And then General Hodges answers, no, not at the government level. Obviously, our Congress, it's embarrassing that they walked away from their responsibility. I hope that this will get solved this month or early February, but with a gift to the Kremlin that our government and our Congress are abdicating their responsibilities, we are going to lose big. Ukraine going to keep fighting no matter what, but we in the West are going to lose big if we don't help Ukraine defeat Russia, because what Russia is doing is Chinese are watching. What Iran is doing through their proxies, Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah, the Chinese are watching. If the United States and their allies, if we don't have the political will and the defense industry capacity and the military capacity, but especially the will to help Ukraine defeat Russia, to help Israel destroy Hamas, to help, to force, to contain Iran's ability to use their proxies to disrupt international shipping, to deter North Korea. The Chinese need to see that we still can do all of that and deter them from making a terrible miscalculation. So this is what's at stake here. Our failure to ensure freedom of navigation in the Black Sea, for example, our failure to really stop Russia from these endless attacks on civilian targets, that encourages Iran, that encourages North Korea, and that encourages China. So our failure in Ukraine is going to have global implications. Question from media. Will the fighting in Ukraine continue to intensify until the Russian elections in March? Yeah, I think it's interesting to me. I don't think anybody in the world actually believes that the election will be legitimate in any sense, but they will attempt to keep up the facade, and they do. It appears to me that the Russian leadership does worry. The Kremlin worries about public perceptions of things. I think that's why they have avoided a massive mobilization, for example. And also, the vast majority of the casualties do not come from Moscow or St. Petersburg. They come from ethnic areas far away from the main cities. And they have gotten a Navalny locked up and now weigh the hell up in Siberia somewhere. So there they do have worries about what the public thinks. And this poor woman wanted to run for president, and she was disqualified for some nonsense, didn't fill out her paper correctly. So they do worry that there would be opposition, even though there's not a chance in hell that this election will have any shred of legitimacy. So to answer your question, they will continue attacks to demonstrate to the Russian population that Russia has control of this and Russia is winning and has the endless power. But I think those attacks, and we know from history that strategic bombing never works on anybody's population. It didn't work against Great Britain, it didn't work against Germany, it didn't work against Japan in the Second World War. It has never worked. And it's not breaking the will of the Ukrainian people. I think these attacks are meant, though, to ruin Ukraine's infrastructure and to convey a sense of hopelessness or inevitability to us. That, my God, the Russians clearly have endless amounts of stuff. They're never going to stop. We need to settle. That's what I think their attacks are aimed to do. How could the West influence the Russian elections? Well, the most important thing that the West could do was to demonstrate that we are committed to helping Ukraine win, that we recognize this is a threat against all of us, and we are not going to sit back and hope it all works out. And it's a ridiculous statement that we are with you as long as it takes. They don't even say that anymore. Now the president says we are with you for as long as we can. That's horrible. So we need to change that immediately so that Putin sees that despite all of his investments in ruining our disruption, our own international domestic politics, and trying to cause us to lose trust in our governments and our elections, that we are committed, that we are going to help Ukraine win. And if we want them to win, that means we are going to give them what they need to win. That would be such a powerful signal to the Kremlin that their attempt to wait us out has failed. Is it possible to influence public opinion in Russia? At this point, I don't think so. I mean, if they are not already convinced with the futility of what's going on with the over 300,000 casualties, impact on their domestic economy, shortage of eggs, I mean, give me a break. Airplanes exploding, burning because of lack of maintenance, people are not able to travel around like they used to. They have to know what's going on, but still, there's no legitimate journalist like in Estonia that's out there asking hard questions of Russian leaders, the Russian people, or where they get their information. So I don't see over the next 3 months a chance for the US or the West to influence or help inform voters. We have a huge percentage of our voters in the US that believe only one thing. So if we can't change that here, I'm skeptical that we could change it in Russia. Coming back to Ukraine, what is the impact of the F-16 on Ukraine's combat capability? There are rumors that the Ukrainians will start using them in January, February, but it seems too early. What do you think? Yeah, I don't expect to see F-16s employed in a meaningful, significant role before the summer. There's no doubt that there will be many Ukrainian pilots trained and proficient on the aircraft. I mean, nobody should be skeptical or doubt how fast Ukrainians are able to learn technologies. So that's not the issue. The issue will be how do you fight the aircraft, the tactics, doing the operations, whether it's air-to-air or knocking down missiles or supporting ground operations, whatever the operations are, sustained against what will obviously be very significant Russian air defense, Russian electronic warfare. The Russians will go after every base where there might be F-16s. So Ukrainians, I think they don't want to waste these things. So I think they'll be clever in how and when they employ them, what they do to protect or deceive Russian attacks. I would imagine one of the key roles, though, will be the counter-air-to-help. I've got an F-16 with certain capabilities. It will be able to knock down a lot of these incoming rockets and missiles. I would expect that would be one of the tasks, but also making Crimea untenable for the Russian Navy and Air Force, helping to launch weapons against Crimea so that the Navy and Air Force and the logistics of the Russian forces have to leave there. Could the F-16 air base be in Romania, for example? I think that's probably not something that NATO countries are willing to do yet, to have Ukrainian forces taking off from a base inside a NATO country going directly into the operation. I would be 100% in favor of it, but I think that would be a tough political decision. And right now, I don't see the willpower to do that, unfortunately. Western countries may think that the F-16 is like a silver bullet that solves everything. Perhaps the way of thinking is the same as in the case of the other types of weapons. Yeah, nobody should think for 1 second that there's one bullet, one platform, one thing, one capability that changes it all. F-16s or any platforms that, next generation better capabilities obviously will be very helpful, but they have to be integrated into a concept. If you are using an air force to attack something, you have to also go after the enemy air defense. So that's what I mean. You have got to have the ability, with whether it's long-range weapons or other aircraft that destroy enemy radar, enemy air defense, before you can hope to fly your own aircraft into the area to do something. So F-16s will not magically end the war. When will Germany give Tauruses to Ukraine? It's like a fairy tale that keeps getting longer. The good news is that I see increasing numbers of Germans saying, come on, let's deliver Taurus. So it really is Scholz, the Bundeskanzler, that is holding it up. I can't and I don't know how to get him past that, but as long as President Biden is unwilling to do the ATACMS, Scholz is not going to feel a lot of pressure to push Taurus, I don't think. So that's unfortunate. How have Western countries started to produce more ammunition? Well, this goes to the political will. The United States has quadrupled the amount of artillery ammunition that it's making, for example. But that was so small to begin with that quadrupling still does not generate enough. The EU said they were going to provide 1 million. I think they're going to end up having provided about 300,000. This is political will. Defense industry, as your readers know, is not a charity. They have thousands of employees. They have very complex supply chains. And they, unlike car manufacturers or grocery stores, they don't make something and hope that somebody buys it. They have to respond to orders. And so until governments say there's enough money to produce 100,000 rounds of artillery ammunition, go do it. They can't do it. So it always comes back to political will. General Surovikin was replaced by General Gerasimov last year. Did the substitution change anything in Russia's tactics? I can't tell. The thing that General Surovikin did was he won the argument to pull back behind the Dnipro out of Kherson. So he saved part of his army and then got to work on what people call the Surovikin line, this long defense line. And of course, he was helped enormously by us, our failure to make decisions about delivering capabilities. And so they had months to build up defenses, and we have seen the results of that. But since his departure, the only thing I've seen from Ukrainian or from the Russian side is endless frontal attacks with untrained people and enormous losses for almost no gain of territory. And to what end? I don't see any operational design from the Russian side. Will 2024 be the year of strategic defense for Ukraine? I think that this year could be the decisive year if the United States and our allies made the decision for it to be decisive. That didn't mean the war was going to be won this year. It could have been won last year, but we would have had to have decided early on and done the necessary things. Unfortunately, I don't see that happening right now. If the West were to get serious about this and think strategically, connect the dots. Russia depends on Iran, for example. It depends on Iran for these Shahed drones, which says something about Russia's defense industry. And if we got serious about sanctions and by putting pressure on China to stop its support from Russia and to stop the flow of ammunition from North Korea, if we did all those things, okay, this thing, Russia's effort would run out of steam and Ukraine should win this war. But of course, Ukraine has things to do also. They've got to do, President Zelensky just recently announced it, they are improving their own defense industry so that they can improve their own capability. This something, by the way, should have been happening since 2014. So Ukraine has enough blame of their own. Why weren't they making ammunition after the war started? Their manning system, they do not have a manpower shortage. There's enough Ukrainian men, military agents that are around, and they have got to make a political decision about how to get that manpower. Right now, it looks to me like the government, the politicians are trying to put it on the army, and the army says, wait a minute, this is a government decision on whether or not to have a conscription or a mobilization. And I think this is unfortunate, and the government is going to have to address this. There are thousands of military-age males in Germany, Poland, Romania, and other European countries. I think this hurts the credibility of Ukraine. They are asking for things from the West, but yet they're not willing to fix their manning system so that men and women who should be serving return home to serve. The Estonian Interior Minister said that if Ukraine asked, Estonia is ready to extradite Ukrainians, but first they have to ask. I'm not in favor of any country, Germany, Estonia, anybody pushing these guys out. The burden is on the Ukrainian government to fix their system so that people realize that their duty is not working in a hotel in Thailand or Warsaw or Berlin, but instead helping defend their country and their families. What will happen to Crimea this year? It depends. I mean, the Ukrainians have proven the concept that with just 3 Storm Shadows provided by UK, they caused enough damage in Sevastopol to maintenance and to do in this destruction of the headquarters that the commander of the Black Sea Fleet saw how vulnerable they are. So he withdrew about 1/3 of the fleet. And then just the other day, another Storm Shadow or Scout was used to destroy this big ship in Ferovizia. Again, this proved the concept. So with 4 cruise missiles, the Black Sea Fleet is having to begin leaving Crimea. That proves the concept. Imagine if they had 50 or 100 more of these long-range precision weapons. There would be no Air Force or logistics or Navy in Crimea anymore. Okay, so that was it. Long interview, but very interesting, I think. But in line what we talked about on MriyaReport for a long time. But yeah, I like how he is committed and how he points out, even if it's the obvious. I think it was good. What do you think, Marcus?
I think that's excellent. Thank you so much for bringing that, by the way. I really appreciated his views. And yeah, he's not pulling any punches. He apportions blame where it's due. And he also says, you know, we absolutely need to get behind Ukraine and get this sorted out as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you've pointed out their incredible situation with what they've done in the Black Sea. You know, we sort of stood back and went, no, there's nothing we can do. We can't secure the shipping in the Black Sea. Sorry. Even though it's international water, sorry, can't help. And Ukraine went, stuff it, we'll do it ourselves. We'll show you how it's done. And they did. And they have. And it's very successful. And despite what the Russians propose to do, they don't seem to be able to stop that from going on. So it shows a real impotence on the part of the Black Sea Fleet there. They just don't seem to have the capabilities they did before. Wonder why that is. I can't imagine. Maybe some ships blowing up might have been part of it. Yeah, so they basically give them a great big punch in the face, made them scurry away, and then said, we'll do it our darn selves, and they have. And just look how successful they are at everything they put their minds to doing. And there's us on the outside going, oh, it was that easy, was it? Oh, okay. And we should stop with that being surprised at Ukraine and what they can achieve, and we should start trusting them a lot more. Will, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for that, Martina. That great to get all that out. I kept wanting to stop you there and give a here to some of that stuff. In particular, way up the front, I just want to point out that talking to Chuck and Alan earlier this morning, Chuck said, yeah, that's something I had said was very astute, but it's not astute unless it's a matter of my having read an article, a 5,000 word article a while back, but it was 2.5 months ago. They said, or he just said, very few of the people who need to read it have actually read that article, where he lays out precisely what their needs are and why they need them based on an analysis of what didn't go that well. And so just by reading that article and reading another article, two more articles, one from Mick Ryan and then another from, I forget the Eastern European author, but on active defense, that this isn't rocket science, I guess is what I'm saying. And Ben Hodges is confirming it here. It isn't rocket science to listen to the guys who have been exposed to the very conditions and the situations that Zaluzny wrote about in his paper, and not believe him, because this is the response here that's necessary, as I was talking about before when we were talking about numbers of people and mobilization. The answers here don't require, a rocket science degree. He's said exactly what he wants and what he needs and why he needs it, and they've got the troops and the additional troops identified that they're going to need to crack this nut going forward in the future, and we just need to pile them on with all the kit that they possibly need. And he hasn't outlined anything that is superfluous. He didn't say I need 12 Jewish space lasers. He said he needs more air defense, more armored fighting vehicles. I'm not going to call it, again, long range strike capabilities. He's not asking for medium range ballistic missiles. He's asking for short range ballistic missiles that are shorter, I will remind you, than either the Iskander missile or the North Korean missile that's already just been used, or the Iranian missiles that are highly likely to start entering the theater in March. So, it's disturbing to still be reading from somebody like Ben, or hearing from Ben Hodges, that multiple important people who ought to have read that article haven't read it, haven't absorbed it, and aren't really prepared yet to do anything about it, when the way forward is easy. You would think a country like the United States in particular, that was so keen on seeing a democracy in Iraq and so keen on seeing a democracy in Afghanistan, would be piled in a year, 2 years ago, because the outcome that they want to see is already present in Ukraine, and all they need to do is water the tree there, if you will, rather than dig the soil up, recondition everything, try to plant the seed of democracy, and hope it grows inside all the factional fighting and doesn't die off along the way to despotism, and infighting the way it was destined to proceed in Iraq and Afghanistan, because those countries weren't ready to do it themselves. Ukraine has done it themselves. And the fact that the United States would waste $1 trillion in Iraq and $1 trillion in Afghanistan and won't pony up more than 65 billion initial additional dollars to make this one come out right. Because that would only be, if my math is correct, 1/10 of the amount of money to be spent in Iraq
than was spent in the Afghanistan or Iraq, one tenth of that amount, and it gets the full result of what they wanted before. And they're not even being asked to spend all the money themselves, right? Only 47% of the military aid so far has been provided by the United States. So they're doing, the world, Europe is doing everything that the United States wanted. They've lifted their game. They're providing the majority of support for defense of Europe. This is exactly what the United States wants. It's the recalibration that even Trump was saying had to happen, right? It's the core of the truth that causes Americans to be rightfully resentful of NATO and mistrustful. They're not shouldering the burden themselves, and they haven't been for a long time. Well, those things are changed now, America, and you're still dithering on whether or not you're going to support a liberal democracy in Europe. Shame on America, but shame on my country, shame on Australia. We're also doing the same thing. And there are a number of other countries that are still standing by, like we're all standing around, a wedding reception and looking at our feet, deciding who's going to buy the first beer. I don't know what the hell's going on, but Ben Hodges has a really great way of cutting through the noise to the key things. And that key thing right there up the front that people haven't even read the needs list yet is, I find, very troubling.
Basic.
Yeah, you definitely are speaking my thoughts. I do agree, and as an American, like I said, I've said it before. We no longer, if we can't come out, at least in regards for Congress and the aid that they're still dithering about. We no longer deserve that title, in my opinion, as far as arsenal democracy. Because what good is it if we can't defend democracy in Ukraine, right? And this, like I said, it's still up for debate. It's still not over yet. But yeah, we're dragging our feet, and we're not committing like we should, like Ben said. And that was actually a really excellent piece, by the way. Thank you, Martina, for bringing that up. I really do appreciate that. I think Ben really kind of summed up everything perfectly, really well, of what needs to be done, which is kind of obvious for anyone that's really paid attention. The last 2 years going on. Unfortunately, now we are actually going to be entering that next February of what needs to happen. And I think even with the aid that we have provided, in regards for, I guess, the spring offensive, or summer offensive, what we're talking about earlier, we didn't even get all of it in that we should have. I think Zelensky even mentioned that. He said even with what they promised, it not all of it even came. So they still were working with their hands tied behind their backs with the aid that did come in from the West, but it wasn't even everything that they needed. So yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down, guys. Always a great conversation on the MriyaReport. Thank you, Mockers, Bing, Will, Chris, all you guys, Martina for bringing up that article. Thank you, guys. You have a great morning and good afternoon, and even wherever you are for all around the world. Take care.
See you, Basic.
Catch you later, and thank you. Now then, I don't know if there's a land speed record for arriving in Ukraine from wherever you were conscripted and being recorded as dead, but Viktor Meshkiv left the Altai Republic for Ukraine on the 26th of November 23. And by the 8th of December 23, he was confirmed dead. Now, he is of an obvious minority group, but crumbs. That's what kind of lifespan is that? That's like I know bugs with a longer lifespan. That's pretty shocking as far as I'm concerned. Now then, I have several things I have to mention. But one is a very nice train derailment. So there was more news about the train derailment, and a nice little video showing it as well. So we heard about this a day or so ago, this train coming off the tracks. And why is it not where I was looking for it? It must be here. I'll find it in a second. Anyway, I believe it was 9 rail cars that were confirmed to have come off the tracks. And a video appeared from locals, shall we say, showing off this situation. So I believe there was a problem of getting the equipment to remove them. And so that was a bit of an issue, and it was causing rather the backlog. Talking of backlog, I did mention early on that there was a bridge that had fallen down in the Irkutsk region. Well, one of the things that was noticeable about this is this is one of the only roads to and from a large logging facility. And one of those logging trucks was on the bridge at the time. So when it basically snapped in half, as you can imagine, that caused more problems. And there is now a huge queue of similarly loaded logging trucks waiting to leave this facility. And I'm just wondering if that might, continue to have a little bit of an impact on their business there. I'm imagining that's quite the issue. It's not only, the general structures that are falling down within, like, oh, hello. But it's the infrastructure that's falling down, basically, in all places, not just heating, not just water facilities, not just the sewage system. I think there's a few more we could list, but yeah, but also bridges. Bridges just, deciding they're tired. Again, it could just be general wear and tear. But sometimes it does make you wonder, doesn't it, if something actually happened there that forced that bridge to be a little bit weaker than usual. Anyway, I'm just hearing a little bit of news that Crimea and Sevastopol are about to get a bit louder. I did actually note that there was a message that came through saying the bridge, the Crimean bridge, is currently closed, but there was no further information. However, sounds to me as though there might be something going on. So yeah, there appears to be some action. Now, talking of action, there was something that I didn't notice, but has been reported this morning, that 2 Ukrainian drones attacked the Russian military airfield at Engels 2 in Saratov region. The Astra channel writes that there were 2 drones which were shot down and fell onto the territory of the airfield. It's just worth noting that they have strategic bombers at Engels, I believe. So that's something just to keep in mind, that Ukraine are, well, they're not hanging back and waiting for them to come to them, are they? They're doing what they can to cause problems while they're on the ground. So yeah, I'm enjoying that. I've also noticed that as we say, they might be going after things in Crimea and targets in Sevastopol. Atesh have been terribly, terribly busy recently. Oh yes, I've seen so many reports of new facilities in Crimea that I'm not surprised Ukraine's got some targets. But I've also seen something very intriguing. You know how I said they were sort of branching out? They appeared to be everywhere. Well, they have announced they are expanding. Oh, the cat says hi. They have announced that they are expanding and creating autonomous cells in the following territories. Regional centres were established in Ichikeria, Kaliningrad, Buryatia, Tiva, Ingushetia, and Dagestan, and noted that cells also operate in Siberia and Tatarstan. They go on to say, Atesh will help start the fight in these regions against the Russian world and help to restore the forgotten freedoms and stop senseless war against Ukraine. The flame of liberation will light up and spread throughout Russia. And, well, I note that Atesh have become bigger than what they originally started as. And I really like to see them doing more. Now then, I have a story that everybody's been jumping on me to talk about. And this is a story of, you remember two ladies who apparently managed to poison some soldiers in Crimea somewhere. They poisoned soldiers by taking them some celebratory goods, thanks from the community and all that. And then sometime later, it would appear that two ladies did the same thing. Now, the second poisoning incident, killed 46. How many cubes is that, Will?
That's just over 5 meat cubes.
Excellent, thank you. And well, the FSB sent a team to arrest the two ladies in Yalta that were accused of the poisonings. However, a story has emerged that there was a shootout in which 3 FSB officers were killed, and the ladies have escaped.
So 3
Now,
killed, 2 injured, almost 1 more meat cube, by the way.
thank you for that. I'm glad we're now going to do these calculations in cubes from now on. But yeah, now then, I'm not saying girl power or anything, but way to go, ladies. So not only are they beautiful, as was stated in the first 2 reports of the poisonings, that they were beautiful. And so, you know, they obviously could be trusted. But also, they seem a bit handy with weapons. And obviously able to look after themselves, shall we say. So, rock on, girls. I want a book written by these ladies at some point. Oh, hell yes. So I'm going in for coffee. One sec. You didn't have to wait for me. You know that. You didn't have to wait. Anyway.
Sorry, Marcus, I was on the wrong screen. You caught me unawares.
Well, I have a MOD update. So let's see what the British MOD have to say today in their intelligence update for the 10th of January. Russia has accidentally discharged 2 aerial munitions on 2 separate occasions in the past week. Yes, they have. Russia's Ministry of Defense stated on the 2nd of January 24, one of their aircraft discharged ammunition, damaging 9 residential properties in Petropavlovka, excellent, in Russia's Voronezh Oblast. The second incident on the 8th of January 24 occurred with a discharge of a Fab 250 unguided munition over the village of Rybizhne in Luhansk Oblast in occupied Ukraine, and was confirmed by the pro-Russian head of the Luhansk People's Republic. Both instances, happened during Russian combat sorties. Previously, on the 20th of April 23, a Russian Su-34 aircraft also had a abnormal discharge of aviation ammunition over Belgorod city in Russia. Russia's continued propensity for munition accidents is likely exacerbated by inadequate training and crew fatigue, leading to poor execution of tactics during missions. Well, that is true, but it might also be down to, the physical problems as well, such as, some of these things might not be quite maintained in a way that would hold the munition on the aircraft, perhaps. A little bit of a dodgy catch, maybe, because I have noticed that these ones that just fall off aircraft don't appear to be armed. They mostly just drop into the ground and bury themselves. So if they're going to explode, it's generally incidental and not because they're armed. So I do wonder if they have a problem with their actual mechanics as well. Just something.
Yeah, so that's an interesting point, Mockers. And it struck me reading that report. When the MOD says crew fatigue, who do they mean by crew, right? So I remember having a conversation with a few months back with the Doolittle Air Wing guys. The guys we've seen who are the pilots of Russian aircraft tend to be quite old and, on the whole, quite unfit looking. But I doubt it's them somehow who are the fatigued ones. I suspect it's going to be the ground crew. And it's more likely that they're not fatigued, because it's not like they're running missions constantly round the clock or anything. They're probably just really badly trained, is my guess.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised at that either, to be absolutely honest. So I'm just having a quick check to see. Yeah, no, I've done that. I was just checking to see what was located at Engels Air Base. Tu-160 strategic bombers are based at that airfield. There we go. I knew there was something. So there's been a few amusing things happened. One of which is, and I'm just going to, well, I did retweet this. I'm just going to pop it into the nest for a few minutes because this is just bonkers. In St. Petersburg in Russia, the police have arrested a couple of people who were dressed as Peter and Catherine the Great. Oh, yes. Street performers wearing period fashions depicting Peter the Great and Catherine the Great were arrested. Not entirely sure what they've done wrong here, but I'm just thinking that maybe, I don't know, was Peter a great Westerner or something like that? Wasn't Catherine originally German? Maybe that's what it is. They're trying to erase that part. I don't know.
Peter was very enamored with the French.
There you go. So
I think it was the other way around, actually. I think Catherine was into the French and Peter was into the Brits and the Dutch, because they had the technical skills he wanted.
Yep, Ming's right.
Oh, well, there you go. But I just thought it was quite funny that these obvious historical characters, which they laud, these people weren't allowed to dress as them for some reason. Don't know why they got themselves arrested, but they did. Stephen, welcome up.
Oh, many thanks. Actually, I wasn't going to talk about Peter and Catherine, but that is weird. One just a brief note is that they're the two most salient, or two of the most salient figures in the toxic history between Russia and Ukraine. Peter and Catherine both, well, I think Peter was at captured ports along the Azov Sea, and then Catherine Crimea, I believe. So I don't know. Perhaps they don't like the competition, or Putin. Perhaps they were caricaturing them. Who knows? Anyway, actually, I came up to I'm certainly no aerial bomb expert, but the Fab 250, certainly the images that I've seen, seems to be one of these glide bombs. And the thing is that the Russians don't really have glide bombs, as far as I'm aware, certainly not in any quantity. So what they've been doing is being crudely re-engineering, conventional, really old conventional unguided bombs by strapping on what looks like a giant Jubilee clip around their circumference with a sort of like an ersatz kind of garage band model of a cruise missile type thing below, which extends its wings when the bomb is dropped. Now that is sitting significantly below the glide, the unguided bomb, supposedly turning into a glide bomb. And is pretty sharp and ugly looking thing. I suspect has terrible aerodynamics. And when I say sitting below, that would mean that the center of effort in terms of the wind resistance on the whole assembly would be significantly lower, and therefore exert a great deal more leverage. And I wonder if what's happening is that the munitions attachment points on the wings, which obviously were not designed for this Franken bomb, are literally just giving up with the extra resistance. I mean, these are fighter aircraft coming in here at great speed, so you're talking about a huge amount of force, and this would be a huge amount of additional force, which I really don't think those attachment points would be likely to have been designed to take. So I wonder if the emergency detachments are because literally the front, what presumably is happening is the front attachment lug is beginning to give way, or has given way in certain cases, and the damn bomb is more or less hanging off. So that's my 2 cents worth on this. If there's an aviation expert aboard here at the present time, maybe they can comment. Thanks.
Do you think that's a possibility, Ming?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, no, and separately, and slight change of topic, I messaged Stephen about something else. So I don't know if you're ready for a change of topic, Mockers, and Stephen, if you're up for talking about a bit of ethics.
Go for it.
Well, so over the weekend, I read this book, the new Michael Lewis book, Going Infinite, which is about Sam Bankman-Fried and the collapse of the cryptocurrency exchange FTX. And it might seem completely unrelated to Ukraine. It is, of course. Although that's not to say that a lot of people, a lot of Vatnik types have accused FTX of being part of the Ukraine money laundering kind of infrastructure. But yeah, we'll just park that for the moment. Anyway, turns out Sam Bankman-Fried was big into something called effective altruism, which apparently is a movement inspired by a Scottish Oxford philosopher called Stephen McCaskill. And the concept behind effective altruism is to basically, well, step one, get rich. Step two, give it away, and give it away as effectively as possible. And underpinning all this is an old philosophical notion called utilitarianism, which is to do as much good as possible with every action, which, so broadly, you measure the good in any particular action by its effects. Okay, so an action in itself isn't good on its good or bad on its own terms. It's what it results in. And I was sort of thinking about this because there's all sorts of flaws in this. And Stephen, he's a academically trained ethicist, so he can fill us in on this in much more detail. And maybe Stephen's actually a utilitarian. I don't know. But
absolutely not.
You're not. Okay, pleased to hear it. I was rather thinking you probably weren't, but I couldn't completely exclude the possibility. So and the problem with utilitarianism is, well, there's two straightforward ones. So according to the sort of utilitarian logic, you can actually do bad things if they result in more good. So the kind of scenarios we see that kind of argument deployed typically is around why we dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, because by doing that, although we killed hundreds of thousands of people, we saved many thousands more than we ended up killing, right, by shortening the war. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is that the effects of any one action are probably long-term incalculable, because although you might pull off some near-term better effect in the short to medium term, in the long term, you have no way of calculating what the ultimate effects of your actions were. So my approach is typically, do the right thing in the first instance. So typically, if you're in a philosophical ethics class, the thought experiment around this is where you walk into a forest clearing, there's a band of terrorists holding 10 people hostage. The terrorists will say to you, you kill one of these people and I'll let the other 9 go. What do you do? And of course, in that scenario, the terrorists are making it relatively easy for you. They could say to you, I'll kill 9, you kill 9 of these people and I'll let the other one go. Effectively, the problem's the same issue. But reading this, and apparently Sam Bankman-Fried and his keenness on this effective altruism and its underlying philosophy is something that's very pervasive in tech circles. There's another character out there who we're all aware of, Elon Musk, who apparently is into this school of thought. So he's picked a Russian-born poker player called Igor Kurganov, I believe, who he's a professional poker player, and Elon apparently has given this guy $5.7 billion to give away on effective altruism grounds. Now, why do I bring this all up? The fact that the guy's a Russian is neither here nor there, or born in Russia, it's kind of irrelevant. I took a look at his Twitter feed. He doesn't even talk about Russia, Ukraine, or anything like that. But what this does tell me, though, is it kind of explains to me Elon's approach to the Russia-Ukraine war. And it kind of explains to me why he takes the positions he does, i.e., there should be a negotiated settlement. Ukraine should be prepared to cede the occupied territories in return for peace. Because if you look on it if you look at it through a utilitarian prism, yes, that does apparently, produce the greater amount of good in the short term, in that lives are saved. So I'd sort of been thinking, the likes of Elon, David Sachs, all these people were looking at this as a policy issue, and this was a policy debate. But in fact, I think it might be much more effective to take them on philosophically and show them the flaws in their thinking, the flaws in the underlying utilitarian argument, because that, I think, is what drives them to talk about Ukraine the way they do. And I'd be really interested to get your thoughts on this, Stephen.
Many thanks. Well, gosh, I have to say I haven't really had. In fact, I'd only heard it mentioned literally in light of the Bankman-Fried FTX debacle, just in passing. That's the effect of altruism thing. You have to understand that I haven't been an academic for a long time now, best part of 2 decades. Firstly, secondly, yeah, I mean, it to me, having had a glance at the effect of altruism, it does look like just straight up utilitarianism with a little bit of well, with plugging in the realpolitik of big money. In other words, we're faced with a situation of an extremely unequal world, where wealth is rapidly polarizing, particularly those in the very uppermost sector of society are becoming wealthier very, very, very quickly. The middle is stagnating, and the bottom billion are going nowhere, if not backwards. And so it seems to me that, I mean, in a way, I actually can't remember the name of the guy you just mentioned, this ethicist. One of the reasons I have recently completely disassociated myself with professional ethics is that so few of my former profession actually practice ethics, and to me ethics is fundamentally practical. So I'm quite amenable to, in principle, the use of ethical theory to try and influence the real world. But it also has an awful lot of bad history. I mean, many of the worst pogroms that have ever existed in the world have been, in fact, most truly large